Hello and welcome to the OJ Collegiate Qualifier for New South Wales. I'm one of your casters, Tollgrin, and I'm here with Hunter.
Hello, I'm glad to be here. We had fun casting the University of Newcastle qualifiers.
So we're going up in the world, and it's always
Yeah.
a nice thing. Our first match is going to be between Legion Dasu and from UTSB. Well, the UTS.
Are those? That's the UNSW
yeah,
A team.
A team, and then
On the other side, we have the UTS B team,
Who
also
are-
known as the UT Scrubs. So as we get into the picks and bans,
Sorry, there was a little bit of an accelerated startup there because of some communication
Yeah.
glitches on the part of the team. So, one of the little rules of this tournament that we're going to have to tell you about is that summoner spells are actually blocked out from people watching the stream. So we're not going to be able to tell you who's got smite, who's doing that teleport top, but we can tell you the bans.
so the Diana is actually a pretty good pick. It's been used quite effectively recently in the mid lane. It does deal with some of the assassins as long as it is able to survive a lot of the early game, but it can be a strong pick, but I'm surprised to see it banned. It might be a target ban. And now we're seeing two bans towards the top lane, the Aurelia and the Hecarim. The Hecarim I extremely understand. It has been incredibly strong in a lot of the regions, going with that TP smite in the top lane.
I
And
think-
just becoming an absolute monster.
Especially in the Korean region right now, if you see a Hecarim not get banned or picked, there is something terribly wrong with your game.
Yeah, it's a little bit peculiar to not see a Hecarim picked or banned.
Sejuani is also a really solid jungle pick right now. Not one of the top tier jungles, but still pretty solid. Ari is starting to look like, and Ari and Anivia is a pretty focused anti-mid set of picks there. I have a feeling these may be targeted against a specific player on the opposing team.
Yeah, it does seem that the UTS team is focusing. It seems to be focusing on certain roles and certain specific players, whereas the UNSW team seems to be just going for a lot of the strong meta picks, and they pick up a big one of their own with the Shyvana.
Yeah, Shyvana obviously really popular up top, doing very well against a number of the traditional top champions that haven't been banned at this point. So there could be a little bit of pre-strategy there.
Yeah, and also with the Shyvana, it opens up that TP smite in the top lane, which allows for a lot of jungle pressure.
Now, on the other side, we have a Lulu, which is basically the most flex of the flex picks. If that gets locked in, she can go anywhere, do anything, and be scary while doing it. Vayne, we've not seen a lot of in recent games, but still very powerful, especially if you can get off the skill orders, and True Silver bots will always be fun.
Vayne has the potential to do a lot of work if she's able to kept safe, and that is what Alulu is really good at doing, is protecting a really strong carry as a core.
Now, Nautilus is one of those champions that 6 months ago was not a flex pick. He had one role and he did it well, but we're seeing a lot of support Nautiluses these days, and I'm going to be intrigued to see if that's part of the planning here.
I love the support Nautilus. It is, as much as I loved playing Nautilus in the jungle, the changes that they made to him, the buffs to his shield, the reduced cooldown of his Riptide, he just found a much better home in the support role. He's able to deal out a lot of the crowd control that he has with the majority of his skill set, but he doesn't need to rely on making the plays and like being a map presence from the jungle.
Yeah, very much so. Urgot fell out of favour for a very, very long time, but it's seeing a bit of a resurgence now with these slightly tankier, aggressive AD builds. Especially with a champion like Nautilus, who possibly in the support role, who can keep them in that range for a long time. Very, very powerful.
Yeah, and this is looking like a very extremely tanky team from the UNSW team. Like, you got the Shyvana, which is going to more than likely go for that smite teleport in the top lane and just get incredibly tanky, and then just dive into the back line and potentially just one-shot a carry. Well, not so much one-shot, but just go all in on a carry.
Now, I like the Nami Vayne together.
Nami Vayne is a really good combo.
Yeah, the ability to apply all those stacks of Tidecaller so quickly when you build attack speed.
Yeah.
Very nice. Okay, we've got a very, very solid Nunu pick.
This is an
We're
incredible
going to
looking
assume that is a jungle because it would be strange. Although we've got to pick the other most popular jungle right now,
Yeah.
Gragas as well. And Ziggs is just a mid laner that is safe, provides a lot of late game damage, and just does nothing badly at all.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to... The only player to pick out on this UNSW team as the potential...
Ooh, no, that was a troll.
Yeah, as a potential weak point would be the vulnerability of a Ziggs.
Yeah. But with the front line of a Shyvana and Nautilus, I don't think it's going to be a worry personally. But
Yeah,
that's my
they do
call.
have a lot of control and a lot of disengage
Yeah.
or a decent amount of disengage with the Gragas ultimate.
That being said, there is a great deal of disengage, almost a terrifying amount, on the other side of the team. UTS Scrubs has basically a disengage tool in everybody with the exception of Vi.
It seems that like they're going for a very heavy protected carry comp.
Yeah.
They have pretty much... You could argue that there's like 3 supports.
Yeah,
3 supports, a tank, and a carry, which scales incredibly into the late game.
I would argue that there are 3 delivery agents that will just get Vayne to late game with Vi running around being scary.
That is more than likely the goal. It's
Yeah.
going to be hard to maneuver around these fights as a Vayne against a team like with the durability and the control that the UNSW team has, and you can't dodge a Nautilus ult. It will chase you down to the ends of the earth. You
Yeah.
cannot get away from that.
There's some pretty nice wombo combos on both sides there. I mean, like, Nautilus ult into a Urgot ult is a great deal of control, but at the same time, an Orianna ult thrown on top of a Vi with Assault and Battery, that's also a great deal of disruption. So
It's also a potential instant kill if you get it on the right. If you get the timing right,
Yeah.
you can lock down a single target really well. The
Yeah.
level 6 power spike with those 2 champions is going to be a little bit stronger in terms of pick potential than a Gragas Ziggs combo.
very much so. I mean, Gragas will bring consistent utility and usefulness all the way through the game, but that level 6 spike of Vi and Orianna, you just can't go past it.
Yeah. So the dueling potential between these 2 junglers are not to be sneezed at, because Gragas, one of the things he brings in the current jungle is that he does bring the durability of the Cinderhulk, of the whole meta that seems to be shaping up right now, but he also has a decent amount of brawling potential with the percentage damage on his on
and
his
the
slam.
flat damage reduction that he gets. I mean, every health point you add with a flat damage reduction ability in makes it just that hard to take it away from you. So yeah, I am gonna be very intrigued to see how many smites we actually end up seeing in this game. I have a feeling it is going to be quite a few.
Might as well show that now.
We are now allowed to show the summon spells. So yeah, we've seen the pretty scary teleport smite top lane, and we've got theoretically double jungle build, but I have a feeling Nautilus will be playing support and giving that extra jungle presence and control.
That does
That
seem
would
like a
be my
decent idea.
Theory. I may be wrong. I've been wrong before. Bit more
It's got-
traditional summoner spells.
Yeah,
coming
it's
out
a
of
bit more
UT Scrub.
traditional on the UTS side, but it's going to... With the way these compositions are matching up, if UTS is able to somehow, by some miracle, manage to protect the Vayne from all the CC and all the damage coming in on her, they should be able to at least win some fights. I don't think they want to be fighting the all-out 5v5s, because those would be really incredibly hard for a Vayne to be able to maneuver through.
Yeah.
But if they do actually manage to get like the 2v2s or the 3v3s where they can get the right amount of control and protection for the Vayne, I think they can actually start getting some good advantages.
I think you're very much right there. I think the crucial thing is going to be handling disengage ults on UTS Scrubs. They have several of the most powerful in the game, but at the same time, if they mismanage them, you attack a bot lane while a Nami's tidal wave is down, there is going to be very little they can do to survive a kill there.
Yeah, UTS is going to have to be very careful around their ultimates. They are very vital to actually keeping themselves alive, because otherwise they're just going to... If one of the pieces fall apart, it's going to be hard to have enough protection for a Vayne to unleash completely on the UNSW team.
And I feel here, all of us right now in here, we should send our best wishes to the Urgot, because he is the little champion that Santa forgot to give a skin to. He is the only unskinned champion.
He is the one and only. And as we start off, we get a nice, wonderful pause.
Yep, this is a bit of a tradition in this tournament, at least coming forward from the University of Newcastle round, that we always have like a 30-second pause at the beginning of the game to talk about life, laundry, and whatever.
Yeah. Not too much of a problem. Pauses are usually where we get to talk about the interesting things about the game, as I just go ahead and sort these things.
My co-host is a little bit obsessive about having everything in lovely little orders. Everyone
makes it neat.
I'm so thankful that you enjoy its neatness.
It is very nice and neat, as we getting some settings sorted out, and
Sweet.
we will be...
that will be going on silent now.
Well done. Very professional. As we get into the game, the UNSW team is all stacking up as 5.
Five in mid. Are we going to see some crafty in middle jungle invades? Or are we just going to see some kind of dangerous murder bush?
It looks like UNSW is trying to...
Yeah, we're going to do the wraparound blue job.
Yeah.
If they're not paying attention, this could be very scary. Because the level 1 damage coming out of UNSW is pretty terrifying.
Oh, they actually find each other, but they do actually get the hit on, but they're not actually going to go too far. They just taunt a little bit.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a timidness there. Nautilus goes in, but the rest of the team doesn't follow him. Pretty good decision making from UTS Scrubs. They split nicely, don't give anybody an easy target. This could be a nice turn. Yes, I think this Ziggs is very dead.
It's very close. He should have to blow a flash, or at least something.
No.
Oh no, he does actually have the support from his team.
Yeah.
So not much happening. There was just a little bit of posturing around, but nothing too much.
Yeah.
I think if the standard lanes do come into effect, it's going to be a little bit hard in the top lane for the Shyvana. Lulu is a very strong lane bully.
Yeah, the ability to keep that Shyvana at range, and that little bit further range than her Fire Breath can basically hit on, is going to be difficult for her to deal with.
Inversely, on the other side, Urgot is probably going to have...
It's going to be a battle.
It's probably going to be a bit of a bully lane for the Urgot against the Vayne, who is such a short-range AD carry that she's more than likely going to get hit up a little bit.
Yeah, and you've got to remember as well, Nautilus's passive is pretty much the death of a Vayne, because the inability to tumble away when she wants to, taking that extra 1 or 2 autos.
They did
but
actually
we
go
have
for
seen
a
a lane swap, which is not surprising. I would imagine we could probably see a lane swap in retaliation, or Nautilus to go mid on his own.
Well, actually, I think that the lane swap, it works okay for both teams.
We've got a Nautilus trying to fight off Vi from her blue. Obviously, Vi did get it, but we could
It's just
see
delay
death
tactics.
if we have a collapse from this Lulu.
I think it's just delay tactics, and I don't think there's going to be too much happening.
The thing is, though, NSW is bringing more people out of lane for you.
Oh, they do actually go in, and Lulu has to actually flash. But
And
actually,
he does still die.
yeah, it was a little bit curious going.
There was some
unusual pathing.
unrecommendable pathing, I think we'll go with,
I
yeah.
don't think it was unrecommended. I think it was just unusual. I don't think the Lulu would have expected an Urgot to just walk through the tower at level 2 to get the kill.
Yeah. So, I mean, currently, I don't know. This lane is playing far more aggressive than I was expecting. Because Lulu is such a lane bully, she's not really having the presence that I'm expecting her to have, and she's not pushing them away from towers. So they're getting more of this farm, and they're getting more hits on her than I'm expecting.
It is the 1v2 lane, so you kind of
It
need
is,
to
but
have give a
Lulu
little bit.
is-
You need to give a little bit of respect to the 2. I mean, you're not going to have nearly as much presence as just a Lulu against a Nautilus and an Urgot who have the durability and the early game damage to be able to make those early aggressive plays.
We are also seeing that the two are handling that tower Urgot really well. Nautilus walks in, takes one hit, walks out, and Urgot in the time manages to land an auto and an acid hunter. So, Dredge line lands, the passive. Yep, there's another dead.
Oh, yeah. That's a little bit unfortunate. Just getting caught by that Dredge line, and she just caught it hook, line, and sinker.
Very, very much so. I thought I was meant to be the one that does bad puns.
But I can't let you have all the fun. I mean, jeez.
Fair enough. Right, at this point, UTS has to have a response. They can't let this keep going the way it is. Otherwise, Lulu is basically just going to become free feed. I would be recommending to them, if I was, that we move away from the two top, because Nami's not really providing anything extra right there. So Shyvana is a little suppressed, so Vayne will be fine on her own. And Lulu needs the help.
Yeah, the Shyvana has actually been able to CS rather well in this 2v1 lane, as the Nautilus does go in onto the Nami.
Yeah, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to get that extended engage because he doesn't have somebody with the range to back it up.
Yeah, if that was the 2v2 lane, there probably could have been a little bit more of a reaction, but
we've got Gracchus coming up to top lane, so maybe there will be some kind of shenanigans to be had. Okay, yep, we get a Dredge line, a flash, body slam, drunken brawl. Yeah, it's just also like another Dredge line. Are we going to see a second kill here? Yep, and they juggle that quite nicely, feeding the kill onto the Nautilus.
Because all the supports need all the kills.
Obviously, did you not know that was the way it worked?
Yeah, and that's actually a pretty good play to move that Nautilus into the top lane. The Urgot had already picked up those 2 early kills and was able to, and had enough of an advantage that he was able to take the 1v1 against the Lulu without much resistance. Yep. So moving the Nautilus into the top lane and also eventually the Groggs into the top lane, they were able to extend that ganking pressure to a lane where more gold will be necessary. Now,
Sixers are having a couple bad trades here, but it doesn't matter because both Gracchus and... Oh, I apologize, no. Gracchus gets hit by the Orianna ulti and it murders it. Got Vi coming up to the bottom, landing a few denting blows and excessive forces, but not really enough to kill anybody.
Yeah, that was a bit of an interesting dive. They took a few unnecessary tower bolts. Well, it wasn't so much a dive, but it was just at the position where it was, where they ended up taking up some unfortunate tower bolts, which did spell the death, which was actually a pretty good response from the Orianna.
Yeah, I think maybe Nautilus was getting a little cocky there. He'd been able to fight with impunity under towers twice in 2 different lanes. Everyone wants that third, but sadly doesn't get it. Now, we're not going to see a lot of kills one-on-one down bot lane, but what we are going to see is the Urgot's going to cement his lead in both levels and CS because the Lulu just cannot get close. That shield has such a slow on it once he lands it.
It's not going to be
past. Fun. I must say, the Shyvana is doing a commendable job of farming still, but even so, there's only so much traction to do. Oh, yeah, caught out of position with
there may not be a 1v1 kill, but there will be a 2v1 kill as the game does come in and give the Urgot just even more of an advantage.
Yeah. This Urgot's getting pretty terrifying at this point. Now, I'm surprised they haven't gone for a dragon already. It looks like they're about to pick that up. The Orianna is aware, but whether or not she can stop it is another matter. They're not doing it that fast. Okay, we've got a Vi and the Orianna. They're playing around with it much. They're not actually applying all that much damage. But Ziggs rocks up and cleans off the Orianna. Ori gets... sorry. Wrong things. Urgot kills off the Orianna.
They turned around really well. They saw that the Orianna and the Vi were wanting to move in to contest that dragon, but they realized that they had the advantage and just went in on them and got those early kills and were still able to get the dragon for themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, and once again, the amount of smites they have just gives them such aggressive control over that.
Yeah.
And now they're taking the jungle with impunity.
I'm still not sure about the smite on the support Nautilus. I mean, sure he does get
it's
to
working.
He gets to build that Cinderhulk into the skirmishes Cinderhulk.
I think we're underestimating the power of the skirmishers, actually, because that damage reduction is very, very strong.
They are trying to reduce. I do think that they're just trying to reduce the single target damage from a vein, because they have understood that a lot of the damage from this composition from the UTS is through that vein, and if they're able to get the skirmishers onto the vein, they are able to.
Okay, we see an ulti. I land on the vein. It's not going to do anything though, sadly.
The Condemn was able to
keep him at the distance so he didn't have to worry too much. This Vi is so outperformed and isn't aware of it, sadly. Goes in for a really inadvisable fight. Now the Lulu is going to be hunted down because as soon as he gets that shield up, he's going to be able to apply the slow, and it's going to kill him. Yeah,
the level advantage is insane. The Vi is only level 5, the Lulu is only level 5, whereas the Urgot was actually level 8 by that point, and even had, I think, a blue buff.
And because of the slight changes, he now gets a really powerful shield because of the way it stacks up mana. We're seeing a lot of damage applied to Oriana. I think she's going to get away with that ulti. Yes, she is.
That was actually a good saving ultimate to be able to just draw the enemy away from her and allow her to escape.
She's managed to wait
going to have trouble defending this tower.
Not if Ziggs cops a couple more of those to the face. Although the Gracchus is tanky as hell.
Yeah, the Gracchus is able to tank up a lot of the tower shots, while the Ziggs is still able to deal a lot of that damage from far away.
Sadly, the story of Vi this game has been that little bit too late everywhere she's gone.
Yeah.
And not been able to really save anybody. Nautilus is getting mighty brave trying to steal that red up there.
He wants to be a jungler.
He does. He really does. He took the smite. He understood what he was to do.
He's playing Nautilus. He wants to go back to the days of the good old jungle Nautilus.
Yeah.
But doing it from the support role. Giving it a good hot crack, but
it's not working, sadly.
It needs a little bit more vision, a little bit more control over that area of the map if you want to make those sorts of plays.
Vision. I'm surprised to see UNSW's vision is still primarily defensive. Given that they are aggressing so much into the jungle, they only have 3 now. Jungle wars. They are increasing this, but
they do. UTS was able to get that top lane with the Vayne just incessantly pushing that top wave, but it is just allowing this Shyvana to freeze, or potentially freeze a wave, and just gain so much more advantage over Lulu, having over 30 CS.
Yeah, and we are looking at a 5.6,000 gold difference at this point.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dire.
It's looking very, very grim for Scrubs.
Oh, that was a nice satchel charge to get out of that.
Yeah, I don't know if he planned it. I would claim it even if he didn't.
And
picking off that.
Poor Nami's not able to do much as she goes down to
the right use of the tidal wave, but it wasn't too little too late.
And the control again is allowing them to just lock down the enemy, while the rest of the damage from the Urgot and the Ziggs is able to rain down from afar as they pick up yet another kill, and that's a 3 for nothing. And they're going to be looking to push on to this second middle tower.
I think we're going to see a really big swing in tower assets right now, because UNSW has primarily been focused on team fighting and getting those kills, and it's been letting.
Yes, he tried to go too far.
Too far, too fast, and it didn't matter anyway because it was an execute. But
still, I guess you could say it was a quick back.
Yes,
even with the ARAM strats.
Yeah, even with the Nami support, I would not be advising this Vayne continue this fight.
Holy Jesus!
That's super long range Acid Hunter, but with lock on again, it works.
He does have now 8 kills. He has the Mana Mune, Brutalizer, and the cooldown reduction from the Glacier. They do actually.
They are going to kill him, however.
Yeah, there's only so much you can deal with.
And at that point, that does work in their favor, because losing 1 for a shutdown is very much, especially with the amount of assists they have.
Well, it did eventually cost 9 kills.
Yeah, to get there. But the moral victory, you've got to take what victories you can in times like this.
Someone's been found out.
Yes, they have. Sean did a good job of getting in front of that Q then, which stops her from getting away, but the turret is just going to be too much damage to face tank. Lulu, if you can land a Glitter Lance, is going to collect that.
Yeah, saw that the rest of the team from UTS was coming up with that pink ward, with the deep vision, and realized that if I stick around, I'm probably not going to be getting. It's probably going to be a one-way ticket in.
Yeah.
Ooh, the
nice
it was an
ulti from
okay
Greg.
grab zone. It does sort of lock into a pathway they're not going to be able to.
Yeah, it limits them
away,
to
yeah.
one kill, but it guarantees them that one kill.
and also a missed shockwave.
Yeah,
Those are always painful to see.
they really are. Yeah, Shyvana overextends, but Brackus should be able to pick up a kill here on the Oriana.
The
Okay,
Ziggs should be able
too
to
many
rain
glitter slants, but
from the behind, but no, they just go. Oh, here comes a vein.
here comes a vein. Very nice body slam away, but it should be enough.
Oh, the good control from the Ziggs actually.
Red line
managed to
is the passive
save.
Riptide. I don't think she's going to get away. She doesn't.
And that's what I love about that Nautilus. You have 4 different forms of crowd control. It's hard to get anything done as a vein.
You should give one of them back. 4 is too many. I mean, it's just greedy at
He's a
this
support.
point.
What else is he gonna do?
He's not a support, he's a jungle. We ascertained this earlier. Now, they're taking a slightly risky dragon here because if UTS realizes what's happening, they should be able to convert it into kills. But I don't think they have the vision or the understanding to turn on it and they're going to get it.
They do have the vision to just take that one for free while they're able to take advantages on the other side of the map. The Urgot is just so much, like, man, so much attention that it's just going to be hard for UTS to actually ignore this Urgot at any point this game.
I have nothing to add at that point. Like, I was just looking through his build path. It's a little conservative for how head he is. Like, there would be some slightly different things that he could have gone. Maybe prioritizing Ghostblade, possibly, over Manamir. But at the same time, why ruin what works? He is literally unloading just face tons of damage on the enemy every time he sees them.
I actually quite like his build right now because he's realizing that a lot of the potential damage coming out of the UTS team is from that vein. It's
And
from
just limiting the attack speed is doing a lot of damage.
just
Now,
neutering the vein alone is taking out a lot of the threats.
a lot of people, there was a slightly
they're
interesting
actually
ult.
gonna get
It
the
does
kill.
land somebody and it does finish it off with Acid Hunter. The slow from his Q is not enough to keep people in the danger zone, but it's going to allow Urgot to take that tower behind with impunity, which is pretty effective. Oriana lands a pretty good Q. Gets ulted for a trouble, but gets through the gate fine.
Oh, that's an interesting
even
interaction.
Yeah, I did not even see the damage get applied to Bubblegum there. Poor little Lulu.
Well, that's actually an interaction we saw last night with the some of the Korean games. There was a Gragas ult as the
Dredge line lands and
you just kind of causes them to bounce back and forward, but actually does get to the end destination.
Yep.
in the end.
Now we're gonna see a fairly big buy. I have a feeling from both Ziggs and Urgot when they go back.
Yeah, they did have a fair amount of gold.
We're gonna see a pretty nice power spike for both of them.
Yeah, the Black Cleaver onto the Urgot, able to shred even more armor.
Yeah.
It's just going to be so hard because
The
it's not
Shyvana
nearly...
is collapsing on Vi. Gragas is gonna charge through the wall, but she gets away with a Q. A dragon form, aggressive, but sadly doesn't achieve anything.
Yeah. There's not nearly enough armor from the side of UTS. They don't nearly have the money to get enough armor to deal with the amount of damage that this Urgot, with 11 kills right now, is currently dealing.
Is this Gragas feeling brave, or is he feeling conservative? He is feeling brave. Dragline, body slam, Riptide. Another dragline. Yeah.
Pretty good ult from the Gragas to actually drag a little bit back into the team as they do
Ultimate
from
back.
the others.
Yeah, it's that ability to just bring you into the middle of the team and so much control over all the CCs. A dragline lands, a Gragas charges in, applies the damage, and it's over. Like, it's just a repetitive tale that they land one piece of CC and there's still enough damage for them to kill anyone on their team.
They have enough chaining of CC to, like, the amount of damage is really just insane at this point with how much of a lead they've got.
Yeah.
And it's just being able to be applied so easily with the amount of stun locking the UNSW team is able to utilize.
Okay, Vi's going to try and clear them away from the ward. It lands a great ulti from Olivia, and it killed Oriana. Kills the Ziggs. Is he going to die? He does die! I thought he was going to survive then for a second, because nobody seemed interested in attacking him. The Nautilus is having a bit of a giggle at the Vayne as she chases him down, but it's not an issue. And we see they've actually managed to defend that inhibitor.
Yeah, they do defend it, but it's probably not going to be enough in the long run.
A little too long? Oh! The Condemned misses the tower. I was expecting that to be his death sentence, but he manages to get away.
Yeah, too bad it's not Thresh.
Yeah, sadly it's a thing. The Vi is going to use a Q to get over the wall. Nami is very industriously busy clearing wards. I think we might be seeing a dead Lulu in about 5 seconds' time.
That level advantage that the Shyvana has is incredible.
Yeah, well, you're looking at 12s and 10s pretty much across the board, a few 11 compared to 8s and 9s being the norm on the UTS draft.
This Orianna is pretty much the one saving grace that they...
She's been landing some fantastic ults. I will give her...
There has been some kind of missed ones.
Wigs too, but like...
that happens. That's just part of the course when you're playing Orianna.
Shyvana is setting up for a gank. Dragon forms in, lands a really nice fight. A good tidal wave disengage there. It's going to force him back. Vi maybe re-engages unnecessarily.
They turn onto the target they feel like they really need to get onto.
And the Vi once again goes into Defender, gets out very nicely. Plenty of stuns being slowed by Blizzland. Sadly, Vi gets too many stun slows applied to her and does die.
Yeah, it's just, they're way too, the UNSW team is just way too far ahead that there's no amount of durability for the amount of gold that the Vi's been able to get is going to allow her to survive long enough in an extended team fight.
I mean, she should pick the most effective options, like Watermail is your most cost-effective armor item you're going to get, but at the same time, nobody's attacking with speed here.
Yeah, they're just going to be like layering poke. The acid hunters, the bouncing bombs, it's just going to be coming from a long way, and if they try to go in, they're just going to get locked up by Graga CC, by Nautilus CC, and if they try and overextend, the Shyvana can come in and slam them from the side.
Yeah. One thing that I must be saying is this Gragas has been playing pretty offensively and aggressively, but using that body slam to get over walls and away from the enemy, and if they're about to jump, he's been able to get away with it.
And there's actually the lockdown that we're talking about. The Ziggs does get locked down.
Yeah. Murder. There's no other word for it.
They did kind of overstay their welcome. The Ziggs was rather low, and they pretty much walked right into the middle of the enemy team.
Yeah, and once again, he's the only non-tanky or non-escape orientated member of their team. Sexual charge is good, but that's
it's
all
not the
he's
most
got.
reliable of escapes.
And it has a significant amount of wind-up time. Shyvana is trying to kill the turret, but it's not what she's good at. I think she should go back to killing champions.
She hasn't been doing that too well this game either.
No,
she's just been sort of wandering around the map, just slapping things here and there.
Yeah, just
just controlling the jungle, controlling the map, and that's pretty much what you want from a top laner.
Yeah, Urgot has now got to a scary amount of mana, so his shield is literally terrifying. We've got a couple people pushing down bot. Urgot with impunity just whacking the tower top. This poor Lulu is probably going to get an acid hunter one too many. Nope, that was a missed flash, but the poison is still going to get her.
That was interesting. Probably didn't think that the poison was going to
land.
Probably didn't think that he had that much of a lead that his poison would be alone to kill the Lulu.
Yeah, you forget things like that on occasion.
Yeah, I don't think people... It's not something that you really remember, is that corrosive charge can actually deals damage over time. You usually get a lot of your upfront damage from those acid hunters.
Yeah. The UNSW are just taking objectives across the map. Their lead has snowballed to just under 20,000 gold. It's... they're in an unassailable position at this point, to be frank.
They can play it at pretty much any pace they want to. It's going to be hard for the UTS team to actually come back from this. The fights that they need to get, they're not being allowed to get.
And sadly for them, they're playing against a primarily tank counter team, and tanks are even harder to fight against when you're ahead. When they're ahead, sorry. Yeah,
when tanks are ahead, it's damn near impossible. Vayne is one of the champions that
can do it.
Is one of the more... she's more
anti-tank centric champion.
she's
Yes.
more reliable at dealing with tanks, but with the amount of control that they have.
Gracchus has got on the other side of Vayne, lands all the abilities, and Ziggs finishes her off. Although a nice ulti again from Orianna, but she's going to die for it. Oh no, I apologize. Luna's ult is really on spot. So is Nami's. I think they're both going to be able to disengage though. They do pick up the kills.
Ooh, it looked like it was almost going to go in favor of UTS, as the Orianna did actually manage to stay alive with that wild growth and just being able to the amount of shields that were coming through. Yeah. But the amount of sustained damage that this Urgot is doing is just way too much at this point.
Yeah, and a Drunken Rage just applies so much damage as well, even when you don't build any kind of AP item.
This Vayne just did not do any damage to that Urgot.
No.
Hit him a couple of times, did nothing.
Urgot's pretty much being able to fight with impunity straight under the fountain.
Yeah, he's just able to...
I think they need to focus on killing the Nexus at this point.
Yeah, this has been over for pretty much the past 10 or so minutes.
Yeah. I just want to see Orianna get another wonderful ulti. I think they're just looking to get what kills they can before the end. And they get Gracchus. Nicely done.
I think they should just focus on that Nexus. It's sitting there, there's no need to sort of drag this out any longer than necessary.
There's always the hunt for that glorious big number, but yes, I do agree. The Nexus should.
And that the first game of this tournament actually goes to the UNSW
18. Now, bear in mind it's a double elimination tournament, so UTS Scrubs will get another chance to rise up through the ranks through the elimination bracket.
But for now, I think we'll be going to a quick break as we wait for some of the other games.
That was probably one of the shorter games we are going to have in this first round. So yeah, we will be back with you shortly. Hello and welcome back for round 2 of the Oceanic Collegiate Championship. We have Weeboo Trash fighting it out against the Poros in this game. It should be a pretty exciting matchup. We're just in lobby at the moment, waiting for everyone to load in. So, yeah, hopefully we'll be going in a second or two.
Yeah, these two teams actually managed to win their first round, so they still have 2 chances in this tournament, and it's looking pretty. They look like they had a pretty good run in the first round.
Yeah, we dropped into spectating the very end of Weeboo Trash's game, and it seemed like they were doing pretty good work. We're just going to update our game things, and we will have the accurate information up on screen for you in just a second. Now, okay, I'm a little confused by the... don't worry about it, and it's okay. I'm a little surprised by the Nasus ban, okay? It's not something I was expecting. Vladimir, Gracchus, and Sejuani, all very powerful in the current matchups. So, not to be surprised by that. Yeah, there they are. So, I'm intrigued to see what the third ban coming out of Weeboo Trash is, which is the University of Sydney's Team A, I believe.
Team B?
Or Team B. Yeah, UNSW Team B.
UNSW, yes, UNSW's Team B. Overlays and stuff. I don't know what I'm doing. The other one. Oh wait, no, that's the other way around. Damn it! Damn it!
Hunter, why do we even pay you? Oh, wait, we don't pay you. That's fine. Okay, we've seen a Molokai and a Lulu ban. So we've seen a lot bans coming predominantly out of Weeboo Trash have been aimed at top lane, and a lot of the bans from the Poros have been like flex picks or very powerful junglers, with Vladimir being a little bit of a strange one. I'm intrigued by that. Now, okay, sweet. It's all fixed. We are back in the game.
We're all good. Okay.
Now, the first pick of the game is the Sivir. Now,
the Sivir is good because the amount of just all flustered after all that.
Do you want to have 5 seconds to yourself and come back? Sivir is a wonderful pick because she has quite good wave clear, although not siege specific wave clear. And that ulti is just like the entire team is going to do this. And it's either retreat or assault, and it's good either way.
It is a good team-orientated pick.
Yeah. Now, if she is picked into a Caitlyn obviously does better in that direct matchup because of that extra range. She has a way of applying a lot of direct damage, which isn't an ability, which bypasses the spell shield. Really nice. Rek'Sai we don't see a lot in jungle right at this moment, but still a pretty sound, solid jungle with the ability to apply pressure globally, which is not to be underestimated.
Yeah, I think Rek'Sai is one of the more earlier focused junglers. She can put a lot of pressure out early.
Yep.
With the ganking with the Burrow, it's a good amount of CC. It's uncleansable CC.
Yep.
And amount of damage that can come out of an early Rek'Sai can be quite underestimated, even if they do go for that Cinderhawk.
I honest to God thought we were going to see the Studio Ghibli pick from Weeboo Trash then in the Bard, and I was really happy, but they denied me, and I don't think I'm ever going to be able to forgive them. We've seen a Morgana and a Vi coming out, both of them interesting picks. Morgana has fallen a little bit out of favour because there are other champions right now that do what she does slightly better since her last round of nerfs, but still brings a lot of CC and has quite a lot of damage to the table.
And also picking the Morgana with the Vi, it means that the UNSW team can't pick the Morgana as a means to negate the Assault and Battery from the Vi.
Yeah. Admittedly, they do have a Karma. Not as easy to negate it, but can still do it if you're playing it correctly.
I'm not sure about the Karma, but it would be interesting.
Wait and see. I have faith. The Karma, I think, is going to be a really solid pick. Caitlyn Karma is a lot of damage. Like it's a lot of fun.
It is like Karma can deal a lot of damage. She does a lot in the early game because she's one of those champions that doesn't really gain much from her ultimate. Therefore, a lot of the power is shifted more towards early mid power spikes.
And the shield with the speed buff it grants allows Caitlyn to land those few extra autos, which at her range can make a really big difference.
It can also be a nice foil to on the hunt that Sivir can bring. Is like if the Sivir pops a roll and starts the whole team running, a giant stampede, all of a sudden the Karma can do the same thing.
Yeah. Now, we have seen a Shiva ult, pretty standard for the current meta. We're going to see a lot of them throughout this tournament. Be interesting to see if we see the teleport smite build. We'll have to wait and see for that. It looks like we've got a Cho Sona finishing off Weebu Trash's build.
So it seems like it's going to be the support Sona with the top lane Morgana with the mid lane Cho'Gath. That's what I'm assuming so far.
Yeah.
Because the Cho'Gath, he is a rather solid mid lane pick. It's hard to knock him out of lane, but if you do actually get some solid ganks on him, knocking Cho'Gath and his face stacks down in the early mid game, it's really hard to sort of find relevance after falling behind like that.
And I'm going to be intrigued to see if the Poros do pick a mid laner, or we're going to see some kind of... we've got the Cassiopeia.
Scaling for days.
Yeah, it's maybe not. But we are definitely seeing a mid lane pick. We're not going to see something crazy like a mid Karma, which as fun as that would be, no.
I do like the Cassiopeia pick, even though the Vi should be able to get onto a rather easily. It's pretty much point and click, and you all of a sudden have a lot of CC. Yeah. And the setup from the Vi also allows the Cho'Gath to land all of his crowd control, all of his damage, and should eventuate in some really strong ganks come level 6.
Yeah. One of the things that I am a little apprehensive for the Poros here, that Mega and Weebu's Trash favour, is Sivir's ulti is actually quite a nice counter to Cassiopeia in some ways, because she is required to hit those relatively slow skill shots, and a fast-moving team can make that more difficult. At the same time, though, it can lead to teams bunching up. So if you do play it right, there can be some very nice options available.
Yeah, essentially, if a team is all going forward as a cohesive unit, there's always that chance for them to just walk face first into a Cassiopeia stun, which will just allow
everything terrible to happen.
The Shyvana Dragon's Descent, that can come across at the same time, and that will be a lot of damage and a lot of control, which would just allow the Caitlyn to have space to just sit back and just pop away at them from the rear.
Yeah, it's there's a couple matchups I can see going either way, and it's basically going to be who can play the team fights positioning wise better than thing. It's not so much going to be cooldown management, I think, in these time fights as much as who has the better placement, because you get caught in a soul shackle, that's going to hurt. You get caught in a Cassiopeia ult, that's going to hurt. So it's going to be a lot of very tentative positioning battles, I think, before we see any big team fights.
One thing I want to make note of is that the Cho'Gath is running the teleport, so it seems that the Cho'Gath is going to be run in the top lane with the Morgana in the mid.
Yep. That's... yeah.
I don't mind Cho'Gath in the top lane. I do think that he can get a bit more from his presence in the mid lane. Having the Ignite, his burst potential is incredible. If you get the Feral Scream, the Rupture, the Feast, and the Ignite, all of a sudden there's very few champions, once that whole combo comes down in the early mid game, is going to be able to survive that. Yeah. In the top lane, you're more going towards you're going to be up against the Shyvana. It's going to be very hard to push her out of lane, and she's more than likely going to bully you out.
Yeah, but at the same time, once Cho'Gath starts being able to build a little bit tanky, he's going to be able to sit there and feast himself up and then teleport down to make a nuisance of himself. I think it's whether he survives that initial pre-6 bullying, whether or not he's going to be able to make a presence felt in the game.
Yeah, I think that with the Cho'Gath going into the top lane, he will probably go for a more durable build. Yes. Probably go for a Rod of Ages first into maybe Frozen Heart or an Abyssal, because Cho'Gath doesn't necessarily need to build a lot of health. He gets a decent amount of health just from his kit with the feast stacks, and so he can just go into pure defenses and just get a lot of value out of those.
Yeah, fair enough. We're obviously in the delay period right now because we're not using the tournament code system at the moment. This would actually be a good idea to talk about some of our sponsors. I think. Or, sorry, some of the people working alongside us would probably be a better way. Now, I'm going to make Hunter say this first name because I've mispronounced it several dozen times already.
Okay, the guys at Remedy Gaming have been sort of supporting this Collegiate League along the whole way through, so thank you very much to them.
Yeah.
And now I'll go...
And if you actually want a lot of information about this, especially going forward to the higher levels, their website is a great tool to find out that information. Just never ask me to spell it or pronounce it, because I will get it wrong. We'd also like to make a massive thank you to the Wang Yu guys, the actual event location, because they have been wonderful in helping us get this event up and running. They've been really, really great guys. We're just loading in, if Hunter wasn't pressing random buttons again for no apparent reason.
And now for me to actually do more... God damn.
Now, stream people, do you think he's going to get it right, or do you think he's going to get it wrong?
Is it a...
Only you can decide.
Oh, this is going to be terrible. Is it USDA versus... Yes, it is. That versus... Wait, not that. It seems to have worked okay.
Excellent.
Nice.
Excellent.
Oh, now I have to change it over. Jesus.
Yeah, there we go. All good, all good. We've
I thought it was all good, and then all of a sudden there's more.
There's more clicking to be done.
Okay, so it is UNSW versus... We knew this was probably going to be one of the more challenging parts of this. We're just going to be doing overlays.
Yes. To be fair, we have wonderfully designed overlays by one of our tech support guys, but our understanding of using them was maybe a little bit more lacking than his understanding of making them. Now, we're going to see a little bit of a fight around Dragon. I don't expect much to eventuate from this because neither of these teams have what you'd call an all-in engaged team level 1 fight. They could have if they build certain abilities, but I will guarantee they haven't. You'd have to take the Rupture and the Dark Binding, and I would be surprised if that happened.
Yeah, well, the Rupture is not the worst thing to take level 1 as a Cho'Gath, but it is probably the...
It would be unusual.
Yeah, it's not as bad as, say, a Jungle Nautilus taking the Dredge line at level 1. That just absolutely ruins your jungle path.
Yeah, that ruins the Nautilus for days. So we do see a little bit of a tentative pressure from the Cho'Gath up in top lane, but I have a feeling he's just trying to mark territory and ensure that they're not doing a counter invade. By going to their red, you create a massive vacuum of space behind it that you know is safe, and your blue's secured.
Yeah, just safe starts for both sides. This Shyvana may not go for the Krugs because there was that ward put there by the Cho'Gath.
And it's going to make you leery, irrelevant of how irrelevant to the reality of his ability to kill you, but it does look like she's gone and cleared it. Now, we've got fairly traditional, understandable starts. The Sona is going to try and poke, and the Karma is going to try and do it from a greater range. And I think a lot of the early game down bot is going to come down to which one of those supports manages to apply that early game pressure better. Now, Sona can heal it, so I would imagine it's going to favour her slightly, but that may not work out to be the case. I've been surprised before.
Single damage trades can go very well in favour of Karma. She does bring out a lot of damage early on, a lot of unexpected damage. But in terms of those extended battles, the Sona is more than likely going to come out on top.
The only thing is she needs to be very leery of disrupting her laning partner's farm, which obviously can do quite easily with those. Now, that Caitlyn landed some incredible damage there. Tether doesn't quite land to get the stun. If that would have probably been a kill had it done so. But the Caitlyn is farming coolly and collectively, and the Sivir seems to be a little bit put off by that early aggression from a partner.
Yeah, it does seem that the early aggression is paying dividends. The sustain not making the biggest impact just yet.
Yeah. Now, we're going to see this, I think, a lot. The battle is going to be, can Caitlyn and Karma secure that slight lead ahead of the blue side's minion wave? Or are the Siona and Sivir going to be able to fight them back from it? I think that's going to be really important to how the mid-game progresses.
Absolutely.
Now, I'm not sure how this Cho'Gath has managed to land so much damage against Shyvana, but he is, and that's well done for him.
Yeah,
not how I expected that matchup to go. Vi's getting gutsy in her opponent's jungle, but it driving Rek'Sai away from any possible gank.
They did have the vision of the Shyvana that she would shut it up on her tower. They also had the vision of the Cassiopeia and that she was too far away to actually make an impact. So, and with the vision that the Vi had, she felt really safe, making a little bit of an impact onto the Rek'Sai, saying, "Hey, I'm here."
She's attempting to attack him while he's backing, but doesn't manage to get any kind of actual damage done onto him, sadly.
Well, it does look like they're trying to go for a dive, but I don't think they have the...
They're forcing the... Shyvana had enough space to get into that mid-tower area and was very safe. Cho'Gath's going to take a couple of tower hits, but his carnivore ability will heal them back by the time Shyvana's back in lane. Okay, we see a tether. Is it going to land or is a spell shield going to pop? No, she gets it. We're going to see a death hit, I'm sure. No, a really nice exhaust lands on the Caitlyn, and it just manages to keep Sivir alive.
Yeah, that was actually a little bit eager from the Sivir to try and stay in the lane where they knew there was a lot of damage coming in.
But they Sona handled it very nicely when the problem arose. I was quite impressed by that.
They did have to blow 2 summoners just to get out of that though.
They did, and I think they may be overstaying that welcome again at this point.
They're getting a little bit greedy.
Yeah, Boomerang Blade and Ricochet are what you want to be doing right now. You do not want to be landing like excessive amounts of normal autos.
And she doesn't even have the mana to do that. It looks like they could be able to put some pressure on, but the Spell Shield was able to slightly top off her mana so she can actually get into some more clearing.
Yeah, she now has the options to play because of a well-timed Spell Shield. That's some of the advantage that Sivir has against relatively predictable skill shot-based champions, especially with slow travel times. Like, you can just drop it and you know you're going to get that mana back.
And that's also one of the things about the Sivir-Caitlyn matchup is that if Caitlyn keeps on dropping traps, that's essentially free mana for Sivir. So a lot of the times, or some of the time, you do see that in this matchup, the Caitlyn does not even go for traps early on.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to just be giving them free mana.
So we had Vi clearing a few wards down bot. Mid lane's been a bit of a non-event. The ability to, both the champions have a fairly decent standoff range, and the ability to farm fairly consistently in their own right, so not much is going to happen there until 6, I would predict, which we are coming up on and actually right there. But it's this top matchup I'm confused by. It's not going the way I expect. This is a very early dragon.
They do have the vision control, so they doesn't look like...
it's not an unsecure dragon, it's just early in my book.
Well, they have actually managed to secure enough vision that the University of Sydney team is not able to sort of figure out that that is going to be an option, so they actually... The pros actually get that for free.
Yeah, it's a nice pickup for sure, but if the Vi had the inkling, like that Cassio's been gone for too long, and it's not time for blue right now, she may have aggressed straight onto the dragon, and that could have left them very vulnerable.
She did path in that, in front of the dragon just a little bit before that, after closing in on the dragon, so, or just below in the tri-brush. So, not getting vision around that, around a time when dragon could have been taken, probably a little bit of an oversight, but
at the same time,
it's not the biggest thing. It's not the biggest thing to give up. The first couple of dragons aren't the most detriment to give up early game.
Yeah. Well, we were talking about that in the break. The early dragons actually matter very little in the very early game because percentage-based stacking don't give you much when you have very little to build a percentage from. Now we're going to see a gank here. Rek'Sai is going to land the knock-up. Would have landed the knock-up if the Rupture hadn't gotten away. So a nice handling of both Rupture and Feral Scream to stop the Dragon Form. So well done there by the Cho'Gath.
Actually manages to go without using any summoners.
Yeah.
Is farming quite well. Is actually amongst the top farmers of the game.
Now there's a little bit of a bait going on. The Soul Shackle lands. It is going to stun the AD carry, and it's going to be an easy pickup kill from that point onwards.
The first blood going to the Sivir is probably one of the better options. Getting the AD carry going, their only predominant AD threat.
Yeah.
Having that get ahead, get some gold early, means that the other team is not able to just build MR and then just try and stack onto the ceiling.
Yeah, it's and it was very nicely baited in by the Sona there, like playing that slight stutter stare, cautiousness. Right, Cho'Gath has the option to tower dive here. If he handles it well, it can go in his favor. However, we have a Rek'Sai coming up beneath him, and it's just going to ward him off. There's not really the chance of him dying here, but it's that protecting tower and stopping the dive.
And this is what I was talking about earlier with the, if you ignite on the Cho'Gath, if you're in mid, you have the opportunity to make those very aggressive dives.
Yeah.
When you have teleport, you're not necessarily needed to be making those aggressive plays. You're just there to be a defensive wall, deal a bit of damage, do a lot of control, or a decent amount of control. Silence is one of the more powerful forms of crowd control in the game, and he can do an AoE version of that, so he's not necessarily wanted. Oh, Jesus.
With that, we see a very unnecessary flash there by Cassiopeia. I understand though, you're not quite sure if Assault and Battery is up and the mid laner is in place with a powerful stun themselves. It's understandable, but unfortunate for her because it's going to make her a target for quite a while to come now.
She wasn't.
Okay, we've got
Rek'Sai
dropping
a target, but yeah, it doesn't make it any easier for her because Assault and Battery lands, and then all of a sudden a Dark Binding is going to land, and all of a sudden everything else is going to land, and it's just going to not be a very good time for not just the Cassiopeia, but pretty much anyone else on that team.
Yeah. And the get out of jail free card that she had is gone away. Assault and Battery lands on the Caitlyn, more than enough to kill her. There was a very nice stacking of damage right there.
As I said, the Assault and Battery just lines up perfectly for the other forms of CC, and then the damage can just wave, just follow across.
Yeah. He's one of the most angry abilities in the game in my book.
Feral Scream.
No, Assault and Battery. Click this person and they are going to have a bad day.
It was even worse when it was heavily into the assassin meta. If you had a LeBlanc or a Zed on your side, whoever you pick, they are going to die no matter what.
They will follow you through the gates of hell.
it was sad times. I am so glad it's no longer the assassin meta.
Yeah. I will definitely go with that. I'm tanks all the way every day.
It might be a little bit more tedious.
Yeah.
Fights might go a little bit longer, but it does give teams a little bit more room to sort of flex their strategic muscles.
Yeah. Now, even with this the Smite top lane Shyvana, this Cho'Gath is doing a brutally good job about farming. We've got a little bit of a fight happening around Dragon. Okay, every time I say not much is going to eventuate from it, there's a kill. So I think we should just stop listening to me at this point. Now, if they play this right, they can probably pick up another kill on Cassiopeia if she gets overly aggressive. Now, the Rek'Sai's coming down, the Sona's going to do a good job of zoning her. There is, however, an ult coming on to Vi, which is going to take her out of the fight and basically secure Rek'Sai's position there.
Yeah, the Vi wanted to get onto the Cassiopeia. She did get hit by a bind, but overextending just left her open to a lot more damage coming in. This Cho'Gath, he's becoming a monster. He's looking like he's going to be getting that Rod of Ages rather soon, and rather quick. Sub 13 minute Rod of Ages will be really good. Having that stack up relatively early will make for a very beefy and surprisingly damaging tank. Yeah,
it's always a little bit worried when you start building damage on the people who are meant to be your front line.
Well, the Shyvana seems to be falling into that as well.
Okay, Rek'Sai tries to land thing, but the Dark Shield protects her, no knock-up, and basically no ability to kill once that fluffs. Okay, we've got some good damage coming against the Caitlyn. I doubt this is going to be a kill, but it is a lot of damage, and it's going to push her away from farming easily. The Cho'Gath's back in lane, so we're not going to see any more damage to the tower for a while now. He's got literally huge at this point, and we're going to see a dragon for Weebu Trash, unless... sorry, not Weebu Trash.
Yeah, Weebu Trash.
Weebu Trash, unless there's something drastic happening there. Rek'Sai's a little too late, doesn't get the snap. We are going to see a Caitlyn kill, Assault and Battery on the Cassiopeia. He gets a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough to save her. Rek'Sai just is looking impotent in these fights.
Just gets into the middle of the fights, but is just not able to apply enough pressure or enough damage and enough control.
And it's just those black shields that have been on point from Morgana, just stopping her, from Rek'Sai from getting those knockouts she needs.
That's one of the good things about Morgana, is that not only does she bring a decent amount of control with the Dark Binding and the Soul Shackles, the Black Shield is one of the things that makes her, like, one of the incredibly unique things about Morgana, which gives her a lot of her strength, is that she can stop crowd control. As I was saying earlier in the Champion Select, Morgana was a very common pick whenever a Vi was picked, because it just completely negates his Assault and Battery, and then all of a sudden that whole initiation combo just falls to pieces.
Yeah. And if you're building your team around that, the ability to negate that on a carry of any kind is just so powerful and so hard to go past.
Well, it would have been nice in that last game.
It certainly would have been, but oh well, that is in the past now. Now we're seeing a Cho'Gath getting quite aggressive with his warding and his presence in the enemy jungle. He knows he's got enough health points to survive anything that's thrown at him now, at least in the short term, especially with Caitlyn being down bot. Now we're seeing two people in mid lane trying to get that pressure onto the Cassiopeia, and force her out of lane and allow the Morgana to farm with impunity. Now, the vision that Karma seems to be finding very hard to maintain Dragon Vision, a little away from Timer. But I can understand the win. A Feral Flare, a Rupture misses by a hair, allowing Rek'Sai to get away with some nice duking there.
It's hard to well, when you already get silence, it's hard to actually, you have to use your dancing shoes to actually get out of those options.
You've got no other option.
You can't flash, you can't use any sort of movement ability, you're just stuck trying to move on your own 2 feet.
Yeah. Now they're applying a lot of pressure here to take mid lane. I will be surprised if they don't get it, but every time I've said I've been surprised, something else has happened. A Rupture lands, we're going to see a Feast, Feral Scream, and a dead. Okay, really nice Q onto the Dragon Lady, I'm going to say that. She has to ult to get away, it's not going to be enough. And then Rek'Sai re-engages, gets missed by Rupture again, although does pop Feral Scream.
That was a confusing ball breaker.
Yeah. Interesting choices were made.
Yeah, I think that's about all you can say about that. It does go 2 for 1 in favor of the blue team, but they probably could afford to not have that extra death as they pick up some more in the bot lane.
Yeah, they flash, crescendo. You know, there's supports. They need all the kills these days.
Absolutely.
And they're going to pick up a tower for this as well. Unless
it's actually really good tower job.
Yeah, it was very, very nice. Okay, Sona is getting aggressive because she knows the Rek'Sai's there and she needs to protect the Sivir.
It was actually a very good turn onto the Rek'Sai, knowing that you have the presence to be able to force off the Rek'Sai and give the Sivir the protection to retreat to the safety of her tower.
Yeah, we underestimate those defensive turns. We think more in terms of aggressive turns, but the defensive ones can be just as game-making. Now Rek'Sai being nice and gentlemanly and giving Cassiopeia the blue because, you know, a blue Snake Lady is the most terrifying form of Snake Lady.
Yeah, although it's gonna be hard. This Cho'Gath is going even more aggressive. I was thinking it probably would have gone for the more defensive options, but okay. He's got a rather sizable lead. He's got a over 20 CS lead. He's got a kill over the Shyvana.
The Rod of Ages is like a hybrid defensive, offensive item, but yes, the Needless Zero drop is not what I was expecting. Now we're going to pick up Scuttle Crab, and we're going to cop an ulti to the face for it, because, you know, that's why. There's not much going to be able to happen to it because they're caught on the other side of the wall. Shyvana is starting to be able to actually apply damage to Cho'Gath because he's built more offensive, as we've seen.
I also think that
Bolt Breaker lands on the Rek'Sai, but she turns and knocks by straight up. That was a really nice comedy ability. A Rupture does knock up Cassiopeia, but nothing comes of it.
2 TPs used for this.
Yeah, they need to get something on it, or otherwise that's a lot of cooldown wasted. A Rupture again hits up Cassiopeia.
Yeah, she's not... she doesn't have the dancing shoes on just yet.
No, Caitlyn is feeling a little anemic right now. She only has a best friend sword and a little bit of attack speed, and it's not feeling like the presence that Sivir is currently dealing out, but there's a 5 kill difference, so it's understandable.
Yeah, the 5 kill difference is showing a lot in the item.
Yeah. They're just kind of flirting around, throwing out those speculative skill shots, hoping something lands that somebody can make something out of. Boomerang Blade, Bindings. Now we might see a collapse on this. Sono applies a lot of damage, crescendo. Morgana finishes it off.
That's actually pretty good, just those picks from the Morgana. It just allows this a layering of CC and damage to come across.
That's what we're seeing from Weebu Trash. Those slightly better speculative fights are built into something. Cho'Gath just doing what Cho'Gath do, walking up and like killing a wave and then walking away. They're going to get power out of this. Maybe it kills through. Nope, Feral Scream does land. It's a lot of damage. Boomerang Blade gets some more, but Rek'Sai aggressively engages. Cho'Gath Flush Feast and Feral Scream. So many knockups happening.
There's a lot of damage coming through from Blue Team. They just the lead that they have is starting to show, but they do sort of go a little bit too far and it does get slightly turned around. Yeah,
sadly the squishy members of the team overextend and cop a death for it.
Yeah, when even the most durable champions on your team are the ones building offensively as well. It's going to be hard to dive further into those towers.
Very, very true.
Very true. Especially when the Vi has gone for that warrior enchantment. The Cho'Gath has gone for the large rod. There's a lot of damage on this team. They want to just kill people with those strong picks. They want to use the Vi ultimate and the Cho'Gath Feast to just delete some of them out of instantaneously and then continue on with the
NSW picks up a really easy dragon there, like it wasn't even contestable, let alone contested.
From the prior fight, being forced back, the Weebu Trash was not in a position to be able to get back in time to contest that dragon. So the second dragon to the Poros, and if they are able to continue this dragon control, it could be a potential path back into the game, because currently they have zero tower and 2 that where Weebu Trash had currently.
What nice binding! Nobody's going to be close enough to do anything about it. And the shield is going to accelerate her away. But no! Assault and Battery is going to grab her and finishes her off with a denting blows. That's a nasty combo. There's not much you can do about it.
The Fire's already got the War Enchantment and an extra Brutalizer. There's not much that you're going to be able to do with this.
Now, with the amount of pressure and damage they have from Sigil, they should be able to fight unpowered. Rek'Sai gets aggressive but cops so much damage by going in, copying 3 tower hits, but not really a lot in return.
Also, in the middle of that, the Cassiopeia whiffed.
Completely, yeah.
And that's one of the tools that they are really needing. They are sorely needing to just halt the advance from this.
The Cassiopeia does land a good poison, which is chunking both Cho'Gath and
Caitlyn just drops to the crowd control.
Beautiful Soul Shackle right there. The dragon actually makes it worse, not better, and the Vi gets to follow in its applied damage. Rek'Sai even goes down.
That's a clean ace.
Yeah, that ult from Morgana was...
It was a
thing of beauty.
That was all Morgana's doing. The initial bind onto the Caitlyn into the back line actually made it smite the Caitlyn through the entire team, drop the Tormented Soil, which could just be finished off by the Rupture. And then there was that flash 4-man Soul Shackles, which just decimated the team of the Poros. It's looking a little bit rough right now.
And they didn't even have to use the Siva ult. They just used it defensively to get away.
And they've still got tools to sort of engage.
Yeah, tools for days. We've got the gap is expanding now to 11,000 gold. So
Like a Towers is really starting to show right now.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon is a wonderful objective, but it just doesn't transform into gold early game.
If you're going to be going for those dragons, you sorely need to maintain that control until you get the 5th dragon. Otherwise, the gold you give up elsewhere is just not nearly as worth
it. Indeed. We're having one of those lulls where everybody remembers they have a jungle and goes back and clears it. Just like, oh, we should be doing this for a little while. So everybody, as you expect, picking up the buffs you expect. Although, I thought for a minute that Karma was going to go and get red, and I was going to be very confused. So, I think we're going to move up and see more pressure in the mid to top lane from Weebu Trash, because bot lane is pretty much their thing. If they can...
If Sivir is able to get a slow push started,
Yeah.
which the rest of the team can congregate on this upper side of the map and try and push these towers while that slow push
a rupture lands on Sivir, but it's not enough to do any significant damage. Shyvana, sorry. Assault and battery on Cassiopeia. Although there's a weird change of targets there and she almost gets away. Rek'Sai is just getting pounded, applying the CC that she needs to, but not killing. Rupture onto Caitlyn, and then it's picked up by the support again. And this poor Karma is just having every type of CC applied. Exhaust manages to get out with a nice flash there, but not going to be able to defend this tower.
She's doing rather well.
She's playing it well for what she has.
Dodging every bit of CC and actually managing...
Even Feral Scream, which is a relatively quick travelling ability.
It's hard to dodge it like an instant speed.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was an aggressive
feast.
flash. Here's a feast. Feral Scream, Rupture, kill.
Knew the flash was down, and so knew that going right in on top of the Karma would have just made it a lot easier to land those.
There can be nothing more terrifying than a dinosaur that big just standing above you and then shouting at you.
Especially when he's got a gentleman.
Yeah, it just makes it worse. Are we going to see a disrupted back? We might do. She pops the ulti, gives us some speed, but she's being pursued by Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I still don't think it's going to be enough to catch.
No,
also with the Morgana trailing the Black Shields.
Yeah, she's going to be able to block everything in a binding or land because they'll take predictable paths.
Absolutely. One thing that's interesting, I think, is the pickup of the Blade of the Rune King from the Shyvana.
Yep.
It's not a bad item. It does deal with the amount of health that a Cho'Gath will get.
Yep.
But because this Cho'Gath is going rather heavy
Q into Rek'Sai from Vi, we're just seeing a straight up biff fest. It is favouring the Vi, but she's not going to kill Rek'Sai quickly.
Yeah. As I was saying, because this Cho'Gath is going to this absolutely massive damage with same health damage from the Blade of the Rune King.
Assault and battery onto Caitlyn Crescendo. Morgana picks it up with the Q.
Yeah, the Caitlyn was way too far ahead. They knew that the Vi was there. You do not want to get anywhere close to that Vi if you are a carry.
Now, the Sivir was a little bit out of place there and did have to flash away. We see another flash kill from Cassiopeia.
Onto the Cassiopeia.
Sona of Cassiopeia.
Yeah, it's just not looking very present for
yeah.
right now. It's
poor little power. All they want to do is love.
It's almost a 25k gold lead.
Yeah.
There's a lot of deaths on the side of Toros, not a lot. It's just not looking...
At this point, there's very little we can say because the Weebu Trash can literally take any objective they want to fight for. They've proved that again and again, be it under tower, be it a messy dragon fight, like everything is going to metastasize and go bad. An engagement for the Poros, sadly, and they take a dragon with complete impunity. Now that is a tower dragon in this position that's a bigger deal than it would normally because it's just going to make those tower kills so much quicker.
And they look to be heading upwards towards the Baron area, try and at least gain some vision around there. Because they've got that bottom wave pushing with those super minions, it gives them the opportunity to bait around this area while the minions push into the Taurus players.
Rupture missed because a nice Rek'Sai time. A little bit called out there by Trigger. Take a lot of health damage. Don't think the sniper's going to kill it. No. Shiver gets away with the thing. Assault and battery onto Karma.
Yeah, a
little bit two-handed. Just get effectively. A really nice ulti from the Dragon Lady, but again, it doesn't eventuate with enough dragon. So damage. John is. Oh, are we gonna? Yep. That Feral Scream, massive damage. He dies for it, but it does kill Cassiopeia.
Oh, the Sona looks like she wants to get a kill onto this.
She really does. She is desperate for that kill. She's avoiding a lot of those Qs from Rek'Sai, but holding on to her own so she can apply the damage when she needs to. She's even avoiding autoing.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a merry chase around them.
Yeah. The speed from her passive element.
The speed and the healing is
it's too much.
Yeah.
But she doesn't get the Caitlyn kill, which is, I'm a little sad for her. I felt that she kind of deserved it, but at the same time, meh.
Yeah, but before that, it was rather interesting that Divine decided to go in really deep. There was the entire Rose team there, and Divine did not have nearly enough support that she needed.
But she also didn't have enough vision. Remember, she was assaulting something just north of that bush, so she may have thought there were only 2 people there, when in fact it was...
The lack of vision and lack of team response really did not help.
Vi has been a little overly aggressive here with that thing. If they manage to turn on it, she could get herself killed. Cho'Gath is not as tanky as some Cho'Gaths can be, so they have to give up the Baron.
Yeah, the Vi and the Cho'Gath, they've gone rather aggressive builds. They've got, even though there is some durability with a lot of health stacking, it's not enough to just be able to tank the Baron.
Yeah.
It's early. It's half an hour into the game,
but at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's with their items, it's not conducive to good health.
Yes. Huh. I like that pun. That was clever. So we're going to see another cluster up for a second attempt at Baroning. They have the people this time to actually make a go of it. Karma is trying to play defensively with the Cho'Gath, who's playing basically the line block role. Flash, feast, but he gets ultied by the Cassiopeia and it kills him for it. Or at least was there, sorry, I should say. Now, we're going to see Dragon of the Wall. Oh, that's still a lovely smite. She even picks up the kill on Vi.
Oh, that was risky.
That was Dragon knows how to fly.
Dragon knows how to fly. Dragon knows how to smite. Yeah, that was a really, really good turnaround for the Pyros team because if they had been, had they given up that Baron, the avenues for split pushing with this team
evaporate effectively.
Yeah, it's really hard to. It would have been really hard for the Pyros to deal with multiple avenues of suppression.
Now, Karma isn't one of those champions you normally associate with being great at defending against super minions, but with the Baron buff up, she is actually competent at it. I'm not going to say she's great, but competent.
More competent than probably other supports.
Yes.
That do a rather low level of damage.
Yeah, and the ability to keep herself pretty healthy with the shield is also a fairly big deal, because you can kite them a lot longer than other champions can.
Although they did manage to get the Baron, there are still some significant item differences pretty much across the board.
They have cut the difference down to only 7,000 gold, which is a lot less than it has been previously. I mean, we're still talking about a significant chunk of change.
That's still a lot of gold.
But we are at the 30-minute mark.
That is a full, pretty much a full Last Whisper on the Sivir over Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Items are rather similar in terms of mid lane. The jungle, it's kind of similar levels of durability. Also, but I would say, I would argue that the Rek'Sai going pretty much purely into this tank is going to be a little bit more useful in his extended fights.
Especially given how badly she was getting popped in the earlier game, like she needs that. Jumps on the Cho'Gath, gets screamed at, and decides that maybe it's now not the best time to push a fight. Caitlyn ult, just to prove that she's still part of the game.
No one took damage there.
No, not really. They had the wet noodle fight for a couple seconds and then moved on. There
was a bit of an appearance, a bit of a yell, a bit of a pop, and then everyone's like, okay, we exist. So we'll just go back to whatever we're doing.
I flail, therefore I am. Now, I'm going to be interested to see if we see another high-progressive Vi play at this point. She has the Cho'Gath to back her up, along with the Sona. Now the Morgana is playing in the rear, drops a preemptive Black Shield, not necessary, but you never quite know how aggressive your opponent is going to be.
Yeah, even if anyone from the Pyros decides to make an aggressive move, it's rather obvious.
Massive Rupture knocks 2 people up. The Seg jumps straight in and manages to execute the Sona. The Cho'Gath has taken so much health damage. They catch the Morgana out, and she's Sonya, but she's gonna die for it.
Doesn't even get the Soul Shackles off.
No, I thought she had set them off. That's why I was quiet for a second. I was expecting them to hit and play
level damage.
Yeah,
but none came. They just got caught out
And this Rek'Sai can now chase down the Vi with impunity because she is that tanky. They're going to take towers and retribution, they may even get all the way to the inhibitor.
These scaling builds from the Pyros are just coming into their own right now. The Cinderhulk on the Shyvana, the Cinderhulk onto Rek'Sai, the Cassiopeia scaling just really incredibly well into the later half of the game. Yeah. It's just, now is the part where the time of the game when they can actually start to turn some of the fights in their favor and then start to get some of that gold back that they were missing out on earlier in the game.
Yeah, and we're now seeing merely a 3,000 gold difference. A little less than that, in fact. And the Rek'Sai can take a dragon on his own. There is a Sona coming to try and disrupt. But don't think should be enough. There is a Bide charging across. Are we going to see enough? Assault and battery, denting blows, knocks up. Plenty of kills. Is the dragon going to get away? Yes, she ults to safety.
That was a little bit ambitious.
We're going to see a Caitlyn death here, just because the amount of damage applied. The Rupture forced to left, and that meant she stayed longer in the range of Sivir.
Yeah, that dragon attempt from the Forest was a little bit ambitious. They already gained advantage elsewhere on the map, and did not have enough time to go back and get that because of the return of the Whippy. And it's just because they were able to catch them out at that dragon, they were able to pick up re-pick up that
inhib kill, and they've widened the gap a little bit again. And I think this is Weebly Trash's game to lose, but they can still lose it. That's the important thing that we need to remember here.
The scaling is still possible,
especially when you land Morgana hits that like that.
That's actually
another whiffed ulti, yeah.
Yeah, it just didn't really do much.
I view a hit to the back with Cassiopeia as a whiff.
And Sona has actually built up that Crucible, got another Giant's Belt, has also the Ardent Sensor. We've got a decent amount of stats on it. It's able to withstand a lot of that magic damage.
Yeah.
Which is something that's a little bit terrifying to see. A Sona that just does not care. Usually Sona's the one who will drop at the instant, drop at any kind of freeze.
Yeah, she's as fragile as Ezreal in the early game.
Even more, I would say. She is extremely squishy. But seeing such a more durable Sona, it's going to be a little bit hard. It should allow her to get off a lot more of her spell rotations in these extended team fights, which is going to be really good.
Yeah, and that she's been never afraid of using those crescendos really aggressively, getting up in people's faces and letting them feel the music. And this durable build is going to let her keep doing that.
And she's also been using it really good to follow up on catches, either by dark bindings or from ruptures.
Yeah.
Just the follow-up CC has been really good to just secure those pick kills and ensure that they're going to be getting those advantageous team fights.
Yeah, very much so. Now, we're seeing a little bit of the furtive fight around top, like we were expecting. Bottom's pushing in on its own. That means they've been having to force the Dragon Lady, who I'm just incapable of pronouncing her name correctly today, Shyvana, down bot. A nice Rupture last, but nothing's going to come for it. And a whipped Crescendo. That is going to hurt. That is a lot of their engage gone. Not a lot, but some, I should say.
Well, there's another Dark Binding, and they're able to deal a nice chunk of damage to the Karma.
But do you really care about the Karma at this point? She's unfortunately turned into somewhat of a non-entity because of how much Sona is outscaled her. In pure toughness, not in damage.
Although the Karma does have a lot of the Ice Solari, giving
the rest of the team,
for the rest of the team, a less selfish build.
A Dark Binding and Tainted Sword does a lot of Cassiopeia's damage. Not quite going to die, but it's damn close.
Actually had to pop the Archangels of the Seraph's Embrace to just stay under the fear of dying to that tormented soil. Although it's not really going to be doing a whole lot to that Shyvana, who has a lot of
yeah.
It's just, even though there was the potential for a turnaround, the scaling is still pretty good on the side of Poros.
Yeah.
Right now, the amount of power that Weebly Trash were able to gain in the earlier parts of the game, it's just starting. They're still able to overpower it.
You want to Karma and just delete it. Feral Scream. What was that noise? Feral Scream Rupture onto Cassiopeia kills. Another whipped Crescendo, sadly. The exhaust does slow it down, but everyone is going to be able to get through the gate safely. Although Shyvana does take a lot of damage doing so.
What's the sound of Cassiopeia just disappearing?
It was the sound of Rip.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got another aggressive Q coming in. People get out of time, it's fine. We have to have a Zhonya's defensively to avoid tower aggro, but it's fine. The Vi is going to reach the tower for them quite heavily.
They didn't manage to deal enough damage to force the Boros off so they could get that inhibitor.
But again, they knew that the Morgana would be taking the tower first, and with that, Zhonya's reach out to tower aggro. Even if the fight goes badly, you just move it to minions.
Yeah, they've been playing around the tower aggro rather well.
Yes.
It's just those a little bit overextension and a little bit of mechanical misplays which have led to some of their team fights down. They are going to go for this Baron as soon as they come back up. They do have not complete vision, but they see that
They have locational control.
yeah, and they pretty much pick that one up for free.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is far too late to the party and does not get to do anything. They're going to make use of that quick back. I'm assuming by what will probably be the final items of the game, because I expect to see an end game from either team very soon.
Yeah, there's a lot of gold still on to the server, which is yet to sort of spend. She goes for a Negatron, probably wanting to go for a QSS to maybe stop some of that.
Rather vicious CC that is landing on her way.
It can potentially hurt, but the amount of items, the item disparity between the teams is gotten to the point where it's just a little bit too harsh.
Yeah. I wonder if that Cassiopeia wiggle when she kills the another not great ulti there from Cassiopeia, but a defensive one. You understand why she did it, even if it didn't work in her favour.
Yeah, she has been a little bit trigger happy with some of those.
Was that a flash?
I think that was a flash.
That was a flash. I'm assuming she was just pressing D to dance and got a little carried away.
As I was saying, a little bit trigger happy.
Yeah.
And managed just some of those abilities coming out probably not in the most opportune times and leaving her a little bit wrong.
I don't know, those minions look scary. Now they're going to retake this bottom inhibitor pretty much on cue. They've been that bottom inhibitor has had its number taken in the very early match. A nice crescendo assault of Bastard kills the Rek'Sai, goes in too late to save them, and will probably die himself. The Shyvana does a similar story, although the tankiness of it does keep her alive far longer. I think she's not going to get away. I thought she was.
Yeah, they're just overpowering them at this point. The CC chain was just enough to sort of lock them down over and over, lock down those priority targets, and just wipe them from the map before they could make it in the first place. And that's just a rather dominant, but with some shaky elements.
I like that game because although Weebu Trash was in the upper position pretty much the whole game, they didn't get it all their own way. There was those shining moments where they just fought back. Yeah.
Yeah, Weebu Trash did have the dominance for the majority of that game. They did sort of show weakness in some of their
positioning. I think is the issue.
Yes.
Yeah. As we were saying, the positioning was going to become key to those fights, and even with their thing, when the positioning was off, they did occasionally cop more damage than they were willing to, able to endure.
Yeah, pretty much whenever the Cassiopeia and the Kaelin were able to stay alive and not succumb to all of that crowd control, like the single target lockdown, they were able to deal a fair amount of damage. And with the rather early aggressive builds from the Cho'Gath and the Vi, not getting those instant kills backfired on them completely because they were all about getting that instant kill, and when they weren't able to get it, they just died themselves.
Yeah.
But once they did start to get those durable items, they started to get advantages in other areas. They started to work a bit more cohesively, and they started to actually get those objectives over and over, and then they ended up pushing in rather routinely for the win.
Yeah, the very end game was pretty methodical. I think they realised that if they didn't start playing that technical game, they stood a chance of losing. So Sona got very aggressive with her ultis. Missed a few, but it didn't matter because there was enough there to land it on. Anyway, we're probably going to go on a short break before we go to
probably the losers bracket game. Some of the losers bracket games.
We will be informed by the higher powers. We are mere casters and know nothing. We are the Jon Snows of this tournament. We will be back with more information about what we will be doing very shortly. Hello, LoL fans, and welcome back to the semi-finals of the winners bracket. We have a losers bracket as well that's progressing, and they will be folded back in at further on in the tournament. But these are two teams that we've already seen before on the stream. We have Weebu Trash versus Legion Desu. The link speaks symbology. I keep trying to make it far more complicated in my head than it actually needs to be. Now. What are we seeing from the picks and bans? We actually see a nearly identical set of picks and bans for the Vladimir, Lulu, and Gracchus. We do, however, finally see the Dragon Lady ban, so I don't have to mess up that name again. And Thresh. We haven't actually seen a Thresh played or banned so far in the tournament, so that's pretty interesting. And a Hecarim, fairly standard, traditional ban, because, oh my god, the Murder Pony is powerful right now. Now, my beautiful assistant is viciously clicking away on the things to make sure that the stream is showing the right thing.
And I'm failing horribly.
I wouldn't say failing horribly. Epically is probably how I'd know. The first pick we see is the Maokai top lane, I'm going to assume, although we have to hide the summoner icons because that's the rules of the tournament.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
No worries. And, okay, into a Morgana and Sejuani with now I love Sejuani. I think she has one of the most game-changing ults in the game. That glacial prison just will reconstruct a team fight around it, and it's very, very powerful.
It is really strong, but it's a lot less it's a lot less forgiving now after some of the recent changes. It used to grant, even if you missed, a rather considerable slow.
Yeah.
With that being nerfed, the slow going down from maybe I think it was like a 90% down to a 60% if you miss.
Yeah.
It's a lot less forgiving. You need to actually hit it right on the point. But if you do, oh my god, can those highlight reels just roll in? Yeah,
they certainly can. Great times can be had with that murderous ult. Talking about safe ults, we've got Nami. Nami is probably one of the of all the skill shot based ults, probably one of the most forgiving because it is so wide. And the second I start talking about Nami, they obviously change it away to a Callista because everyone likes making me look like an idiot. We've also got the Nunu, which is pretty powerful and strong right now. Nunu Callista is an interesting combination because it allows you to build those Ren stacks really interesting, really quickly. Assuming that he's a support. If he's a jungle, there's also those abilities, but less frequently.
Yeah, the Blood Boil on the Callista can be really good, and also the zone control that a Nunu can bring with the absolute zero.
Yeah.
It allows, it gives the Callista the freedom to be able to bounce around these team fights and apply all those Ren stacks and eventually get all that damage down.
Yeah.
And then have that reset and then do it all over again. On the other side, it's looking like they want to go pretty hard in like those going completely forward comps.
This is a very similar build. Comp than we saw out of Weebu Trash in the last game with that very aggressive build for a Cho'Gath, and then that kind of oddly defensive Sivir build that allows him to disengage from even the most unpleasant team fight. I'm going to be interested to see if we see Morgana in mid again, or if we see that swapped out to top. We don't know.
I wouldn't actually be surprised to see the Morgana in mid again. I do prefer, like, in terms of support picks against the Callista, a Nautilus would be really, really strong right now. Yeah. The amount of control that a Nautilus has over Callista, she can't really do anything.
Yeah.
It just completely negates a lot of the damage that this composition is looking to do.
Yep. And we've now we've seen the Nami being picked again. Like
the Nami does end up getting picked, yeah.
Yep. Nami Callista is fun because it can give a lot of damage and then get out fairly quickly. At the same time, they don't directly synergize as well as some other choices do. But both of the champions can make plays if you let them. So now we actually see an Anivia. What are your thoughts on Anivia? Because I have no particular opinions.
Anivia can be really, really strong when it comes to late game map control or more zone control.
Mm-hmm.
The Glacial Storm as well as the wall.
Yep.
It's able to control terrain really well, and it should allow the Legion Death's team to control a lot of these big team fights and allow the Callista to get into positions to apply all these Ren stacks over the course of a team fight.
Yeah. I have to admit, I do like the Annie pick into Callista because, okay, Annie is pretty much... I'm assuming this is an Annie support. We don't know yet, but I'm going to make an educated assumption. Because that ability to just hold Callista in place for far longer than she likes you to is something that very few champions have outside of maybe a Tarek. But Annie still has damage, which a lot of the others lack, and that, I think, is... I think a beauty when you're playing against that murderous spear lady who just runs away from you all the time.
There is merits to having the Annie versus the Callista, but I do think that the Nautilus is a bit of a better option, because
I would agree, yes.
With the Annie, if you're not killing that Callista within within the time of that first stun, she is more than likely going to be able to hop around, utilize all the utility that the rest of her team has to assist her, and just lifesteal up, because a lot of the Callistas do go for either the Bloodthirster first, a Blade first, and go more towards the attack speed builds. So if you don't kill her within that first rotation of spells from an Annie, it might turn around. Whereas if you did have a Nautilus instead, there's 4 sets of CC that she's going to have to deal with in order to make it out alive.
Yeah, there are fantastic picks, and then there are a good, solid picks. I think Annie falls into the good, solid pick category. She brings a few things to other parts of the matchup that I think Nautilus doesn't quite. They're slower champions if you look at them. Anivia has one of the slowest paced move speeds in the game. Nami has a fairly decent move speed, but still, it's actually only just on par with Annie. So I think you might see her chasing people down a little bit more.
And in terms of the Annie versus Nami matchup, they're both reasonably ranged. So
yes.
You're not giving up a lot of pressure by going for this melee support.
Yeah. As I said at the very beginning, though, we have seen both of these teams before. Legion Dasu was in the first game we casted, where they played a very meta adherent, very currently strong,
very
3 smite comp with
very top of the meta.
Yes.
Well, that additional smite onto that support Nautilus was a little bit extra.
a little bit of madness,
a little bit of
top
spice,
of the meta.
just adding a little bit of spice to the meta. But yeah, it was a very top of the meta kind of pick.
Whereas we're seeing something far more traditional from them right now.
I still think it's actually quite good in the meta. Yeah. It's just different angles of it, because they're getting a lot of that durability with the Maokai. He's just the tank, one of the most everlasting tanks over the past few months.
Yeah.
Nunu is alongside Gragas is probably the part of the 2 most prominent
They're
junglers.
the kings of the jungle right now.
The junglers, Sejuani is good, but the amount of control, the earlier control that a Nunu can gain over a Sejuani, or a Gragas can gain over Sejuani, puts those 2 just a little bit above her. And also, the control, there's a lot of control around those. Oh god, I have to do these things again. But there's a lot of control of terrain with all of the Anivia play, and all of the Nami, all the Nami control. It can force the fights into positions where Legion Des will be able to sort of just draw the fights out long enough for the Callista to deal the damage that she needs to.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid point there.
Our fates are intertwined.
Click cancel at the screen.
I'm getting there, I swear.
He's got all the buttons. I'm too far away from the keyboard. I'm not lazy, honest.
So it's UNSW. Oh god, I'm so terrible at this. Why do we not have people? Why can't we pay people to do this?
Because we're poor.
There's always that.
Yes.
And this is. Okay, we're good.
On the blue side, we have UNSW Team A, which is
the Legion Des?
Yes, I believe so. We're going to go with that, and if we're wrong, we'll just deal with it.
And on the other side, we have the A team from the University of Sydney, which is
Weebu.
the Weebu
Team Weebu.
Team
Yeah,
Weebu Trash.
Weebu Tribes.
I think it was Weebu Trash.
They are Weebu Trash, but they're actually quite good, so I think that name may be slightly inherent.
Slightly facetious.
Yes.
It's just... Oh god, I'm going to have to do this again.
Now we see a kind of defensive line of scrim. There was a little bit of a fight between the Annie and I don't know who she actually burnt. I think it might have been the Anivia, but it didn't amount to anything, which is, you know, always nice in your level 1 fights when you just get to hit people with a little bit and then just walk home. It's good.
Yeah, it's just letting people know that you're actually alive. It's just making sure you know where everyone is, so you can kind of gauge where certain jungle paths may be heading, where certain laners might be heading, in case you want to look for that potential lane swap.
Yeah.
But it does seem that it's just going to be the standard.
Now,
Standard lanes.
talking about lanes for, we forgot to mention the middle matchup. It's going to be very hard for Anivia to get any kind of significant damage early against Morgana because her ability to travel relatively slow and she didn't have a shield. I think we're going to see a predominantly farm lane from them again, but she's been pretty much the tradition for this tournament so far. But at the same time, these both are going to provide quite a lot late game, so yeah.
Yeah, the Anivia doesn't need anything to happen early. She's more than fine to just survive the early game, and then once she gets maybe the Rod of Ages, Death Cap, and maybe a couple of items like that, she can start applying a lot of pressure in just wave clear and also some significant damage.
Yeah. So Callista's pushing quite hard against the opposing team. Annie is copying a lot of damage and manages to avoid that Aqua Prism really nicely, but the Rens aren't quite enough to kill her from Callista. But it does mean that all the damages are on the supports, and both of them have to play passive now.
The Ignite was used by the Annie, whereas no summoners were used on the side of Legion Best, so they should have the potential of having a slight advantage should they go for additional trades. Oh, actually, the heal was also used from the Sivir, so that was two
fairly substantial summoner heals that are already down. Also, the thing that must be remembered is Nami does have a built-in heal, which means that the damage is less permanent on her. And he gets a nice stun, applies more damage, and Aqua Prism misses. We're back to a stalemate again. Once again, we'll see a little bit of healing before the action starts again. Morgana just black shielding through all of Anivia's damage, basically pretending she's not there.
That's probably going to be a lot of what goes on in this match. A lot of, well, you don't really do much to me, I don't really do much to you, unless like one of us makes a little bit of a...
We have a Nunu going really aggressive into the jungle right now. Staking out the path. I think she's trying to get behind the Cho'Gath, and I completely missed a kill there. God damn it.
It was on the screen and everything. I tried to make it easy for you, but okay. But yeah, the first blood does go to the Sejuani. That's not a bad idea, getting that durable front line ahead early.
Now we've got the Nunu coming in behind the Cho'Gath. He lands a snowball, but the Twisted Advance goes down, and really nice Rupture used defensively. There are two flashes burn, one on both sides, but the Cho'Gath is going to get away.
That is pretty... That's good for the Cho'Gath, managing to survive that, only just. And getting the flash out of the Nunu is going to be pretty good. It stops those flash snowballs.
Yeah. Snowball from nowhere.
Yeah, it did actually manage to get a really good position for that gank, but...
Okay, we've got a Nami coming in for a Aqua Prism. Really nice wall, forcing the flash out of Morgana. Really nice plays there. The Black Shield negates a lot of damage incoming, but the wall still gets the flash.
Yeah, she knew that if she didn't flash, because she didn't have the Black Shield at the time, she was in a perfect position to just get picked off by that Aqua Prism.
A little bit of an exchange of views in bot lane between the two supports. Not a great deal happened. They both know they don't like each other. Annie is getting the better of this trade, and if she's not careful, Nami is going to suffer some pretty terrible things. The stun goes down, and the Frisbee hits, but she gets out of time with a flash.
The turnaround is
Yeah.
pretty damn strong.
The Callista is able to pursue. Maybe a misclick there because she doesn't get the third rend stack off. She's pursuing, gets a kill, and yeah, 1 for 1. That's perfect. That's what Callista wanted.
That's absolutely fine because she's the one who's living in the end. It was overall it was a 2 for 1.
Yep.
But with the Callista being the last one at the end, it allows her to make more of a to get more gold, more experience, and they're also just going to be going straight for that dragon. And because they've got the position, they've got a lot of ways to secure it with a Nunu, and also that.
You literally can't outsmite a Callista as well, which is a problem. You actually have 2 of the most dragon securing champions on your side.
The only way I do think that Weeru Trash could steal away a dragon or a baron would be with a surprise Cho'Gath ult, which they don't see coming.
Yeah.
That's probably the only thing. Like the one ability that does more than it consume.
Yeah.
But the Callista
It's theoretically infinite, but yeah.
And with the Nunu Blood Boil,
Okay, we have a fight going on down in the jungle. Sorry, we have an advance going down the jungle is a much better word. For the Morgana is getting feisty, but well pinged by Weebu, by Desu, so nobody gets to have a fun time with that one. I do like this top lane thing. Every time Morokai throws a present at Cho'Gath, he tells him to shut up. It's like Christmas. It's like a real present.
just like every Christmas.
So anyway, less depressing things about our actual lives.
It's just going to be a lot of just slapping around in the top lane. They both just want to farm up and get really durable. Or in the case of Cho'Gath, as we found out in the last game that they played,
Quite offensively built,
a lot of damage.
Okay, Sejuani is playing around with mid lane, but there's no real gank path eventually. Nunu is sneaking up to top. Whether or not he can get a nice play on Cho'Gath, no, he decides that Scuttle Crab is an awesome adventure and wants in on that. I can't blame him, Scuttle Crab's awesome.
Pretty much.
So we've got Annie hiding in the bush. She does land her son, but it doesn't do a great deal of damage, and Callista gets more damage in exchange.
Callista actually has a level 6. That little amount of time that she was able to spend in the bot lane by herself from that 2 for 1 exchange allowed her to get that level advantage. So the bot lane from Weebu Trash does have to play a little bit tentative, because if they try and go all in on Nami, she can just get drawn back with the Fate's Call, and it just would not eventuate to anything.
Sejuani's been looking for ganks both bot and top, but missing them because the vision has been there. She has now cleared it, so we may see things eventuating. We're going to see an Arctic Assault over the wall into the Nunu. She doesn't know it's there. Yep. Okay, Nunu and Sejuani run into each other by accident. Sejuani is slow to react and cops a lot of damage because of it, and Annie has to come up and cover her. Yeah. That red buff applied a lot of burn, and Callista was just able to farm, irrelevant of what was happening.
Looks like the tier start from Olivia is just going to be pretty much how that lane's how they see that lane wanting
they
to go.
accepted it wasn't going to be a damage lane, and they built accordingly.
They're just wanting to scale, although the Morgana realizes that she does, if she wants to get a lot of her damage down, like a lot of her burst combo down, she does need to get in Anivia's face, which does leave her open to a lot of that damage. So probably rushing towards that Abyssal Scepter, and then more than likely going for the Zonies, which is very common.
Yeah, not a lot of action happening in top lane either.
Standard slap fest.
Yeah, pretty much.
Most of the action is happening in this bot lane, as there are the Nami does have potential to allow an aggressive an AD carry, while the Annie is just aggressive in and of herself.
Well, we've yet to have... Okay, we've got a really aggressive move with the Martial Poise. She decides to back out. She's not quite sure where Sivir is. It's probably a good call.
Probably just respecting the level 6 power spike that an Annie can have. But the Annie Sivir level 6, it's just all in your face.
As long as it drops on Nami though, she can fake call. Callista can fake call her out of it. So
yeah.
Okay, we've got a Sejuani trying to gank bot lane again. I don't think she's aware that she got saw by the ghost. So
those sentinels are so annoying.
They're hideous. They're not fun people.
It is so obnoxious. It's just, why don't we give an AD carry with the free, like a wandering ward?
I can't answer that. I'm not Riot.
Why not?
Reasons. Just reasons.
Ooh.
Okay, this is the
Tender
first time
damage.
Anivia is starting to be able to apply good damage. Is Nami going to get caught out here? She doesn't know they're there. We get a full Annie set combo of abilities. She's held on to the ulti though. Aqua Prism does land, and now Anivia is turned in. I don't know if that was a deliberately defensive wall, but that's how it worked out.
Yeah, I think she was, the Anivia was trying to lock the Anivia in the Glacial Storm, but was not able to get close enough to actually get on the right side of the wall.
Okay.
Good effort regardless, and they do try and...
Annie's
Ooh.
trying to get closed in, will get a good wall on it. Lands a fair few abilities, including a snowball, but nothing eventuates, sadly. They've left both the AD carries down bot lane. I think Kalista knows that she can farm well, and Sivir can still farm relatively safely, so I think this is a sensible choice from both parties. They're going to hunt them down, though. Rend, however, doesn't apply enough slow to get the kill off. Nami is chasing down the tidal wave, knocks her up. Does she land a Glacial Prism as well? No. Sivir burns the ulti and gets away.
Yeah, it's... I'm actually quite interested to see how the Sivir has actually tried to mimic the Callista's build, because usually if you go for that Infinity Edge over the Bloodthirster, which is what a Callista usually goes for, you do have a lot of damage, but you give up a lot of sustain in those extended skirmishes.
Yeah.
These extended skirmishes are what this lane is about.
Yeah.
So you need to, if you're not going to go for that, if you're not able to get that really early Infinity Edge,
Yeah.
you are more than likely going to come out on the worst of these trades, like in the long run, because the Callista has a lot more of that sustain in lane.
Fair enough.
You usually would see an Infinity Edge, but there are some certain circumstances where you would see a Bloodthirster first. These probably being one of the few.
I think we're going to see a big ulti. Lands on the tree, not very effective, sadly. Nunu lands a really nice Sub-Zero, zones the entire team, and allows them to disengage. Kalista is applying a lot of stack. A Soul Shackle comes down, it only grabs the Anivia, the Orianna to full extent. And Callista's just being able to sit in the back and throw spears at everybody and apply rend.
The egg is still available.
Yes, it is. We see Cho'Gath's health melting. But at the same time...
We'll be able to turn this around.
Yeah. An Aqua Prism lands, beautiful. Full combo from Anivia, a dead Cho'Gath.
That was actually a pretty good turnaround. I mean, it wasn't the best of initiations from the Annie, only getting that the big initiation combo onto the Maokai, which is the least wanted to target.
Okay, Kalista is getting in the face of both Annie and Shyvana at the same time. The Rens don't go down in time and she just dies. The Anivia is trying to avenge her death. The tidal wave lands and Arctic... Yeah. Anivia does what Kalista cannot.
Absolutely. What was actually pretty damn incredible with that little skirmish is that the Sivir managed to spell shield the Rend.
I did not notice that. I was wondering why it didn't go off. I thought she died
did
too
actually
quickly.
use the Rend. There was damage applied to the Annie, but with a lot of the stacks onto the Sivir, she was trying to go straight for the Sivir, but did not. Like if that spell shield was not used,
Yep.
that probably could have been a double kill for the Callista.
We have a risky dragon going down here. Sejuani is in the thing, and her Arctic Assault can cover a lot of ground if she wants to. It's whether she's willing to fight. No, she decides it's not worth it, and she backs off.
They teleport back into the top lane to actually save that top tower, so they're not really giving all that much up for it in the end.
They lost pretty much nothing for that entire exchange
Yeah.
once they decided to take the dragon, and that's solid play right
The
there.
only thing they're really giving up is probably a little bit of vision and the potential. Well, actually, not even the potential for a TP play, because Cho'Gath did use his TP prior to get to that front four.
Sorry, Russell. Once again, the slap face resumes. Everybody comes equipped with their noodles, and all they do is... Okay, I lied. Cho'Gath has actually started doing a lot of damage now.
Yeah, going for that Rod of Ages, you do a surprising amount of damage, and the Feral Scream, maxing that first, does an incredible amount of damage for like how pretty much instantaneous that spell is. and also for the reasonably low cooldown,
Yeah.
you can do a lot of damage over time just by continuously just layering that across your opponent in lane.
Yeah.
It gets really hard to deal with after a while.
Positioning by Cho'Gath is really good. The Frozen Prison just missed, but the slow is enough to do some damage. Cho'Gath keeps applying damage. Sejuani is there to finish off the kill. I'm assuming Permafrost will finish it. No! Obviously didn't get a big enough slow to stack on that.
Yeah, they just weren't able to land the CC in the right order, or
Yeah.
they weren't able to stack it in a manner that allowed them to apply the damage needed to actually finish them off.
Yeah, when you apply multiple slows, the returns are diminishing. So the effect was maybe they could have handled their cooldowns a little better and secured the kill, but oh well.
Yeah, the feast didn't really do as much as what the Cho'Gath probably would have been able to do to, say, another squishier target from the last game, but oh well, they managed to live from that dive, so it's not the worst result.
No, and it probably puts fear of absolutely everything into the Morokai.
Onto this bottom lane, the Bloodthirster is finished from this Callista, whereas also an additional couple of daggers, whereas only the makings of the Bloodthirsters have been done for this Sivir. So in terms of dueling potential, even though the Sivir has potentially better chase potential with the level 2 boots, the amount of health that the Callista will be getting back, and also the overshield from the amount of lifesteal that you get, probably going to turn those fights rather heavily into the favour of the Callista.
Fair enough. We have a Nunu hanging around bot lane, and the Callista and Nami are attempting to be cunning and make it look like there's less people down there than there really are. Nothing comes of it, sadly.
She's using the river, she belongs there.
Okay, we've got some pretty big stuns, pretty big stacks of friends. Sorry, that was the complete wrong word. But it doesn't eventuate because Annie walks up and is very scary with her Teddy.
You kind of have to respect the damage and the stun from an Annie level, from the Annie tippers, but if there's not much backup, they probably can kind of get away with just letting one person cop it while the rest of the team just goes past it and tries to take out the rest.
Yep. A nice rupture there, a few attacks applying. I've actually forgotten the attack damage increasing element of the Cho'Gath thing. A really nice rupture again, lands the feral scream.
The Vorpal Spikes?
Yeah, that's it, Vorpal Spikes, thank you.
I played Cho'Gath a lot and I love him, he's so much fun. Gentleman Cho'Gath was one of the first skins I ever got, because when I first saw it, I had to get this skin.
Yeah.
It is one of the brilliant skins, and I love that he's using it. I wouldn't mind if we got a little bit of it.
We lol nerds, we're never happy.
Blue team's turn.
Did it get a text drop next recently? I can't remember. It's been a while since Cho was one of the more relevant in the meta. So.
Really nice wall, applies some damage. Not enough to kill because the Black Shield bypasses a lot, but still, it's making them fear.
Yeah, and also
they want to collapse on this Annie. The Blood Ball Nunu is fast. Glacial Prism, very nice ability. The Sub-Zero gets disrupted because of the stun, but the Callista manages to throw it over the wall, and the Nunu picks up the kill.
Yeah, the Annie tried to flash over that wall, but failed it.
Yeah.
And then with also the Callista throwing over abilities from over the wall, it was just more than enough to secure the kill onto the Annie.
Yeah, a lot of people underestimate just how far that Q throw can actually go and hit, and it did.
Yeah, that happens. They're trying to get a little bit of vision around this dragon area, as it does come up in about 40 seconds. The Cho'Gath...
that was a very...
well, the wall does actually give vision in...
Well, it assured that nobody could come and contest the fight for
Absolutely.
that pink, which is important.
Yeah, and now is the time to pretty much get that vision, because the majority of the team of Weaver Trash did go and go back for those buys. It did give Legion Deaths the chance to sort of establish some vision control, but they just seem to be giving it up.
A big black shield just allowed Cho'Gath to walk through. that Anivia spell completely. We've got a couple really aggressive movements from Sejuani and the Cho'Gath, but they don't seem to want to fight. When the wall collapses though, a lovely Aqua Prism hits up two. Eruption misses both, sadly.
Why does Glory getting popped?
Yeah.
But it's just for posturing more. Because a lot of that damage, all of that's done is given position to take that dragon for free, pretty much.
Okay, we have a flash. Are we going to get this secure? And it goes to... Yeah, Sejuani steals it. Very well done.
Okay, it wasn't as free as I would have thought.
Yeah. But there's a lot of hurt people on that team, and there's a Callista that's applying some pretty brutal against that.
Yeah, there's only
it's
so
not enough
much
to kill it though, but we have a pretty much full Anivia and Malachi that can come and clean up this fight with impunity. I think Sivir will get away, and maybe get the kill.
Oh, that's probably...
I was expecting...
It was close.
Yeah, I was expecting them to pick up at least one of those two kills, like either the Morgana or the Sivir. I wasn't expecting them to split and allow both to get away.
Yeah, with the Malkai not having built any armor yet,
yeah,
the Sivir is able to do a lot of damage, and she actually did go for the Infinity Edge first, just getting that Vamp Scepter just for the laning phase.
Yes.
Whereas on the other side, the Callista already does have the Bloodthirster Hurricane, which is pretty much synonymous with Callista builds.
There is no champion that builds Hurricane bar Callista. Not quite true, but that's what you're starting to think.
In the current meta, that's usually what happens. The Callista is one of the only champions that builds that Hurricane, and pretty much what they... Just the building of additional lifesteal, just to get so much sustain from all of those Hurricane procs.
A really nice defensive binding stops Nunu from doing anything on the Morgana. To the Morgana.
The Anivia has picked up those two big items, the Rod of Ages and the Archangel Staff. Her jump in power has been pretty significant, but it's not until she'll probably get the next item, either a Death Cap or a Void Staff, just to either just get more damage or if she goes for a Void Staff to get through a bunch of the magic resist that is being bought up on the side of Weeby Trash. That will sort of determine how aggressive they are.
Nice wall spell rotation hits Morgana again. Not enough to do any significant damage, but it's that maintaining presence and dominance in the mid lane. Very much what Cho'Gath is trying to do in top lane with the Malachi.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like the amount of damage that the Morgana took, that's why the Anivia kind of needs that Void Staff. She needs to cut through a lot of that magic resist, and also because if she's able to cut through do a lot more damage to just negate that black shield, she's able to let her team apply crowd control to champions that weren't able to be crowd controlled because of that black shield. So the more damage she does, that is one of the problems. There's some trade-offs that you make when you pick a Morgana versus an AD comp versus an AP comp. Versus an AD comp, you don't really get any damage mitigation, but you're pretty much definitely going to be getting that CC immunity because they don't have enough magic damage to destroy the shield. Whereas versus an a heavily AP team, you're not going to be getting as much worth out of the CC immunity because the shield is going to break more, but you do get the extra damage mitigation.
And that was a very long time when very little happened. You managed to get that entire explanation out without me having to cut you off. I'm kind of impressed.
I'm actually glad that that nothing had this is the nice peaceful times.
I have a point, and I'm going to make the entirety of it.
Peaceful farming times. I love them. It's like season 2 all over again. I want that back.
The motion of the game at the moment is both teams are waiting for the other to make a slip up. We've only got 1,000 or so gold in it. Both teams, I think, are very much aware of that, and yeah, they're waiting for that positional error where they can collapse on them and do some real damage.
Not only is it trying to wait for those positional errors, it's also those really significant item spikes. Getting the additional magic pen onto the Anivia, getting those additional items onto a Callista. Like, the Callista late game can be really strong. There's a little bit of brawling in the top lane, but it's not.
It's taking half an hour for anything to happen. When they get to level below 1,000,
There's still a feast.
There is a feast, but if there is a rupture that gets missed too, and although the Malachi is pretty much out of mana, the Cho'Gath is on full, so it's forced to retreat.
Yeah, and the Cho'Gath is able to sustain. He's one of the most annoying things to verse in lane if you are not able to kill him in a single go. Because if you are not able to kill him in a single go or harass him off farm, he's able to sustain so well. It's so fun.
yeah, fun for you as you are a Cho'Gath player.
Yeah. Again with the nice trades. Oh,
even
really
better
strong
this
damage.
time. Okay, Nunu blood boils in and gets scared away by the Annie. Unfortunate, but once again, the Anivia has proven that she can do the damage if you get caught out.
The damage is existent. It's
real.
It just needs everything to fall into place a little bit.
The Yeti is very scared. Okay, we've got a Callista being aggressive, but she's had to back off because the Cho'Gath's here. This is pretty much what's happening. You get a couple good landing of damages on someone and then being forced to retreat.
Yeah, and actually the Anivia going for the more defensive third item, going for the Spectre's Cowl, it's interesting because Anivia doesn't necessarily need to the more
a nice wall lands some damage on Annie. Annie forces her up out of the fight, which means Callista can go on Cho. And that was some
nice damage trade, which does allow
Sejuani pops on a lot of damage to face, misses the Arctic Assault, and dies in the middle of the enemy team. Cho tries to scream, gets hit by a tidal wave. Callista follows it down, gets out of place with the crows, but manages to survive. Really nice ulti there from Malachi that kept that Callista alive in the fight.
Yeah, and it looks like they're trying to turn onto this Baron. They have a lot of ways to secure it. They have a lot of Baron damage.
And the only person who's taken damage is Callista, really, who has massive lifesteal. It's going to be like she didn't take any damage by the end of the fight. Nunu is taking a lot of damage from the Baron, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it looks like it should go down to...
Well, they have the Nunu,
they have a Nunu
and the Rend.
Rend stacks. There you go.
Yeah, that was
much
2,000 Rend?
Yeah, something like that. And that's all born from that rather reckless attempted initiation.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. If she'd have hit one, maybe two people, the fight would have gone very different.
Yeah, it was a bit of the... She kind of hit the field goal and spread between everyone who missed everything.
Only, yeah, kicking the field goal is a good thing in a lot of sports.
Yeah.
Okay, Anivia manages to separate off Annie, does a lot of damage, cops a stun, but is going to be able to kill her with the return spell, I would think. Yes.
But she does have to actually overextend.
And is forced to retreat, but Sejuani takes so much Rend stacks when it happens. This Callista's gone stupid power now. Just applying Rend to the entire team and killing them easily.
Yeah,
and, yeah.
That's just almost a clean ace. It's a 5-for-1. The Nunu going down just to the feet from the Cho'Gath. But the Nivea getting the nice walls to break up the team and just start these fights in very segmented fashion.
And having the confidence to know that she can delete Annie even if she dies because there's enough damage to the rest of the team to pick it up.
I'm assuming that the Nivea still does have her passive, so she can play a little bit more aggressive.
Reckless? They're going to go and finish off this dragon that they've been thinking about getting for ages.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of stalling around it, although they did kind of get a fight given to them, which allowed them to take that Baron, and now they sort of found an opportunity to sort of step back from the enemy base and go for that.
If I was Lincoln Desu right now, I'd just hang around the Dragon Pit all the time. It spells gold for them.
Well, they used to spell gold before they took the gold away from them.
Oh, ha, Mr. Technical.
Well, it's true. They used to have gold on the dragon, and that's when it was gold.
That was so funny, it gave me a coughing fit.
Sorry, not sorry. But yeah, Anivia also, like, there's been little to no attempt to try and take away any any of the buffs from Legion Death, because an Anivia with the blue buff or Anivia without the blue buff isn't nearly as much of a threat because she drains through mana incredibly fast.
Yeah, she's... A non-conservative Anivia is a very impotent Anivia. Now, without these stacks on Cho'Gath, the Malachi is actually making the damage real now. especially being able to keep up this ulti so long. Eventually releases it, big kill.
Absolutely. Wasn't really expecting a Maokai to be able to take out a damage.
Yeah, the Sejuani manages to lock down the Anivia and pops the egg, but the entire team is there now, so they may be able to get a revenge on it. Ouch! That was incredible.
There's a return damage. The instant RA to just get that instant shot of
Nunu's
damage.
bloodballing away from Sejuani, and Nami's forced to flash in front of it to intercept the Arctic Assault. Does a good job of doing it. I think this Nami is going to go down, but she's done a wonderful job. No, the Nunu goes and consumes the blue buff, not to kill it, but to gain the health. Comes back with Snowball, blood boils. That is the first bait call I've seen. Grabs her out, she does miss, but it's the writing's on the wall for the Sejuani.
That was just a bit of a comedy of errors. It was just
there
dragging.
was some lovely plays by Nami though,
there was some good dodging,
decision making from Nunu, going and doing that to consume to
yeah, getting that little bit of mana health from the blue buff to be able to come back.
Okay, Callista's now confident of her ability to 2v1. Actually 3v1 the team. She's wrong, but she still gets one kill out of it.
Well, she did have the QSS, so she probably felt rather confident in the fact that she could go into those fights and just ignore the CC and just go straight for the face. And just, she did get, to be fair, she did get the damage, enough damage to get one of them down, but there was just too many people, and she.
Yeah, had there only been two, it might have been a different matter. Now, Nunu, pretty much, he owns the red jungle at this point, and he knows it, giving the blue buff to Anivia, because he's just a gentleman. And Nami getting very aggressive, forcing Sejuani away from the thing. A lovely wall, however, there isn't quite the damage to finish it off. Arctic Assault to return, Nunu body blocking, just getting some damage in while he can. Blood boiling to make sure he stays in contact with the enemy. He's staying maybe a bit too long. Tidal Wave locked them into the absolute zero. Molokai twisted advance with the ulti protecting everybody, and the health on the reboot track is just in. Soul Chakra grabs 3, but not enough damage to kill anyone. Malakai's just in everyone's face. Lovely! Aqua Prism.
But then this gets instantly eaten.
Yeah.
Not too much of a problem because the rest of the damage is still.
Anivia eventually cleans up Annie and charges past her. It doesn't give a crap. But is now slightly called out.
Oh, and here comes the
Callista's
Callista.
here to protect her. Callista is literally Cho's worst nightmare at this point. She's got to be careful of tower. She wasn't, but she does get the kill.
It is an ace, but they did give up a lot of their tower pushing ability.
And
because
Anivia very nearly died then as well.
these two aren't the best at pushing a tower. I mean, the Blood Boil is nice, but it's an Anivia. She's not the strongest when it comes to tower pushing. So they're probably just going to have to go back after that, taking the tower without taking the inhibitor.
Sejuani has got blood in her mouth and is trying to chase him down. Does she have her ult up? No, she doesn't. She's not going to be able to do anything with it. But I just love that vengeful aggression. That's a good fun time.
Yeah. Well, in terms of the items, the item differential. In terms of 80 carries, there's 3 items onto the server: the Infinity Edge, the Phantom Dancer, and the Last Whisper, which are 3 really strong items which you want on pretty much any 80 carry. It's like the biggest 3 item power spike. But this Callista already has 4 items, and it's far and above doing more damage and is able to almost solo the entire team. So it's just going to be a little bit of a struggle for them to they have to lock down this Callista.
Okay, the Sejuani's been caught out and she knows it in between 3 members of the team. A super fast Morgana crash can fix the problem. A Tidal Wave hits one person? Okay, and Molokai gets in the middle, ult up, keeping him alive. Aqua Prism hits 2. Is he going to let go of the ult? Yes, he does. Kills off people. Nice Soul Shackle, but she might die before it gets off. No, the Zhonya's keeps her alive. And we've got the Callista just running in and finishing things off.
Yeah, she's got enough of the lifesteal. She did go really low from a combination of spells from the Togat, but with the Bloodthirst, the Slay the Wrong King, she was able to just sustain back up, and she's able to just dance around these fights and do so much damage. And it looks like they're just going to try and walk this one in. And actually that's the surrender.
The surrender, yeah.
It was looking to go in that direction. Legion Des did have a strong advantage. That Anivia was, as I was saying before, it was controlling terrain and getting these really disjointed fights where they weren't, where Weeaboo Trash wasn't able to get the combination of like the team synergy of spells to work together because this wall was just in the way and they just could not get past it.
Yeah, there was some really nice technical plays from a couple members of that team. I think the one that got underrated, and is the problem with Molokai, they're not flashy, they don't do impressive things, but his placement with a lot of those ults kept Callista alive a lot longer than she had any right to be, and I think that kind of sacrificial play was very beneficial.
His presence was very instrumental in allowing Callista and Anivia to just have a lot of freedom in those fights.
Yeah, I think if I was to pick an MVP, it would be him for this particular match. Like, obviously Callista's where the damage came from, and Anivia played like a very nice
14, 1, and 11. That's a pretty good scoreline.
Yes, it's a damn great scoreline. But she's got an egg. It's probably like 14-6 if we're going to be honest. But anyway, we will be back with a game shortly.
It would probably be one of the losers semis or closer to the finals. So
once again, I claim to know nothing, and I will wait until I've been told. But I think you might be right this time.
We are getting towards the pointy end of the tournament, and this team, Legion Des, are looking to be one of the strongest ones coming through today.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I really liked
Legion Des.
No, Legion Des. I thought they were really strong, but I also really liked the way Weeaboo Trash played. Like we've had some really nice matches out of a bunch of teams today, and I think that's really cool.
Yeah. So we'll be back shortly.
We will.
So stick around.
Hello, and we are in for the semi-final of our losers bracket. This is basically in a double elimination tournament. You have to lose a game. You have to lose 2 games to be fully knocked out of the tournament, and these are the people who have only lost 1 so far. So we have the University of Wollongong, Building 11. I believe they're actually a building playing LoL, not the present people in the building, versus the Poros, again, of the University of New South Wales. So, we've seen the Poros before, but Building 11 is entirely new to us, so this is going to be exciting.
Oh, sorry,
you've forgotten how to do this again, haven't you?
Yes, I did.
You unclick the ones that we already have.
I screwed that up, didn't I?
It's okay. It's not like me and John spent 3 hours on it last night. It's all good. All good. Just click on the buttons and make it go away.
Yeah.
Now, okay, we've seen a Callista ban, which, considering the Callista we saw in the last game, I'm entirely pro. Gragas, Shyvana, because I can't say Shyvana's name today, have also been banned. Malphite, which hasn't seen a lot of play so far in this tournament, and Morgana, which has seen a surprising amount. Now, we have this Sivir back again, because apparently Sivir is, like, super popular in this tournament for unknown reasons.
Well, Sivir does have brings a lot of utility to a team. If not, she does have a decent amount of damage, but she's more there for a lot of the utility that she brings to it. Like, she just runs at a team.
Okay, yeah, I broke everything. I'm sorry.
Just stop it. It's fine. But yeah, never mind. It's all good. The Sivir pick. Really good at running at a team, really good at running away from a team, really can do some reasonable damage, but does get outscaled by a lot of those later game damage carries, like we saw in the last game with the Callista, and as you would probably see with some of the other more heavily scaling carries like a Kog'Maw or a Tristana or a Jinx.
Okay, we've actually seen a Braum. Braum support. We're going to make an assumption that there's a Braum support. I've heard of the legends of Braum top lane. I've never to witness the Heart of the Frog go top lane, but maybe it's possible.
And it's the first time we've actually seen that today. We've seen a lot of some of the Nautilus, we saw some Annie last game. We've seen just a lot of the more standard support picks. Braum tended to fall out of favour a couple of months ago due to some nerfs towards his damage and also his sustainability, but he can still be useful. He does have a lot of control in his kit.
Yeah, certainly does. Talking about control in kit, as the beautiful segue, we have a Thresh just hovering out there. Thresh has that little bit of everything, and a Sejuani. So, yeah.
That's a little bit of control in and of themselves. Thresh, pretty much the complete support, has pretty much everything that a support will ever need.
Yep.
A pick, a slow,
you could make Thresh's abilities do 0 and he'd still be picked because, oh my goodness, he's got everything.
The utility of Thresh's kit is just so sought after. Very few champions have such complete utility.
Wait, is your favourite champion about to be played?
I hope so.
Is it really?
Well, considering some of the more prominent jungle picks have been taken away, I'm assuming the Malphite is something of a jungle nature. Otherwise, it would either be a rather aggressive Malphite. The Gragas taken away, the Shyvana taken away, and the Jarvan maybe. Oh, it looks like we are going to get the Zac, and it also looks like we're going to be getting the Jarvan.
I'm confused now, but I'm a bear of very small brain. I would like to see which way this is going to pan out. I would be inclined to say Jarvan top. But
either can go in either position. Zac used to be a rather prominent top laner because of his sustain in lane. He doesn't have a resource that he needs to sort of
to cultivate, as it were.
Yeah, he's a self-sustaining laner.
Now, an Aurelia into a Zac would be an unfortunate time for a Zac.
Absolutely.
That could be a direct counter pick. We're not sure. We're going to have to wait and find out.
But Aurelia does have a lot of aggression.
Interesting.
That would be rather interesting.
No, we're having to assume that it's an Annie mid, because Thresh mid doesn't make a great deal of sense, and Sejuani mid, your brains would have had to have leaked out of your ears. But
I'm also wondering where's the AD carry coming from for the University of Wollongong representative?
That
Is
Jarvan.
this going to be the Jarvan Braum bot lane? Is this
It
going to
could be, yeah.
Everyone goes in and we all just go slam?
Yeah, slows for days, man. Slows for days.
Just go in, slam, and have fun? Because
I feel so.
I'm
a little disappointed.
We're a little bit disappointed. It was going to have fun with the Braum Jarvan lane, but oh well, that happens. Jinx is also a rather, as I was saying earlier, Jinx does scale rather well, more so than a Sivir.
Yes.
But the mobility that a Sivir can bring can catch out a Jinx because she is rather mobile.
If a Jinx gets excited, okay, look, everything's just thrown into the whirlwind, and we're gonna go with
a Lucian.
Yes.
Lucian still can deal a lot of damage. Has a lot of can be quite mobile with the amount of uptime his Relentless Pursuit can have because of the way his Light Slinger reduces the cooldown of that. So he can be rather elusive and can also deal a decent amount of damage. But we saw last night there was a game with it in the CJ Enters vs SKT series where Bang on Lucian just went absolutely mental. He was the sole reason that they won that game on that Lucian.
Yep.
It was incredible.
It was scary. Could you say the pun's well and truly passed? But I was going to make a pun about Lucian and being. It doesn't matter. I've actually forgotten the pun. Leave me alone.
When you forget the pun, that's just so much worse.
It's so very punishing when it happens to you.
Oh my god! Why do we even try?
I don't know. No, but I was just going to talk actually for a moment about the actual tournament itself. We're at the New South Wales Qualifier round of the Oceanic Collegiate tournament, and obviously if they qualify in the New South Wales round, they go to a state round where three
representatives
from New South Wales and from Queensland, I believe also from Melbourne,
Victoria,
not Melbourne, Victoria. Yeah,
and from other regions throughout Australia and also New Zealand have representatives towards the next spot.
Yeah,
and actually the top three from this tournament that's been going on today will be able to will be representing the state at that event.
So go Blues.
That's
right. It is. I'm English, so I can never remember which one's right with the Maroons or the Blues.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. It's a bit early for that, but sure. But yes, and also the seeding is actually quite important because the way in which the seeding for a lot of the teams for the next round of the collegiate circuit is going to be done in a format very much similar to how the world championship was done, where the first seed from the top sort of regions, they will be put all in their own individual groups. Yep. The second and third, or the second seeds from the different regions, will be put in the they will just populate the majority of. There'll be two per group, and the lowest seed coming out of each of the regions will be also populating one group each. So the seeding in which you qualify in these tournaments is actually quite important, and these teams I think this is the part of the tournament where the winner of this team, or the winner of this match, will be the third representative of this game. Yeah, the winner of this game will be the third representative of New South Wales for that next.
Fair enough.
Let me just quickly check.
I think we've won.
Yes, it will be. The winner of this will verse the Weebu Trash.
We'll go on to fight Weebu Trash, and the winner of that game will go on to fight
Legion Des, and that will be for first place. So this match does actually determine quite a lot. Yeah. Because the winner of this actually takes that last spot to represent New South Wales at the next stage of the collegiate circuit. So
yeah,
this is
big plays to be made.
Yeah, and bring out the Zac.
You would say that.
Yeah, although if it is going to be the top lane Zac against an Aurelia, it's probably going to be a bit of a sad time.
No, it's going to be a wonderful time because Zac is going to emphatically know his place.
Yeah, he will. It's going to be sad. I'm going to be sad. I won't bother with those two names because I'll just do the overlay when we get into the game because I'm just done.
If you can't hear, I'm looking very disapproving.
I'll just take those away. On the blue side, it is... Oh god, who was it?
This is why we have the overlays.
It was the UNSW Poros, and on the red side is the University of Wollongong Representative Building 11. So
I'm legitimately intrigued what Building 11 is.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have to find out. Do they hit them with the building, or do they just occupy the building and they operate from it?
Maybe they annexed the building.
Why aren't they playing Nah with the throwing a building at people?
I don't know. This is a very good question.
So what is it? UNSW. What am I doing? Oh, I'm trapped. I'm trapped. It's all good. UNSWB. Don't worry, I got this. I'm a professional now. No, not really.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
And there we go.
Excellent.
Okay, it's...
Now we have a 5-man scouting party going all the way up to the top. We might see a red steel. I wouldn't call this an invade as such, because there's no real combativeness to it, but...
They seem to just be wanting to be a little bit sneaky about getting some position in the enemy jungle. They have sort of circumvented some of the warding put down by the University of Wollongong.
Although it looks like Civ is accidentally going to walk into it.
Well, the whole team is pretty much going to walk into it.
Oh, that was a wonderful little cross-country adventure they went on. I'm not exactly sure what they wanted to achieve. Probably to protect that one deep ward that they definitely wanted to have placed. I can understand that.
They did get some 3 decent deep wards, which pretty much illuminate wherever Zac is going to be, and it does give them information that the UOW jungler is going to be starting on that on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, definitely.
And it also allows the UNSW team to choose which side of the jungle they want to start from, and then try and mirror the opposing jungler.
I can't argue with that. That's good sound logic. A pretty traditional start, a pretty strong leash there for Sejuani in the bottom lane with the Crunks, and Aurelia is playing a little possum passive, making sure that she doesn't open herself up to any more damage than she has to. Thresh getting in those Relic Shield procs for as much money as he physically can.
Yeah,
he's doing a nice job of hitting minions as well. So
getting that early level 2 is pretty important when you got a Thresh lane.
Yeah.
Well, and also like the Thresh versus the Braum. If the Braum manages to get the level 2 first, he can play a lot more aggressive. And just trying to deny that just allows the Thresh Sivir to be just a little bit more safe in this lane.
Yeah, nice use of the ricochet there and getting a lot of hits. This Annie's got a pretty nice spell rotation. Nice play, Death Sentence there. The Braum does get the stun off. Sivir gets a good return thing, and unfortunately Lucian is forced to retreat, so doesn't get to capitalize on that stun from the Braum passive.
I'm just noticing this Jarvan does get a little bit low. I mean, Sejuani does get low in the jungle.
Since the nerfs to Jarvan,
and that's one of the reasons why. I mean, Sejuani does get a little bit low in the jungle, but she is able to be healthy enough to at least make some plays, whereas Jarvan just then, it was very...
tenuous. Let's use the word tenuous.
Yeah. It's no surprise that we haven't really seen as much Jarvan as we used to.
Yeah, the Flag and Drag is still awesome, but if you're not healthy enough to pull it off, then there's very little you can do. He is coming down bot lane with seemingly intent. Lucian does get flayed, but is able to get away with his dash. But Thresh is low. Braum is still relatively healthy, but Lucian, Jarvan's trying to go elsewhere. He does to the face. As I say, this Sejuani has been mastering those ricochets really nicely and getting most of them to hit.
But in Sivir?
Sivir, yeah.
You've been confusing Sivir, Sejuani,
and let's say the Dragon Lady all day.
Yeah.
I know the difference between the three, honest.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the top lane, the farm does seem to be going a little bit in Aurelia's favor. Oh,
really nice Oceanic assault, but a flash out from directly underneath it. The stun wore off just in time for her to get out.
That was pretty precise timing from the Orianna. If the Sichuan was a little bit quicker on the trigger, it probably wouldn't have netted a kill, but it probably would have forced
a return as well as the flash. Yes.
It probably would have caused the Orianna to have to go back to base, but because they weren't able to lock down a lot of that damage, she's able to stay in lane, farm, and still sort of...
Okay, this Jarvan is coming mid lane. Looks like the Annie has seen him because he's pinging it. Pinging him. Sorry. Siva's playing a little bit passively because Thresh isn't in lane. He seems to be angling to get a death sentence, but he's trying to avoid getting the Brom if he can.
Yeah, Brom isn't necessarily the one you want to be hitting with a lot of those abilities. It's kind of like when you playing versus which one can you pick in Alistar or Leona. It's just like you don't want to hook that one. You don't want them part of your team.
Yeah.
You grabbing them kind of just helps them get a free initiate. So the Thresh is probably going to be wanting to be a little bit more selective about the times when he throws out a lot of those control abilities.
Yeah. But once again, the Brom is doing a really nice job of getting in the face and giving no real option. Now, Thresh, Lantern, and a threat play. There's some really nice damage. Death Sentence on Lucian, Exhaust on Siva. He gets away. There's now a lot of damage on Thresh. Can he get out into the bush in time? Yes, he can just. That bush was important because it broke that line of sight and stopped Lucian being able to apply damage.
Yeah, even if he was able to establish vision, I don't think he would.
Some really good damage with the spell shield coming out. Shield goes down. Thresh is keeping out of it. He's hitting Brom, gets a death sentence on Brom, jumps to them, plays again, and there's just so much damage coming down. The passive Lucian, is he going to live? The Thresh is staying in there. The Aurelia jumps in, has all her abilities. It's going to be the kill. Double kill down bot lane.
That was actually a really good time teleport, actually managing to pick up the kill and manage to keep both of the bottom lane alive, and they are going to transition for this dragon.
Yeah, they're going to monopolize on that really well. There was some really nice placement by Thresh there, and Brom actually. It was just unfortunate death sentences ended in the wrong place.
Yeah, and with the Jarvan on the top side, that is one of the most freest of dragons you'll be able to attack.
Yeah. It's an all-you-can-eat dragon buffet right now as far as they're concerned. And because of the low level and because of the way Zac works, he isn't able to get that much damage on tower either in retaliation.
Yeah, he's not the strongest of tower pushers. He is there for the team fights. He wants to just scale up, get huge, and just wreak havoc.
You mean literally huge?
Yes.
What I want to know is why they haven't done a Zac skin with a little fish swimming inside him yet.
I don't know why they haven't done any new Zac skin full stop.
That's a good question as well. But I want the little fishy swimming inside him. I'm a man who wants his little fishy, okay?
I just want a Zac skin full stop.
Now, we're coming back into lane, and Siva has obviously managed to buy a pickaxe and a Vamp Scepter. That's a massive bonus.
That is a
Thresh and Death Sentence. Flay away. There's a bit of exchange of views there, but nothing much happens, which is good because I couldn't say any words properly while it was going on.
Yeah, I think going for the Thresh instead of going for the Siva is probably a good idea from that bot lane, from the UNSW bot lane, because the Thresh doesn't necessarily have any more sustain. He has relic stacks, which can give him a small amount of health, but he doesn't have any potions. He doesn't have any innate sustain, whereas the Siva has gone for that early sustain build with the Vamp Scepter. So going for her, you're probably not going to eventually come out on top over time with those trades.
Yeah. Aurelia using some very nice use of cooldowns and her passive to minimize the amount of damage that can do while farming, but she is going to cop some more damage from that unstable mutation. He's just keeping him so healthy because he's prioritizing the picking up of those pieces. She's not able to step on them. The ulti comes out and does do big damage, but it's not going to be enough to change the way the lane is going.
Yeah, that was pretty much just to try and trim the wave so it wouldn't have a lot of pressure on the tower.
A really good predictive death sentence there, jumps to them, flays. Siva is a little bar behind, doesn't get to do much damage and is forced to retreat. Concussive blows goes off. Zac jumps on with the slingshot and he does eventually go down. that ulti as well from the Brom just secures it.
Yeah, I don't think they got as much as they probably would have wanted for that teleport. The Aurelia managed to get a whole lot more for her teleport, and she's also allowed to put a lot more pressure on that top lane.
Yes.
They probably would need to get a lot more for the Zac.
The Sivir played that cowardly game 100% right, just accepted that was dead. And Thresh died hard, like, took as long to die as possible rather than trying to survive, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and it looks like it's almost
Sivir
given
the
Aurelia time to knock down his tail, but the minions seem just a little bit out of reach.
She got it.
She
Well
does actually take
done,
up a
that
little
woman.
bit. That little bit of extra time on from that Thresh to die gave the Aurelia just enough time to take out that tower.
And Zac gets a lovely welcome back to the lane present of an ulti.
Yeah.
Okay, Sejuani is getting collapsed on by 2 people. Which tries to do a red, beautiful ulti from Orianna, flash away, a cataclysm, nothing happens.
Yeah.
There's just death, she can't get it out.
Yeah, that was a little bit adventurous trying to go into that without vision and without support.
Death sentence into box, catching Ramin. The Q does hit people in slow, Thresh picks up the kill, and now Lucian is in big trouble. A flay back towards their own line. Sivir is applying a lot of damage and gets a kill as well. That's a nice, neat double.
That is really good for that lane. The Lucian did have the BF sword, but as I said before, the sustain from that the Vampiric Scepter
and the pickaxe for that little bit extra.
It's just paying dividends when it comes to those longer, more drawn out skirmishes, and that's what seems to be happening in these bot lane fights.
Yeah, there's no great showy fight. It's just even the quick kills are a little bit more drawn out than you'd normally expect.
One thing we haven't really paid all that much attention to is this Annie in the mid lane. She's just been farming away, out farming this Orianna just a little bit, but it hasn't really made much of an impact on the map.
And let's be fair, the Orianna did close in on that Sejuani and help secure a really nice kill there, so yeah, map presence is definitely a lot less.
Yeah. She will probably... There is going to be that threat later on in the game with Annie with those flash tippers. We saw in the last game, they can be pretty devastating. Even more so when it's a mid lane Annie or a laning Annie where she actually has damage.
Yeah, very much so. There's a bit of ward clearing happening in River, but no actual fighting happens. Brom's getting a little bit aggressive, seeing if he can make plays happen, but it doesn't look like he's managed to make anything connect. It does land a Q, but Thresh is just going to walk it off.
Yeah, Thresh has gotten to the point where he's starting to get a little bit more durable, but it does take a little bit harass from that Orianna.
Yeah, Orianna's throwing out quite a bit of magic damage relative to her level at this point, so...
With only 40 seconds for the Dragon, UNSW looks to be trying to set up vision. They're getting the Sculler trying to get the Sculler at a really good time for when the Dragon will be up, so they can utilize the Speed Shrine and the Vision.
Okay, Death Sentence lands on Jarvan, a flay back in, Arctic Assault, but he gets flashed out.
Flash Tibbers!
Jump onto Orianna and everything just kills her. That was a deletion and a half.
I did say that she had the potential to delete.
Yeah, and she did. They're gonna grab this tower, like cementing. Slingshot in. There's a box that works on Zac, but he still has his ulti up, passive up. Sorry. Remember, a Death Sentence lands on him. Thresh goes in, plays again. He still somehow survives the shack. A stun on Lucian. Arctic Assault from the rear. That was a nice, tidy kill on Lucian.
Yeah, they're just taking advantage after advantage, and UNSW is just like staying a little bit too long.
Yeah, and as you said, the Dragon's coming up at a good time now. Although for the other teams, sadly, UNSW is managing to is sadly not able to collect on that vision that they put in place.
Yeah, UNSW were able to get the exit for a really good time, starting with that Jarvan. Even though they didn't actually get the Jarvan, they were able to play to force him out of the area. But but at that same time, they were able to just instantly get onto that Orianna, delete her, and then they just pushed up that mid, got another kill, and then they had the time and presence to actually go for that Dragon now that they've forced the enemy back.
And given how aggressive UNSW has been with pushing towers, I think that tower buff from the Dragon is actually going to be slightly more useful because they're obviously focusing on that kind of play. Obviously, global objectives are the way they're playing the game in general, but Yeah, towers seem to be the specific focus.
Yeah, and with all those three extra towers, they've actually gained themselves a bit over 5k gold lead.
Yeah.
Which is really nice at this time of the game.
Substantial at this game, yeah.
Yeah, it's the Triforce already on the Aurelia to just the Sunfire Cape on the Zac. I mean, Zac really loves the Sunfire Cape because it allows him to stand in a wave and clear it better. But in Aurelia with the Triforce, that's just the start of just pain for your carries.
Oh, it really is. This Aurelia, she's feeling confident now that she can damage.
The Zac.
Yeah, quite consistently.
Yeah, he's not able to pick up his blobs and actually sustain in one of those skirmishes.
And as soon as that starts being a problem, it snowballs a bit for him. Brom is trying valiantly to defend those raptors, but sadly not being able to do much.
Yeah, they're just starting to take a little advantages here and there throughout the map.
Yep.
And over time, they will be able to push their vision. Their line of vision further in, well, that's what they should be trying to do, trying to push that line of vision in. And with their composition, they have the potential to make those picks with the anti-stuns, with the death sentences. He's been getting some really good death sentences, which have set up some really good kills. And like they have the potential to pick, and what they need to, in order to get that, they need to get that deep vision and to see every step that their opponents are making.
Yeah, I very much agree. The death sentences are what have been making the plays so far. And I very much like the death sentence because it has a shorter reset when you land it, and it's very much rewarding those skillful plays and good decision makings.
Yeah, and actually the bot lane has 100% of the kill contribution.
Yeah, that's not something you can often say for a bot lane. Like, there's something you generally say of things like junglers.
Well, supports are usually the more...
up there, but yeah.
But yeah, the amount of presence they've had on the map has been pretty damn impressive.
Yeah. So Oriana, sorry, not Oriana. Aurelia is having a wonderful time just killing some minions. This is exciting.
There is an Oriana.
Yes, but she is also killing minions, but a different group of minions on a different side.
Yeah.
Now Thresh has the confidence now to go fairly deep, almost alone. Like Sivir is not close enough to support him, and they might get closed in by this J4, but they're not quite quick enough.
Ooh, this Aurelia's actually
This
trying to
Aurelia,
go in on the Zac.
yeah.
He does manage to get to that second tier tower, get that shield, and the Aurelia won't be able to dive, because I'm not sure if he knows if the Zac passive is up or not, and that's not something you want to get baited by, because it's just a little bit sad when you do.
Indeed. Brom is trying manfully to protect the vision they already have, but he is a little bit on a losing battle. He's on the losing side of the war in that regard.
Yeah, but the UNSW, they are kind of respecting it, or not so much right now.
That is the first bad play I've seen Thresh do.
Yeah, he was kind of respecting the fact that there could be backup for the Brom, but now they're just going all in. They're using their Sivir ult.
Yep, and they're using that Dark Pass is really interesting. Dark Binding, Flesh, Box, Play. That's a dead Brom. Very little effect. Now applying massive damages to a J4. Up in the top, Aurelia is just smacking around this Zed. He can do he can do very little other than walk into lane, get what farm he can, and then be forced back out again.
Yeah, it's not having a good time. That early kill and the early advantage the difference of advantages that these two were able to get from those early.
And this might be a kill, although I believe that his passive is up currently.
Yeah, the advantages that both top lanes were able to get from their early teleports.
Yeah.
Aurelia just got so much more damage. She got a kill. She was
just got a bunch of damage unloaded on Oriana and so very dead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off then, but yeah.
Well, it's hard when they just disappear like that.
It was a full cycle of an Annie plus the Arctic Assault from. Not a great time.
Yeah, this Oriana has been picked on a little bit by that combination. The Aurelia has just had a little bit more of a good time in terms of the teleport plays, and it's showing in that duel.
Just building into a more effective creature all round. Although that said, Zac still has options because Let's Bounce and Slingshot have great team utility.
He is more of a utility-based champion. You're not picking up a Zac to be a damage threat. You're picking him to be a nuisance. You're picking him to be a wall. You're picking him to be...
One charges over the wall and engages Zac and slows him down considerably, but doesn't apply a lot of damage. Sivir comes up, gets a bit more damage in, but nothing significant is done. This does let Aurelia push top with impunity, and she will put some damage on tower, I will assume. They're doing a wonderful job of clearing wards again, preparing for that dragon. Yes.
They should be able to get that because the vision is at a point where they would be able to see any kind of approach from UNSW.
Yeah.
They seem to be heading towards
They seem to like they're going to try and gang up on Aurelia, knowing that she is alone, and take what little they can, considering they can't contest this third dragon.
Ooh, that was a little bit risky going.
Yes, it was. She has movement speed, she flashes over the wall, but she finds a Brom. That is not what you want to find in the bushes. Even if she gets past this, the J4 has gone so deep, she's probably going to die anyway. The Brom passes, gets done, and the kill. Annie's going up to try and do damage to business. The culling whiffs, although the Orianna ult hits, and the Dark Passage is not in time to save her.
Yeah, that was an interesting sort of passage of play from UNSW because they knew that the enemy team was going to be on that top side. They had vision of the entire bottom side of the map.
Death Sentence lands on Ori, but Thresh just lets her get away. She gets some really nice damage in return. Sejuani's a little reluctant to go in. Sivir is now defending a tower against 5 and just gives up, quite understandably. Is Sejuani going to jump over? Nope, she plays it safe and just...
I can understand why she didn't, because she didn't necessarily have a lot of follow-up damage. All that was there was the Thresh and the 6.
The J4 is all alone, but flags and drags away. Sejuani ult slows her, and the Sivir applies enough damage to kill.
Yeah, they did actually try and leave that for the Sivir. Pretty good. As much as carries, it's okay to get assists. You don't want to be an AD carry that's stuck on 1 kill and 7 assists. You need to start getting those kills to be able to be put in the position to carry with that late game down.
There's also the psychological aspect when you feel your entire team is stealing from you. You generally don't go.
Entitled AD carries.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, they're the prima donnas of the LoL world for a reason. Oh, no, sorry, that's Mids. Apologize. I apologize.
They're kind of both, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because mid and AD carry usually a lot of damages, so yeah, you can see. You can make arguments for both.
Annie doing a surprising amount of damage to the very, very healthy Zac.
Yeah, the Zac, I'm not sure about the Sorcerer Shoes build because he does benefit a lot from the spell penetration. His abilities do a decent amount of percentage health. But
this poor Aurelia looks like she's been caught out, but the stun goes off on Jarvan and keeps her alive. She's able to get out very nicely. And she's come back in for another try. The flag and drag misses with J4.
Yeah, Aurelia is pretty much just taunting this Jarvan. It's like, I'm still here. Are you gonna have another go?
Yeah.
Have another crack. Are you gonna try it again? It's like, nah, it's just not gonna work for it.
Sejuani's being speculative and clearing out wards, but she's about to get collapsed on. Arctic salts away and she's fine. Aurelia uses that downtime to clear out a pink ward herself. It begins her, now you see me, now you don't, kind of shenanigans again. And all the time, Sivir is just applying really easy damage to everyone's face, because there is no reply.
She's doing a lot of damage with that Infinity Edge Zeal build so far. Like, if she does manage to get a crit or two, she's going to just chomp the hell out of the UNSW team, because there's very little armor. The only armor is on that Zac.
Yeah. There was a missed death sentence there, but I'm going to forgive the Thresh. She's been on point with them.
For the most part, he has been pretty damn good.
Okay, they have forced them away from this tower. It's going to go down very quickly because Sivir will mince the tower and Thresh will help a lot.
And the Orianna not being there to sort of just clear the way.
Collapsing around Lucian, but Zac gets in the way and stops it happening. But Sivir and Aurelia apply a lot of damage. The box goes down from Thresh.
Oh!
And Orianna, oh god. Brom's unstoppable force, Cataclysm, but Sivir's doing a lot of damage, it's not enough. Thresh jumps out, Oceanic assault away for Sejuani. That was a 4-1. That was solid.
3 for none, actually.
3 for none, I apologize, yeah.
It was a 4-man Orianna ult that set that whole thing up.
Yeah.
It looked like the Zac was caught out. He did get popped into his passive, or did he? No, he didn't.
No.
He got popped.
He got very close.
He got dropped down very low, But the
Oriana is getting
Oriana
caught
just-
out here too. She doesn't get that. Sejuani, sorry. The Lucian passive doesn't get to go off though, so the stun doesn't land.
Yeah, but that Oriana will just set up that fight so perfectly, just allowed the damage from the Jarvan Flag Drag to come across, and also the Lucian damage, and the cleanup was really well done, and they're not out of this yet. They still have some fight in them.
No, they really, really do. I very much agree. This Seg is still living a little bit dangerously. Although if she catches out this, yep, she got him. The Bambi Cinder does the burning. Bambi Cinder, official name.
They're actually just going to turn onto Baron with this. They haven't actually cleared this now. Oh, they do now, but
they're living riskily. And there's plenty of vision there. They're going to know exactly when they need to jump in, and they take the wise decision of backing out. I feel
it would have been way too risky.
Very responsible.
Finish that off. But even though there was that really good fight from UNSW, they're still behind 4 towers, which is culminating in that almost 7k gold lead.
Yeah.
Which is something that they really need to rectify. They need to start getting some of those towers. Their waves are just constantly pushed against them, that they're just not able to get any sort of pressure on towers, so they're just not getting as much gold as they need to be getting to actually make those plays more efficient.
Yes, that's a pretty accurate thing. I hadn't quite factored in the wave thing, but yeah, very much so. This is why you're the analysis caster. You have a brain that works.
Wow, at times. Yeah, that's usually what separates some of the good teams and the great teams, is how they sort of manipulate waves and then how they play around those waves.
Yep, we're seeing the 4th dragon pick up again. Lucian is in place. The culling does a lot of mixed damage to 2 monsters, but he's not really going to be able to get in a position to use it. And yeah, that 4th punishing power passive bonus is in, and that's gonna matter. Sejuani is going full aggressive to try and get in people's faces. The Civo ult goes. We have the Froze Glacial Prison. It only lands on a Grom, doesn't achieve a great deal.
I think.
Yeah, we had an Annie assassinate Lucian though.
Yeah,
which was,
kind of missed that.
Yeah. Sorry about that, guys.
Oh well, it's not like Annie isn't going to be assassinating anyone else anytime soon, because that seems to be Annie's modus operandi. Is just find someone squishy who's alone, flash in, kill them.
Okay, a beautiful Arctic Assault, Flail of the Northern Winds, Death Sentence, Flame, Box, landing a lot of things. A Cataclysm does separate out the fight nicely, but the Aurelians do so much damage with the flays at the back from Thresh. Really, really nice job. Another great Death Sentence and Flay. Flail of the Northern Winds doing so much damage, and Civo just getting to hit people. Okay, that was a little embarrassing, but it does happen.
To be fair, it wasn't so much Sejuani's fault. Everyone was pretty much under that tower, and then all of a sudden it just
Occasionally a tower will do what a tower will do.
I mean, sure, there was the attack on the blobs, but
you do sometimes forget the burning on the blobs does kill people.
yeah.
And
well, they did manage to take their inhibitor, which is going to allow them to gain more pressure on the other areas of the map, because they're able to use this time with this lane pushing to sort of sort out their other mini waves, as the Sivir is taking care of that wave in the bot, while the Aurelia is heading towards the top lane to head off any kind of lane pressure that could happen from that wave.
Yeah, that I'm pretty sure that that Siva had dollar signs in her eyes when she saw that wave bot.
Yeah, those big waves. Money.
Now, are we going to have a flag and drag steal? Is he feeling brave? Oh, he just gets a vision in just a second.
Yeah, I probably didn't think that the blue would have been there, but slightly unfortunate timing. But oh well.
Okay, we've got a nice flag and drag, Cataclysm, way early, and kills the Sivir and forces the Thresh to flash out. That was a nice little tidy fight.
Yeah, it was a nice little pick off there. they've managed to establish some vision around Baron and using that fog. Well, as they do
Glacial Prison, a beautiful center side. I don't know what's happening. A bounce time gets up. There's a lot of damage coming out from the Oriana. The Aurelia gets away. The Arctic Assault comes down and she's chasing down the Clockwork Maiden. It's not enough to kill her. Will she have another Arctic Assault up? The Unbreakable gets in the way. The culling is played really nicely by Lucian. We have an Aurelia in the backline getting assassinated. A really tanky Zac still playing around in the midfield. Aurelia is still alive, somehow doing big damage. Death Sentence does nothing from threat. We end up with a very, very strange fight that ends up going 3
It actually
for
went
2.
5, like over.
Eventually
because
5,
the
yeah.
Sivir died really early in that, like with that pick off, just in the river. So that is eventually ended up as a delayed ace.
Yeah.
So the fights for UOW are starting to turn in their favor. They do have a rather decent scaling, but there's still a large there's still a large gold deficit that they need to work on. And the lack of towers is really going to shoot them in the foot coming into the next 5-10 minutes of this game.
But you need to be careful because if you're not prepared, sometimes a building will just fall on you. Like Building 11.
Oh god.
I've been waiting for an appropriate time to make that joke all game. Now leave me alone.
One thing that UOW really does need to be aware of right now is that the dragon comes up in about a minute 45. That could potentially be the 5th dragon for UNSW. If they are able to get that, they will then be able to have this. They should have the strength to be able to take advantage, like take additional towers, potentially take the Baron, or maybe just push down the center and just take out the base, because that 5th dragon buff is so powerful. UOW just has to contest it. They just can't let this go freely.
Yeah. And it looks like UNSW are starting to put the prep work in place. Everyone knows this is where the big fight's going to be. They're clearing buffs, making sure they've got the vision required. Sejuani is obviously being her typical belligerent self. I'm surprised Zac is still top lane.
He does have the teleport, so like both of them do have the teleport, so an interrupt from either side could work.
Yes, very true. I haven't thought it quite in those terms. But at the same time, he's going to lose the fight, and he knows that. Like, the last 10 minutes have proven that again and again.
I think the thinking that they're going with is that they do just go in on
and destroys her. That was a righteous glory, I'm fairly sure, and a Sivir ult. Oh no, Sivir ult to make it quickly enough to get in place.
And there was also the righteous glory.
There was a righteous glory as well.
It's a double speed comp.
I thought I saw that particle effect.
Yeah, just so much speed, and there's no way that Oriana could have had any inkling that was coming. She did not have flash, and she was not going to get. She's not going anywhere. And
built them the space to get that fifth dragon.
It's coming up in just a few seconds, so that should be.
And Tibbers is going to tank it, because you know what? That's what Tibbers does.
Well, Tibbers did help just destroy him around, so might as well keep him around while he's useful.
Yep. Good old Shadow Girl.
So there's that 5th dragon, and looks like they will be wanting to move to the other side of the map and look more towards that Baron.
Thresh is getting a nice death sentence and a flay, applying some good damage with that burn from the dragon passive. Even able to massive Arctic Assault, completely destroys him, and Sivir finishes off for the last bit of damage.
With this build from Sivir, she's gone full damage. She hasn't really bothered all that much about armor penetration, as there isn't all that much armor. As for the longest time, there's been very minimal armor on the side of UOW. So this Sivir has been able to go for that Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Phantom Dancer, and just deal so much damage and not have to worry about that having to cut through that armor just yet.
Sejuani is looking for blood, getting very aggressive. Wouldn't be surprised if she's not going to try and make plays on Oriana, because that's one of the few big threats they have left on their team. Lucian his relevance has faded somewhat, whereas Oriana has stayed relevant. They can get this inhibitor down that's going to push Irrelevant, and they can focus on the other lanes, which is what Aurelia is doing up top. And unfortunately,
here's a wave I
prepared earlier.
Yeah, here's a wave.
Unfortunately, the University of Wollongong seems a little bit
kind of outplayed a
played.
little bit.
The
Yeah.
bounce is really nice and disrupts a lot, but we have the assassinate from Annie, and
It looks
yeah.
like that it's getting overpowered right now.
Yeah, and that is literally what's happening because everybody's applying true damage at this point. The Sivir is just hunting that Lucian down. Somehow the Thresh gets it, I'm assuming, from the burn?
He'll take it.
Yeah. And this
That
is
looks
going
like
to
it
be
should be it.
Yeah.
That's
Unless
really well played from
beautiful
UNSW.
death sentence, a flay, and the Lang, but the Zac will probably get away with all of his health.
Yeah, but that should be the game. It's pretty much a game that originated, where the lead was gained from a lot of tower pressure. UOW was only grabbing one tower that whole game. Even though they were able to kind of stay relevant in some of these fights, did not have the items to actually put a significant dent into the strategy of UNSW because they were not getting nearly enough gold from those global objectives.
Yeah, very much so. It was a surprising thing to make that deliberate decision to force the dragon, but not so much for the dragon, but to force that fight, like before it, and get the space around it, and then be able to push towers so mercilessly, because the University of Wollongong were always kind of filling in the gaps, and they'd already almost left most of the time. They felt they were following them around the map a lot.
Yeah.
That was my personal vibe from it.
Yeah, it was just a much better game from UNSW in terms of map, a priority on map objectives.
And that teleport at the beginning from Aurelia.
That really just set the tone.
That was a thing of beauty.
Getting those 2 initial kills and also the dragon.
Yep.
Zach's teleport just a little bit later did not have nearly the same amount of impact.
So I meant to say they focusing around the fight on the second dragon, not the first one. Yeah. That came out wrong. As you may notice, I occasionally do that. We're going to have a quick break, and we're going to be back with the final in the losers bracket, I believe.
I believe that is between...
We can actually tell.
We can actually check because we have the things here. That will be between Weeaboo Trash and the team that won just then.
Which was the Poros.
UNSW B team, the Poros. So we'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, LoL fans, and welcome back to the final of the losers bracket competition, where we're going to be having a game between. I do know these names. No, we're going to be having a game between the Weebu Trash and the Poros. This will decide who goes into the best of three final game against Legion Dasu. Now, Legion Dasu obviously already have a one-game advantage because they've been undefeated in this season so far, but it's pretty exciting stuff. Now let's have a look at these bans. Okay, Nasus, again, I think this has to be a targeted thing. I have a feeling there is a Nasus player somewhere in this group who is just a little bit too scary to be let live. We've got a Cassiopeia ban too, pretty standard. Annie has been dealing damage in this tournament, so it's not surprising. Morgana, Vladimir, and Cho'Gath have all been strong. Now, this is actually, this is like not the first Gragas jungle we've seen, but we haven't seen a lot of them, and given how powerful Gragas is in the current meta, that is surprising to me. Okay, we saw some pretty darn incredible death sentences last game out of Threk. I think we're going to see more. And Siva seems to be just the AD carry of this competition. No word of a lie, we see her everywhere in every way.
She has been in pretty much every game, as, sorry to take so long with those overlays, but I get there in the end. But yeah, Siva has been present in pretty much every one of these games. Her utility around, well, the utility that she brings to a team is just unrivaled in terms of AD carries, and alongside the Thresh, they're just able to exert a lot of pressure onto a lane. But yeah, as you were talking about with the Gragas, we've been saying it for most of the day that the Gragas and the Nunu are probably two of the more dominant junglers in the current meta.
Yeah, both for very different reasons as well, which I find pretty interesting.
Yeah, Gragas we haven't really seen as much of either of them. We're seeing like them every now and then, but not as much as we would have expected. We're seeing more of the Sejuani, more of the Rek'Sai, more of the other more dueling kind of junglers, but it seems to be working out for the most part.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I have a big soft spot in my heart for Gragas, because anyone who's ever seen me IRL knows I look a lot like him, only slightly less handsome. So I always like to see the fat man strutting his funky stuff on the Summoner's Rift. But I do very much like the way his current kit works. Like, I like those get in, do a little bit of damage, get out champions that have those stuns and those options available. I think they're good fun to play, and that as a consequently, I enjoy seeing them played by others.
Yeah, and he does also bring a lot of utility. Having that slight knockback, the slow from his the standard barrel roll, and also the displacement from his giant cask. That is one of the very few giant displacements.
Yeah.
So it becomes really integral when it comes to the interaction between a lot of these team compositions.
Yeah, I also like the way that ability plays a lot, because, okay, anyone who misses with a Gragas ult has something wrong with their targeting. Like, they're just attacking steps for no reason. But to get that beautiful Gragas ult, that one that changes a team fight, that takes skill, and I like seeing that a lot.
I was actually really loving Ambition's Gragas from CJ Enters last night.
Yeah, it was good.
He was separating the SKT lineup really well and bringing only the targets that they wanted along to the CJ side, and where they were able to pick them up. Being able to get the perfect positioning of their Gragas ult to perfectly spread out a team just how you want it for the way you want that fight to go. It's just incredible. But this Amumu.
Yeah, okay. Now we've got some pretty strange shenanigans happening here. I'm going to assume that is a top Mumu.
Yeah, I can see that.
But I'm not going to guarantee it is, but that's the only way I'm seeing it work. I think we have maybe a throw caution to the wind, all out aggression play coming out of Dweebu Trash in this game. Like, they want to hammer it and they want to win early.
These are some interesting compositions. I mean, Lysandra used to be one of the most predominant picks.
Yes.
In the previous phase of this tournament, Lysandra was pretty much banned in every game.
Yes.
So, but she hasn't seen as much prominence over the more recent patches, as it does. The meta does favor those more either durable or very sustained DPS champions. But it's interesting to see her come back into this.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of a Vega, a little sneak peek before it's taken away from us, and I was intrigued to see how that was going to work. I think everything that Vega brings, Lissandra brings more reliably. It would be, although less hyper versions of it at the very late game. So I'm intrigued to see how well it's going to function. Characters like Lissandra have great synergy with Thresh. So you grab the lantern, you do the claw.
There is some good synergies between the two kits.
Yeah.
I'm still very interested to see how this top lane matchup is going to go. This Aurelia versus the Amumu. Amumu does have decent anti-auto attack with his, I think it's a Tantrum.
Tantrum builds in a certain amount of flat damage reduction,
Yeah, which could, in some ways, mitigate some of the Heat and style from...
and the other thing to factor is in the more often you hit a Moo, the quicker his Tantrum refresh is.
Absolutely.
Which, I don't know. We could be seeing a Moo. Like, we literally don't know. It's such an unusual pick. And now that we've finished, we can remove the overlay and show everybody what the summoners are. So we can actually... We can make a hazard a guess that it is in fact that teleport top and Moo, but...
It's going to be interesting. I can see the theory behind it. I mean, he does... like to pretty much sit on the opponents, just crying away and just dealing sustained damage.
Yeah. We could actually see the most weirdly control-freakish party ever between a Mumu and a Gracchus, because he jumps in with his bandage toss, Curse of the Sad Mummy, and then Gracchus makes everyone leave.
That would be the saddest party.
Yeah, and the crazy Russian man just runs in and knocks everybody up with his massive shield toss at the ground.
There's a rather interesting synergies with this team. I mean, apart from, I think outside of the Gragas, all the champions from the Weebu Trash, they do synergize rather well.
Very, very well. The only matchup I'm inherently worried about on its own in isolation is the Lulu versus Lissandra matchup, because Lissandra can basically get through all of Lulu's pokes. She can get inside the Glitterlands with the claw, and
there's potential for it will probably be a bit of a skill matchup.
Yes,
because if the Lulu is able to land a lot of her abilities and a lot of the harass.
Yep.
Because Lissandra is one of the more shorter range mages, she can't necessarily stay too close to a minion wave.
Yeah.
Whereas on the other hand, if the Lissandra does actually get the upper hand in terms of aggression, she should be able to sort of continually aggress and force the Lulu to defensively shield.
Yes.
Instead of trying to use the offensive version of the shield and try and be aggressive. So they could swing the tides of the match.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised to see some early jungle attention headed in that direction.
I think you're very right. I think that's probably going to be the case, especially with the ability to throw the Pixie onto Gracchus once he gets up close, and that guarantees the hits with both of the, or makes the hits more likely with the Glitterlands. I think that's quite...
Yeah, both mid laners have crowd control, which do facilitate a diving in champion.
Yes, very much so.
They can set up these jungle ganks. I mean, Lissandra can just claw in, just make them not move for a while, and which would potentially give the Sejuani the time to make it into the lane to make that gank even more potent. Whereas on the other side, as you were saying, the Whimsy, the Glitter Lances, it allows the Gragas to get in, and it just compounds the amount of crowd control.
Yep. Oh, they've got the present Amumu. That is my favorite Amumu skin.
Okay, we got UNSW
B.
They on that side?
Yes. No.
Oh, I'm sorry. We need to check things. UNSWB, UNSW. No, they're not.
They're on the other side.
Oh no, we have to change things.
No.
I'm terrible.
So difficult. So hard.
Why do you hate us? And the other one is Weebu Trash, which is you.
Yep.
Don't worry, we should
we-
get this by the end.
We've got a little bit of shenanigans happening around the river. Everybody's just like probing everybody's weakness and making sure nobody gets that positional advantage to control a buff. A lot of these fights people misunderstand at lower levels. They think the idea is to kill people, and it's not. It's merely to create that line of demarcation to prove that you control beyond this point and you're not allowing your defenses to become porous.
Absolutely, it's almost like it's just there to send a message.
Yeah, very, very much so.
And it also gains information for how the initial 4 to 5 minutes are probably going to go in terms of jungle movement, potential lane assignment,
Minions have spawned.
and which can very easily snowball a game in one way or
Yeah,
another.
and also the art of deception is a little underutilized in this because there can be cunning uses of teleports and maneuvering around, but obviously that requires a certain level of mind gaming that is difficult to do, given that these teams know very little about each other.
Yeah, I think if these teams were to play a bit more often, and like go to were to join a more established circuit,
Yeah.
and able to play teams more frequently, those kinds of things are able to come in because those mind games are pretty much the product of knowing the people more so than their play style.
Yeah, very much so. So we've got some pretty understandably normal interactions happening down bottom. The Thresh is just trying to zone a little bit, get off those blades. There's a nice concussive blows that lands on Siva, and she does put a lot of damage, but the retaliation against Lucian is powerful. However, Thresh gets zoned and is unable to finish it off, and Siva is a little behind him. So you've just got a present that walks up to Aurelia and just like cries on her a little bit, and then does a tantrum. Yeah.
Decent amount of damage.
The problem is, though, Aurelia becomes better when she's at low health. We have a hook, flay, death sentence onto the Brom, but Brom's too tanky and doesn't care. They almost get the fourth proc of the concussive blows against against Siva, but Lucian doesn't want to risk landing that extra auto.
Yeah, trying to overextend for those last few hits, which can potentially put you in range for those last few stunning blows.
Yeah.
It's probably not nearly as worth as you would want it to be.
Yeah. And Muru has obviously taken the understandable strategy of trying to push wave into tower as much as possible to limit Aurelia's ability to farm effectively. It's very understandable given that he isn't the best farmer in the world. He knows he's going to lose in a straight up battle, so instead of trying to maximize his own farm, he's attempting to minimize his opponents. If you can't have your chocolate, you may as well deny it to your enemies.
It's a one way of playing the lane. I mean, if you're only as relevant.
Hey,
as
we have a body slam into Lysandra, but the claw saves her. Very nice. We have a nice stunner up on a Mumu, so we're getting that damage trade coming back now. Thresh looked like he wanted to throw in a death sentence, but decided better of it. Stop crying, Mumu. It will be okay. I'm sorry. I will stop with the Mumu joke sometime. Yeah, see, that tantrum is up almost constantly because of how frequently he's getting hit by Aurelia.
And not only the Aurelia, because he'll be trading with the Aurelia, he'll be drawing minion aggro, which also reduces the cooldown of that tantrum.
Exactly.
But it does seem that the trades are kind of even. The mana is an advantage of the Amumu.
Yeah,
but
surprisingly, yeah, that was a very nice. Is it Equinox that ability? I can't remember. Or Equalizer.
Equalizer or something.
My apologies. Yeah.
Oh, Equalizer is Rumble Ult.
Yeah, you're right. It is.
Equilibrium Strike.
Thank you. We got there eventually. Now, if he's not careful here, he is going to die.
He did notice that the Aurelia did run out of mana, so he's kind of trying to play around that.
But once again, we don't know where Sejuani is. The last time we saw her, she was on the top side of mid, so he's being a tad reckless, although not incredibly so.
Yeah.
Obviously, Grom is wanting to try and get the vision advantage, because vision wards are important. However, Siva is wounded and can't sustain at the same pace Lucian can because of those two procs he gets with his passive and the way that interacts with Doran's play. Myth death sentence, but a nice play that almost makes that goal. Lucian's just focusing on damaging Siva as much as he can, and we're getting a lot of these 3 stacks of concussive blows that aren't finishing off, and it's unfortunate but very understandable because both Thresh and Siva are playing quite passively.
But because the stacking up of those stacks kind of been forcing the red side bottom lane to play a bit more passive. They are falling behind. They've already behind 10 CS in that lane as they just use this time. We have to go for an early drag.
Very aggressive dragon. Gracchus was very low. If bot had followed them up, there could have been problems there. They wouldn't have threatened Lucian or Thresh, but they may have picked up Gracchus. But they made their choices and it worked out for them, so if it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid.
Sure, let's go with that.
That's how I've lived my life. It's not worked for me. Now, we've got a bit more pressure coming out of the Thresh now because he has his full kit of things and he is more effective at level 3 comparatively than Brom is. Brom is effective at level 2.
Yeah, he can be a bit more active earlier on.
Yeah. The other side of that is Lucian becomes more effective at level 3 because he can use all 3 of his abilities to proc his passive. So, a little bit of difference there. Lucian is doing a really nice job of poking with his Ardent Blade. He's pulling it off quite nicely. Nice spell shield there, blocks the Brom Q.
Oh, and then cops
Cops a boomerang to the face.
all for the sake of a taunt.
Yep, a death sentence misses, and they get a Q off on him, but they're not able to land the subsequent blows to finish off the contested blow passive. Now, Sejuani is making a presence felt in mid lane. All it does is force the Lumi to be a bit more passive. Nothing really happens up there.
One thing we might need to pay attention to is the differential in CS up in the top lane. This Aurelia is actually picking up a really significant early lead in terms of CS.
Yeah, the strategy that Amumu picked did not pay dividends, sadly.
So far, it hasn't paid dividends, but once...
A death sentence onto Lucian, a flay, a grab, the Unbreakable comes out and the positioning is good, it stops a lot of things. The Lucian is ignited and may die. No, he survived just a missed Frozen thing and Glacial Assault. Is the death sentence going to land? He crashes out of that. That's a pretty good decision making there on both parties.
There was a pretty good collapse to force the flash out of the Gragas.
Yep.
Because getting the flash off the Gragas, it stops a lot of those surprise initiations from happening, which could turn a lane around pretty quickly,
yeah.
Yeah.
I always love it when you kill blue and you don't have vision of him. There's just this buff that comes flying out of the world towards you.
It's like, I earned this. For what?
For merely existing.
For merely existing. Yeah, this Amumu seems to be pushing a fair bit, causing the Aurelia to go farm under tower, but is not actually making...
She's not missing it because she's using the resets really wisely on her Q and jumping through multiple
Aurelia's
things.
probably one of the champions that farms the easiest under tower.
Yes, but even a lot of more novice players will make the mistake even if they have a champion that is quite good at said task and mess up. So
that does happen.
Yeah, I'm inclined to think there is a slight skill mismatch up at the top.
Well, I'm not sure. It's the champion. I'm not sure about this. Maybe, I mean, in theory, I said in theory, I can see how it might work, but the Aurelia just seems to be playing around it really well, and just playing around the health bars. And because he went for the
that curse of the sad mummy comes out a little early. We've got a Gracchus that lands a nice barrel, an ulti, and then the drunken rage
get
kills
the
it.
first blood up there.
Yeah. And really nice spell shield there, blocks the Q. I have to now eat all the words I said about the possible skill mismatch up. It was played well. That curse of the mummy came out at the right time.
I think it's still in the favour of Aurelia. She will probably be more relevant.
But what Unbreakable are happening down bot, but Brom is tanking it very well. The three passives go off from Brett. I think, yes, he manages to finish him off with Lucian. And Graves is getting all up in the mid zone. Lucian needs to be careful here, or Gracchus needs to be careful.
Getting the names mixed up.
Lucian needs to be careful here, otherwise he'll cop too much tower aggro, and Gracchus is getting all up in the mid lane.
Yes, that one. They are getting kills across the board, getting first a kill in the top lane, then a kill into the mid lane, while also getting a kill in the bot lane. So pretty much all three lanes are winning right now. Well, I say winning, but the movement is still significantly behind. But the the benefits that Amumu brings to a team aren't so much the damage. Kind of like, well, with the a lot of the Maokai picks.
Yes.
Maokai isn't so much there to be... Like, he can sort of fall behind but still be useful with the amount of control that he brings.
Yeah. Each of them brings a giant circle of their own, and each circle is useful for its own reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, kind of like Rumble, where Rumble can get behind early, but it doesn't necessarily matter because once he hits the 1 or 2 item power spike, he's useless no matter what. I mean, like, he's useful. He's useful no matter what. Just drop that equalizer on a team fight and you win. If you put it in the right spot. So that might be the idea they're going with, or this. Well, they're probably just succumbing to when it comes to this Amumu. They're probably going to go into this thinking, okay, you're probably going to go about 20 or 30 CS behind, but it should be fine.
We got this.
He does bring a lot to a team fight, but I think what the Aurelia wants to be doing kind of wants to avoid those team fights.
Yes, wants to continue fighting one-on-one where her CS advantage and will really pay off.
Absolutely. She wants to make...
Okay, they're picking up their second dragon. This one's quite neat and natty because there's really nothing they can do to contest it. I mean, an Arctic Assault could come in with a possible dragon, but yeah, she's forced to use it defensively. Now, the way that previous games have been played, a lot of teams have been rushing to the second dragon so they can then push the towers more effectively. And I think that might be what we're seeing again.
Yeah, getting those early towers has been a strategy that in a lot of regions. You get those early towers, you get the early gold, so you have the items to win those mid-game skirmishes, to then get more objectives. It's just a self-fulfilling prophecy. So getting that second dragon could be really instrumental to allowing this team to actually get further advantages throughout the map.
Yeah.
As they are pushing onto this bottom tower.
Yeah, and Brom and Lucian together will be able to do a lot of damage if they choose to. Nice use of Spell Shield, and Unbreakable rocks out and stops a lot of the damage from coming out. Gracchus is having a little bit of a fight up top, above them in their lane. Really nice Unstoppable Assault. Sad Mummy doesn't save anything when the northern winds are flailing around you.
Yeah, that's probably going to be how.
Okay, Gracchus looks like he's going for a really deep gank behind mid tower. We just move the map up a little bit. He looks like he's being thoughtful.
Looks like he's being thoughtful.
Too thoughtful.
Yeah.
Go back bot lane.
Well, the Sejuani turned up at the same time, so it was a little bit risky to try and turn on.
Okay, a box and a culling finish off that Thresh quite nicely. A lot of damage is going down. They only need one more proc on that. They're not going to get it, sadly.
But what they are able to do here, they should be able to force the Sivir off that tower, and they should be able to take it for themselves.
Yeah, the Gracchus is in danger of possibly being closed in here, but he is healthy, probably enough to survive when it goes badly for him.
Sejuani does get that blue with the smite, and the blue team they're just going for those towers. They're not really caring about those towers. Oh, and they do
claw, a glacial tomb, and a frozen prison kill off that Lulu quite nicely. Flail of the Northern Wind slowing a lot of people. That defensive catch, a miss with ice shards.
So he is able to get out, but that's...
Yeah, but they lost the Lulu for it.
They lost the Lulu.
There is a tiny Lulu-shaped corpse in lane now because people got greedy with towers.
They was very close to getting it.
It was very close. I understand the reason why they wanted to.
They do have a slight gold lead, the blue team, but they do want to just push that even further by getting those towers and making those teamfights go even more in their favour. As it does go onto this Aurelia.
Aurelia takes quite a lot of damage, is forced to use her ulti semi-defensively, so there isn't the minions around it to really grant it the life steal that you want with an Aurelia ult.
Yeah, I mean, the Amumu's got this lot of ages slowly stacking up, whereas this Aurelia has already got that Triforce, so...
Which is not slowly in any of the ways it stacks up.
It is power now, and it's going to be hard for Amumu to actually stick around because he doesn't necessarily have the sustain that an Aurelia has, so he's just going to have to probably wait for a gank, which it seems like Gragas is going to be able to do, but he does get spotted by a ward and just goes to clear that out.
Yeah, they did grab bottom tower as well while that was happening, so that's a nice chunk of gold lead. Thresh kind of gets a little involved, but decides he has to back out. Brom's just a little too tanky to deal significant damage. Aurelia gets in, dumps her damage from a Triforce, gets out. We have 3 people charging up river, and Brom's desperately trying to catch up.
Yeah, it looked like it could have been initiated from the Sejuani, but they just decided not to.
A Curse of the Sad Mummy holds Aurelia in place while the bracket comes in building. A Claw throws in prison on their Lucian, nearly kills him, but that ulti from Lulu keeps her alive for a second longer. Aurelia goes down, and so does Lulu though.
It just trades across the board. There's the 2-for-1 in favour of the UNSW team,
but they're going to lose a tower.
Yeah, like they got the advantageous trade. They're also getting the tower, so the swing in favour of the UNSW team is
massive. In fact, they've actually come ahead in gold for the first time.
Yeah, and also looking like they're taking down this inner tower.
Brom, he's tanky and so moving, but I don't think they defend it. They really could. The Gracchus is enough.
Yeah, finally bringing 3 people around to defend that is what they needed, but they do get that. It's a lot of damage put onto that tower, which they should be able to take advantage of later in the game.
Very much
now
so.
They should probably start to look at those other avenues for getting gold. And maybe, because as Brom just walks in, tanks the tower and just pops it one time as it goes down.
In Mother Russia, tank, cower you. That didn't make any sense. I'm sorry.
You tried, but it just didn't work.
I tried, and I tried so hard. I got so far.
But that does give the gold advantage back
to
the Uni of Sydney team.
Yeah, good decisions made in the tower priorities that we're going for. This poor Gracchus is a little deep. He's getting chased out by a giant pig.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Aurelia's just taking the time while everyone else is meandering around this dragon area and to take that tower.
A missed frozen assault and some pretty decent concussive blows landed, but not kill. Now, is Aurelia still able to kill that Amumu?
It doesn't look like it.
No, it looks like it shifted in the favour of the more defensive Amumu now. Because every time she hits, she knows she's making that tantrum more likely.
Yeah, they look, the UNSW team looks like they want to be making a play around this dragon. They want to just hold.
Speculative boomerang blade misses, and so does this Q from Brom.
Yeah.
Okay, they have started the dragon. This is a little risky because there's a pretty full engage coming. A claw aggressively. They have to ulti defensively with Lissandra. A death sentence in practice, especially that mummy up to 4 people. There's a lot happening right now. The concussive blows start finally telling though, and they stack up those kills one after another.
They clean ace, or not an ace, but a clean 4-0, and they will be getting that 3rd dragon, which is really good because that means they are continuing. They continue to put that timer on their opponents of that final 5th dragon, because you know that once they get that 3rd and then eventually the 4th, you know that you have to. You have to be making plays around that dragon because you cannot let them get that 5th one.
Yeah, totally. And speed is probably the most underrated stat in the game. Like, speed never looks bad on anyone. So the amount of additional damage you're not going to take, those extra autos you are going to be able to make.
Yeah, and it seems like this Amumu is starting to actually do some work. He got that Sunfire as well, so he is able to. Kind of deal with the Aurelia. He can just sit in lane with her, but
he cries on her a bit and then sets her on fire a bit and then cries on her some more and eventually damage is done.
That's essentially how it works.
Yeah.
But yeah, with the jungle pressure in the top lane, which has helped him a lot get those couple of kills. It has brought him back into the game after having a rather mediocre laning phase, to be honest.
I think mediocre would be slightly favourable description there. An Unbreakable comes out from Brom, defending him from a lot of damage, but him and Gracchus have finished clearing a lot of the wards. Mumu now feeling like he's the life of the party, he's getting far more aggressive.
He's even got a level advantage over this Aurelia.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how that happened, but it
might have been the result of some of those ganks.
Yeah. Now, if Aurelius fights with a significant minion wave on Mumu's side, the ulti will make her pretty much unkillable. Gracchus not quite sure whether he's killed somebody or not there. Body slams into thin air.
Yeah, it seems that this Aurelia's probably going to have to look for other avenues to become relevant because it's starting to look like this Amumu with the intervention of the jungler is starting
a nice death sentence onto Gracchus and a flay through the wall. I always like seeing that. The Lulu's there though, so not very much more time on that.
But yeah, like the Aurelia is going to probably need to look to other avenues because this Amumu has somehow become relevant because of the intervention of the Gragas. Once, if it gets to team fights, this Amumu is probably not going to die too easily.
Okay, an Arctic Assault and Northern Winds onto Gracchus, but he retreats. I think he accidentally sets off Baron though.
Yeah, he's taken a bit of damage, almost down to half, which is usually a sign that Baron had something to say.
Baron has intervened. Death sentence on the Braum and a play backwards, but he's going to jump and stand United. No, not stand United. Stand behind me.
There's a lot of standing.
There is. It's a game of standing. No one sits, apart from Sejuani. Speculative hook that misses by inches. That would have been a very interesting team fight had landed. Thresh is getting very aggressive, very much in Braum's face, trying to force those hooks onto other people.
He's also copying a lot of those Braum kills.
Yeah, he is, but they're not stacking up to concussive blows because they just don't want to commit on a Thresh.
I think that the UNSW team, they're wanting to try and make some kind of play with this Triforce spike that they have, and also the with almost the Zhonya's done on the Lissandra. Once they get those done, they'll probably look to make some kind of mid-game play. The amount of advantage that the Amumu was able to get, I'm not sure if that will maybe negate the power that the Aurelia was trying to sort of hit.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. It's definitely going to be a significant limiting factor. Now, the thing we've not been talking about is Lucian's had a good time. Okay,
He has picked up some
Lucian has
kills here and
become
there.
dangerous over the past 5-10 minutes, and we've yet to see him strut his funky stuff on the battlefield. And I think we're going to start seeing him controlling a lot of that very soon.
Yeah, I can see. Like he's got a zeal up on his opposing number, so just that little bit of attack speed and a little bit of extra crits could be the difference between it.
Ooh, Sid has already burned her spell shield, but she manages to pop her ulti and run the hell away.
It's actually some good dodging.
We have an aggressive claw into an ulti on Lulu. We have the Sejuani throwing in this play of Northern Wind. A lot of additional abilities land. Lissandra is forced to retreat because Lulu nearly killed her in that fight.
That was very close.
They still do get the kill. And now
they're probably
we're coming around for a try and control the vision around.
Yeah, they've got time to at least try and get some vision, some control of the area because it's up in a minute and they really need to arrest the amount of control
They certainly
that
do.
the University team has been able to gain over that dragon area.
A little bit of speculative repositioning happening right now.
Yeah.
Oh, a wonderful bandage just straight in the middle of it. The spell shield gets wasted on a proc of Tyr. The Discussive Side Mummy holds the leg. We've got an ulti from Braum. Concussive blows on everybody. Thresh flashes away. The Sandra is thinking Donnie did. The kind of concussive blow lands, and they manage to get out, finally picking up a kill. Gracchus re-engaging. Sejuani is back healthy again to try and get him. Nice play from there. But lots of damage coming out from the Lulu and multiple people. Finishes off the Gracchus.
From the backline is able to do a lot of work though.
And the Braum is doing a wonderful job of applying a concussive blow equally to nearly everybody and letting the others finish them off. Very well done.
That's a really undervalued skill when playing Braum. It's not just you try and get that one person stunned. Is that you rely on your other people, on your other teammates to finish
the set.
off. You're not needed as long as you get that burst.
Running up at the enemy. There is a spell shield though, so I think the bandage toss will be the bandage toss, if it had a hit, would have been useless. However, the pixies do slow them down significantly. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there about the Braum abilities.
Yeah, all you're needed for is to apply that first stack, and once it's there, you're not necessarily needed unless it kind of falls away.
Especially with a champion like Lucian that can apply so many of those hits himself.
Exactly. So as long as you're applying, it's like when you're playing Uzi, you sort of bear stance, you individually stun one person after another.
Yeah,
you pretty much do the rounds. You hit one person, hit the next, hit the third, hit the fourth, and then once they're all sort of done, you sort of start it again. You just keep on hitting things, and that's what the bomb needs to be doing in this team fight.
The big offensive claw goes in. We land a death sentence. I hope there's a everybody forced to retreat. The Amumu is somehow still alive, despite the regular fire. The Q from Graka slows down everybody. The culling his users are retreating at it. They get behind the tower. It all depends on how aggressive the Sejuani is being. Claw again used offensively, but they don't connect. They do pick up the tower, however.
And they should be able to transfer over to this dragon, which is really important because it will put another extra 5-6 minutes onto the timer for the UNSW team to be able to try and get that 5th dragon.
Gracchus throws in a very speculative barrel there.
Well,
you've got to try.
No harm in trying.
Yeah.
So
he then goes beats up a snowman because he's not a nice person.
But yeah, just getting that first dragon not only gives you the nice extra stat bonuses going into the mid-late game, but it denies that 4th or the 4th,
the 5th more than...
Yeah, it denies the potential of the 5th.
Yeah. The Amumu manages to drive Aurelia away from Scuttle Crab again. He then gets bored of the fight and retreats a little bit. He might be trying... Yep, he's having a go.
Yeah. I think this Amumu's been pretty effective despite...
The beginning of the game went very much against him, but since then his plays for the side Mummy have really made it, so hats off to him. He is to be commended.
And that's pretty much what Amumu ended up bringing from the jungle anyway, when he used to be played as a very predominant jungler. He wasn't the most aggressive or impactful early game champions, but he does sort of come into his own when it comes to those gigantic team fights where he can just lock down an entire team.
Yeah, very much so. So Sejuani's a little bit ahead of her allies. I don't think she knows how close the game really is. But at the same time, they don't want to engage. Nice Q. It's not going to turn into anything, but it was a nice Q from Bob.
Yeah, and the even is looking really close. It's only just a few hundred in it in favour of the University of Sydney team.
University of Sydney. And they're doing well this tournament, very well.
Yeah, we've actually got in the final 3. I think we've got two representatives from the University of New South Wales.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so we got the 2 representatives from that uni. And also the 3rd one is the University of Sydney representative. So well done to them.
Yes, they've done quite well. I'm sad that my own U1 team didn't manage to cast any of the games either, but oh well, these things do happen. Now we've got a 4-man hit squad coming up mid, and I think we're going to see really powerful damage on the tower from Lucian when he gets a chance to hit them, like when he's away.
That'll be the option. They're trying to go on.
Yeah, so grab the step 1, he's tanky, takes a lot of kill, they do a lot of damage, a lot of ultimate lead drop. Culling gets safe from the back. The Frozen Prison is dropped on pretty much everybody in the blue team. The Sandra ult comes down. Concussive Blow finally ties up the last member of the red team, and they kill... the red team, and they kill Lucian.
They actually managed to get an ace for just only dropping that Lucian. That's a trade that you very, very willingly take, as they're able to take down this mid tower, and they probably should be able to take this inhibitor tower.
I would assume so.
The death times aren't all that long. It's not the longest. Not the longest time into the game, so they're not the longest death timers. The thresh is up, but they do have enough damage to take down that tower and also this inhibitor.
Wow, this is a massive swing for them.
That is a massive swing. Now they're up about 4,000 gold, and this gives them the opportunity to make a lot more plays around the map. There's a lot of standing gold on the map. There's those extra. There's 3 outer towers which have been yet to be taken.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised how little pressure has been sent mid for that tower there. Like, specifically for blue side. Although they've fought around that tower a lot, there's not been a great shunt towards it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, they got it down reasonably low earlier from an early advantage they got from a fight they got in the earlier game, but they didn't actually revisit that. They just let that go and tried to get the advantages elsewhere. They did end up getting those other outer towers, but they haven't been able to take anything else since.
Yeah, it's and considering how dedicated they were to tower pushing, it's surprising to me.
Yeah, and they're just diving straight through that tower.
Yeah, okay, Thresh has been slowed quite a bit. The ulti from Drum hits a lot of hits, but Cullen does a lot of damage. There's a lot of protection as well. Lucian is forced to be very defensive with his ability and goes there again. Curse of Sad Mummy lands a lot of people. Flail and all the wings doing heaps of damage in the middle. Rackets a lot of the feelers on them and helping a lot of damage. Does start pumping it out. And the Mummy is just crying over everybody and just whittling them down.
Lulu was actually able to get a lot of damage done from over the wall. She was able to just throw glitter lances and whimsies and polymorphs from over the wall and
Rackets charges in, slows the Sejuani.
It's not gonna be enough.
It's not, but it is a very nice damage. It might be enough to get this. No, not quite.
Yeah, those inhibitor towers are a little bit strong, and I don't think they are at the point where they can just dive
and
those
the
with
characters that they would do it with are dead because Rob.
Yeah, they don't have the most upfront damage with their current champions. But that is a significant advantage that they're starting to accrue right now.
A death sentence onto Gracchus, but they let him get away. They just want him to know that they know he's there.
It's about sending a message.
Yes.
Yeah. This Lucian is, even though he has gone down,
He keeps exploding, but
yeah,
at the
he
same
does.
time.
He does have a lot of influence in this fight because it does cause the Aurelia is going straight to him, which means that the Lulu is able to impact these fights a lot, and then Amumu is able to sit amongst the rest of the UNSW team and able to get a lot of percentage damage done.
Yeah. Shenanigans are being had before shenanigans are being paid for. And it doesn't matter if he dies with, it's almost the plated armor for Lulu at this point.
Yeah.
Sacrificial.
Yeah. There were pings made towards the dragon because that is now up and it is a
It's top lane all over again. And Aurelia is starting to damage him again.
Yeah, Aurelia
We've gone back to where we started.
Yeah, Aurelia
The
is
pig goes on a dark passing journey. It always looks so funny when that happens.
Yeah, it's a flying pig.
Whee!
I'm actually surprised that Sydney team haven't made more of a play towards the dragon as they go for
A really nice colour look. Most almost damage on pretty much Aurelia. The claw saves the Sandra at least for now, but she does get shot by the Lucian back. Personal Samuel catches Sejuani out for a while. Not enough to kill her, however. But there is 5-2, 5 men against 3, so they can advance pretty much impunity.
It looks like they're just trying to finish this game right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure being thrown out.
This Lucian is so strong.
Yeah, Sejuani goes down. So Lucian is finally managing to do the damage he wants. It's being direly painful.
Yeah, they're just going to push straight on in. They just had the damage, the death times are long enough, and they...
Oh, if Thresh even gets picked off by his...
Right, but yeah, that's going to be the Uni of Sydney team.
Yeah.
Going on to face up against the Uni of New South Wales A team.
Yes.
The Legion Des to see who...
Legion Desu, but it's Leet Legion. So, with the Leet speak characters.
Yes. But that matchup will be coming up soon.
Yes.
And that will be for that will be to determine who will be the number 1 seed for New South Wales going into the next stage of the Collegiate tournament.
Would also be noted that although it is a best of 3 format, Legion Desu get 1 free win effectively because they've gone undefeated through this tournament so far. We will be back shortly. Hello and welcome to the first of the final games for the Oceanic Collegiate Championship, or at least the New South Wales Qualifier round for it, at least.
This is potentially the last game.
Yes.
Because the way this whole system has been set up, as Weeble Trash, which is going to be on the blue side, don't mind me. Weeble Trash will have to win 2 games in order to take out the title, whereas
NSW Legion Desu will only have to win the 1 to secure themselves the title.
yeah, because they've already gone through this whole system undefeated, so they only have to win once, while the other team, Weeble Trash, will have to win twice.
Now, they've staunched through their picks, which have included very traditional for this tournament. The only slightly odd one there is a Nivea, but we do know there is a player on Legion Desu that is quite the adept Nivea player. So, yes, we shall see. Callista is a pretty solid first pick. There are ways to counter her, but all the counters for her are only moderate to strong counters. There are no particularly brutally hard counters for her
Well,
in the current meta.
I'd say that Nautilus is probably the closest he will get to those brutally damaging counters, but they do actually go for that Hecarim for the first pick, which is more than likely going to be thrown into that top lane.
Yeah, we haven't seen a jungle Hecarim so far in this tournament, and I
To
doubt
your
we're going
pain.
to see one. I know, I love me the jungle Hecarim, but you can't have everything in life.
Well, I managed to get my Zac today, even though that didn't go out too well. But yeah,
it didn't.
and it looks like Weeble Trash will be wanting to pick up that Callista for themselves, and they do, and they pick up the Nautilus as well. And
So yes,
they
but
do just avoid that combo of or not so much the combo, but the somewhat of a counter to the Callista by picking up that Nautilus for themselves, which is a pretty strong combo in and of itself. It means that Nautilus with the Fate's Call won't have to rely on a dredge line to actually make it into the fights.
Yeah, which
So he
means
can
then
start-
use the dredge line to end the fight and keep people there for that much longer, which is a really powerful and pretty nice ability. I'm not gonna lie.
Absolutely, it's looking like both sides are actually looking pretty strong so far. They've got it on Legion Death. They do have a decent scaling in their team comp. The Hecarim with more than likely going for a kind of TP Smite or a TP Ignite, which is some of the more common top lane Hecarim builds.
Yeah,
It does scale rather well into the late game.
Sorry, just a thing you might want to put on the summoner hiding things again.
God,
Hey, rules are rules, man. We can't break them. We are mere examples of the word.
Meanwhile, Weeble Trash does pick up the makings of a very strong team fighting composition.
Right, this is actually really we have an interesting kind of switch here, because the build that the Weeble Trash is going is more reminiscent of Legion Desu's first game.
Yeah, it's
It's
very-
not the same, but it's similar kind of themes are coming
It's a
through.
very strong meta picks that have very good team cohesion just in the synergy between the champions themselves.
Yeah.
So we'll be looking to see them try and make some good team-related plays towards the mid and late game.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued to see specifically how they're going to play the Oriana with probably a fate called Nautilus. That's going to give them some pretty powerful options late game.
Options for some sort of ultimate combos can be kind of fun.
Also, I legitimately don't know how the coding on that works. Does the ball
When you
go
put the
away when the
ball-
fate call? Like,
Or you could just like once he gets in there, just throw the ball in. And
yeah,
hope for the
like,
best.
can it fit one more ball inside? Like,
We'll see.
I'm gonna be quiet now for 5 minutes.
Whoa! They finished that.
That was a super fast selection there, and so we've got the Ziggs. Ziggs is an interesting choice because it's kind of not as safe as a lot of the other mid laners, but at the same time, you have almost semi-global presence
I
with
think.
that ult. So I'm intrigued. But the thing is, it's
I
going
think the
into an
pick,
Ori.
and I think the pick I'd rather talk about is the Garen.
Yeah, there's a Garen in the bush.
There's a Garen.
In the bush.
There's 3 of those bushes in top lane.
Yeah.
Take your pick. He'll
He'll
probably,
be
probably
in
be
one of
in one of them.
Yeah, coming out with sword raised high and just with murder in his heart. The problem is, he's against a Hecarim.
Yeah.
And one spins to win slightly better than the other does. And it's
Yeah.
not the one who coined the phrase spin to win.
Yeah, I think Hecarim's spin to win can be a little bit more...
So it's lawnmower pony.
Exactly, and even though Garen does have a bit of sustain, I think Hecarim could. I think scaling is probably going to favour Hecarim again, as per usual. Like,
Yeah, but
when it comes to a lot of these
yeah.
top lane battles, it's pretty much a battle of scaling.
Hecarim is traditionally one of those champions that will always scale slightly
Yeah.
better than most of the other champions he ever comes across. The problem I think Garen is going to have particularly is Garen, although quite aggressive and capable of applying a fair bit of hurt, can't really stop Hecarim from farming with impunity because of his Spirit of Dread.
Absolutely.
If that happens, Hecarim can then go and buy those lovely beauty picks like a Triforce that he
Yeah.
normally wouldn't be able to.
Absolutely. One thing I like about this Legion team is that it's one thing that they've shown throughout a lot of their team comps today is that they are covering quite a few of the angles. They have a decent scaling with the Ziggs and the Hecarim, while also having some decent early to mid presence with the Graves in the lane, and also the Nunu just in terms of map presence. So they do have some sort of...
They're picked from both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, they're trying to sort of be a jack of all trades, try and fit all sort of scenario, or most of the scenarios for what they can see they're up against.
I always become worried when people do that.
Because I can understand, because if you try and do too many things...
Yeah, you don't go to the extremes of any one option, but
Yeah.
I generally find it's more effective to lean towards
Yes.
one or the other. But at the same time, most of these people are actually far more skilled at physically playing LoL than I am. So...
It's going to be interesting to see how this Garen's going to make an impact. We were, in the last game that we were trying to play, we were a little bit skeptical of that
Amumu pick, but it came through for them.
It came through in the end. It was doing great in those team fights. It was behind early. The laning phase was not the best.
Yep.
But due to some intervention by the junglers, it got back into the game and made a giant impact. So
Yeah,
I'm going to reserve my judgment on this Garen.
Yep, I believe Toddrick knows what he's doing.
We'll see what happens.
We're going to see what happens.
Yeah.
Now, I would like to give a shout out once more to the people who allowed us to organise this venue. Wang Yu, have I pronounced that correctly? Wang Yu, the location, they've been great, supported us really well, and I'd like to thank them for that. And yeah, this entire event is done in coordination with
Ramier Gaming.
Ramier Gaming,
you just do not like trying to say
I know, I just don't... Look, they've done such a solid by us, I don't want to embarrass them by getting their name wrong.
Fair enough.
You know me and pronouncing even slightly odd words, they all come out slightly weird.
Fair enough.
Let's not talk about yogurt.
This is an English thing.
Yes, it is.
Okay, now we're just getting into the loading screen. I'm just not going to bother with that until we get into...
Yeah.
So we have UNSW A versus
University of Sydney.
UCID A.
UCID A. Yes, I
Yes.
believe. Yeah, I believe they are UCID A.
Yes.
You should have had a little notebook. Oh,
We're getting a pause, so it gives me time to do these things.
Apparently one of the members is taking a quick nap. I'm a little jealous of him. I did not get to have a quick nap last night.
Oh, we're pretty much on the clock this whole time. It's been brutal. We're going good. Okay.
I don't know where your bad Tibbers is, Nautilus. I feel you may have a slight identity crisis there. That might be something you need to address.
Okay, we're just waiting for people to get things sorted out. So I'll just sort these out.
Yep. To be fair, this is only the second pause we've had, which I'm actually kind of impressed about.
Yeah, last time we had a whole bunch of pauses, but then again, they're probably at a venue which has decent internet, whereas the
Yeah, everybody was playing from home pretty much at the last event.
so there was the potential for problems.
Well, this Nautilus has thought they're Annie, and now they think they're Udir, and I'm confused by
I
all
don't
their
know, but I'm
choices.
pretty sure they are definitely not Udia.
Yes. Definitely. Possibly definitely not Blitzcrank as well.
Well, you could make arguments about the Nautilus being a kind of Blitzcrank. Yeah. We're just waiting for some more people to... I'm not sure what exactly they're waiting for. I think someone's just a bit slow getting into the game.
Yep. We will find out shortly. Because of the stream delay, the spectator delay, they've probably already fixed their problem.
Yeah. Talking about Rengar support. What is probably one of the more peculiar supports that you've been playing? That you've played
I've been playing.
or played with?
Teemo support. They can't hurt you if they can't see you.
Yeah, but how useful are you?
I never claimed to ever be useful.
What?
Useful is not something that's written on my CV.
Fair enough. Oh wow.
But no, I'm still a big fan of the Lux support, which I know is not particularly unusual. It's just very unpopular at the moment.
Yeah, I find that Lux and Morgana have similar skill sets.
Yes, and
They-
Morgana is just better at it.
Morgana is just a bit more versatile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would very much agree. In fact, I would think thematically Morgana seems to be more like Lux sisters than she
Yeah.
does Kales, but
Yeah, thematically it does seem to work that way, but oh well, that happens.
yes.
Yeah. I actually had a bit of fun ages ago playing Lee Sin support. It's not the most useful. You end up just being a kickbot.
Yep, but the kickbots are fun. Like,
Well, you make the flashy plays. You're not doing the most useful.
I always love it when you see somebody who's in love with playing a Lee Sin when they're doing the whole bouncing around and never actually do any damage because they never stay long enough to activate the extra abilities.
Yeah.
But they're having such a fun time.
You can have such a fun time playing Lee Sin, but you probably, when you're having the most fun, you're probably not having the most useful of times.
Yeah, I think that's an entirely reasonable statement.
Yeah. And that probably just sums up a lot of Lee Sin, like in general right now.
Yep.
He can be flashy, he can be aggressive. Probably one of the only few Lee Sin players that still play him is probably Svenskeren over in EU.
Yep.
He's probably one of the few who have stuck with him and managed to make him work.
Yeah, there's a difference between sticking with a champion and
Yeah.
sticking with it and making it work.
He has tended to make it work, but he's probably not as relevant as a lot of the other more tanky champions.
Yeah.
As we are getting back into the game, everyone is back in, and we're back into this final.
Woo! Now let's see.
Okay.
We have them lining up at exactly the shield, and they're off.
Oh, some are a bit slow, but
Yeah.
that happens.
It happened. Hey, because somebody said they could resume doesn't mean everybody was actually ready.
Oh well. It's actually interesting to see that the Maokai's actually go in the jungle. Maokai in the jungle used to be one of the more prominent, like one of the early season 2 jungles.
Yes.
Like
very
along
much
with
so.
when the jungle was previously a tank orientated
Yes, but
role.
when we were back at this side of the pendulum just many
Yes.
moons ago.
Yes, Maokai. It was pretty much Maokai and Mumu, Cho'Gath.
Yep.
Those were the three of the more prominent junglers.
Yep.
And now that this new
This
version of the tank jungle,
the Cinderhulk variant.
yeah. Now you've got the Nunu, you've got the Gragas, you've got the Sejuani. Sure, some of these characters have had some changes over the times, but
Yeah.
it's interesting to see how similar metas have changed, or the comparing similar metas from different seasons.
Yeah, that when the meta is ostensibly in the same point, yet substantially different champions are played within that.
Exactly.
And I find that very fascinating, because at the time you was not so much looking at flat health stacking champions, you were more resistance-based champion.
Yeah.
With the short period where Warmox was ridiculously overpowered.
Oh, when everyone bought a Warmogs.
Including the ADC. Well, and then when everybody brought a Black Cleaver.
Oh, Cleaver Fever. Those were
They
painful days.
They were, and I still cry when I think about Golden Heart.
Oh,
Of
the
Gold when
Heart
he
of
left
Gold.
us. But I understand why he had to go.
Play top lane Gangplank, you get a Heart of Gold and a Force Custodian, you just wait 30
You
minutes
mean
and you
bank
win.
flank?
Bank Plank.
Big bank flank.
Yeah. We're just seeing some standard lanes, just as kind of expected.
Yeah, there's nothing particularly flashy that can happen just off. Callista did make an interesting choice in taking Spectres first. But
Well, the Spectre does have the passive damage for
It
the
does.
joint damage.
But I'm not expecting Nautilus to get in and hit that many people right off level 1 back. Level 2, yes.
Probably was more due to the fact that they wanted to accelerate the jungle.
Yeah.
So that probably was the reason, and they aren't probably going to be pressured without their other abilities.
Yes.
Until level 2.
The Garen runs out, and there's that Spirit of Dread we were talking about, the essential anti-poke kit
Yeah.
for
Actually
any
got a
aspiring
decent
Hecarim.
CS lead so far. Or there is a decent wave which Hecarim should be able to pick up
Yeah.
to catch up.
It
But yeah,
depends how in your face Garen is, because if he can get the silences from his Q timed ride, a lot of the Qs from Hecarim aren't going to land.
Yeah,
Now I've got a nice death sentence that misses by a hair, but doesn't matter. Graves is obviously one of the more tanky ADCs because of his true great passive, so he knows he can cop 1 or 2 hits from Kalista at this thing to keep farming. That spin to win does a lot of damage. Graves line in between the two champion. A flay from the death sentence also lands on Nautilus. There is an exhaust against the Graves. He decides to back out. Thresh keeps doing a lot of damage, including Flay, but is starting to hurt and has to back out. Graves start returning to the frame now. Thing buckshots to the face. There is a twisted advance to a minion from the Morokai to get away from a failed mid gank. I didn't mess up a single name then. Are you proud of me?
kind of. We'll see how it goes.
And surprised. Now, because of the Martial Poise passive, the Kalista is being able to avoid a lot of the really good buckshot setups that Graves can do with his dash in. So it's unfortunate for her. The Ziggs is managing to land damage on the Orianna, but it's not really substantial.
Yeah, early on, the Ziggs and Orianna is pretty much going to be a bit of a farm lane, but with a little bit of advantage to the Ziggs because of the additional range.
That was what I was talking about with Garen landing the silence first.
Yeah.
It mitigates so much damage. The Hecarim's got to be really cagey with his timings of when he can use his Q and his Spirit of Dread.
Absolutely. Being able to sustain that lane is going to be one of the biggest, one of the most paramount.
Deciding factors.
Yeah.
Okay, a dredge line to a minion aborts that kind of attack. However, a nice death sentence does land on Kalista. A flay also keeps her in the kind of beaten zone for thing, but Marshall Bridge gets away. The flash, however, seals the deal, and now Nautilus is just faced with running through them in a way. The threat
Does have the flash.
He does, and he gets away because of the Riptide slowing them down. Now we've got a full strength, a full health tree pretty much, that's being forced to run around the threat and is copying a lot of damage because of it. Now, Graves is low and Twisted Advance could get out quickly,
They
but
almost turn that around.
yeah, the buckshot keeps him safe.
Yeah, I think Makai, I'm pretty sure, did have the Gromp buff, so attacking him was doing harm to the Graves and the Thresh. So if they were forced to auto-attack them a little bit more, probably could have been a bit of a cagey situation, but because they were using the buckshot and some of the spells, they were able to drop the Makai rather low without actually impacting themselves as much.
So yeah, the ridiculous amount of sustain in this top lane is just mitigating nearly all the damage that comes out of either of them.
Yeah, but I'm just going to be spinning.
However, I will say if the trade goes on for an extended amount of time, Garen's lack of a resource may come thing. Sneaky little dragon steals there from blue, like just and Moo doing his little thing.
Nunu realized that the Maokai had gone back because of that rather failed gank in the bot lane.
Yeah.
So used that opportunity to take a rather sneaky early dragon, which would
Okay,
give them.
we have a fresh marking up mid. He's holding back on that death sentence till he knows he can land it. Sadly, he misses it by a hair. Now there is a Molokai getting up in the action. The Oriana's landing quite a lot of hits against Thresh, which start adding up damage because of a wind-up passive quite quickly.
Yeah, it's one of the more underestimated passives because auto trading with that Oriana is pretty
Okay,
devastating.
we have a dark passage that is ignored, but we get the death sentence, close in, and flash away to avoid the flay, and the Ziggs ulti does land on the tree, but nobody else.
That was actually a decent amount of damage applied. It's forcing a bunch of the champions back. Well, at least the Oriana is forced to go back and forcing the Nautilus to come in and cover the lane, which is probably going to give the Ziggs a little bit more time to farm up to get a bit of an item advantage.
Yeah, very much so. And the Molokai is not doing a great job of keeping up with the CS of the Nunu, and especially when you consider one of those is actually a dragon.
Yeah,
Which gives you a decent amount of individual growth. An unfortunate Thresh and Dredgeline missed there, so no, nothing happening there. Numu's in the enemy jungle, throwing snowballs at everybody and having a great time. Super fast home guard pony gets all up in Garen's grill and applies an ignite. This is a definite indication that you want to do the kill. The ult perfectly timed. Will the flash be enough to save him? No, it is not.
Yeah, they're getting that home guard Ninja Tawi right away and coming straight in, knowing exactly that the amount of damage that he would have been able to do.
Yeah, and you've got to remember as well that first auto from a Graveyard, that massive extra damage. Okay, Death Sentence into play. Really nice combination. Riptide and that Buckshot did a ridiculous amount of
It was
damage.
a buckshot collateral damage combo.
Oh, well,
and then it was a last hit from... after all that damage, all it took was a last hit from the Thresh, getting the deserved kill for the support.
A nice use of exhaust there, which did keep the support alive.
Yeah,
I think, but
by sticking around, it did cost us. They do actually catch him.
Death Sentence. If you're going to play back, he's kept it in reserve, trying not to kill it. He's forced to in the end, and nobody's going to be that open. Ziggs is just running this Oriana to ground, but now the Garen is here, really nice ulti, and there's an ulti, the Oriana ulti with spin to win. Being nasty. Is Garen's ulti up himself? Yeah, he finishes.
There's just a bunch of trade kills across the board, but overall,
the Oriana was dead when she decided to stay and fight that Hecarim, but
yeah, Legion overall is getting more of an advantage. The Hecarim getting ahead is going to be what they need to
more
sort of,
instrumental.
it's going to be more instrumental because Hecarim can probably make more plays around the map than what a Garen can.
Yeah, although
Garen
Garen is fast.
He is fast. If he does get those home guard whatever boots he wants, he can make some impactful plays. But the Hecarim plays have always been, more recently been known.
For help,
He's more recently renowned as being one of the more dominant gankers of that kind, where you just sort of come flying in from a flank with those home guard boots, just
very much as he just did. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't regenerate health if you're dead.
Pretty much. And the item advantage in favor of Graves is pretty significant. Oh, they actually
really lovely Death Sentence, flay, collateral damage, buckshot, box. Just need a few more autos to finish him off. He does the dash. Is he going to land it? Yes, he does.
That was an incredible hook, managing to just weave it just around the Nautilus, just getting the very tip.
I don't know how he managed to finish the giant in the camera. Okay, with a twisted advance onto Zig, he satchel charges away. Looks like he's going to be fine, because, he's got friends. The absolute zero comes down. Doesn't do a chunk of damage, but enough to scare off the Malak.
Here comes a Hecarim.
Yep, and he's gonna screw it. Yeah, he just gets the ulti and finishes him off.
This is looking like a pretty dominating start for Legion.
Legion Desu, it really is.
Getting the 3 early kills onto this Hecarim is going to be okay.
Was there a minion there I wasn't aware of?
I think he did hit a minion.
Or did Oriana ult one into the path?
it wouldn't have mattered because it would have been an enemy miss. But yeah, it was just a bit of an unfortunate miss, which didn't actually cost him anything. All it cost was a little bit of health.
And a little bit of his pride.
Yeah.
He won't be able to show himself in the burrows next week. No. This Hecarim does not look like he's going to be able to spend his power, but he probably will get a kill in retaliation for it.
Does get a kill. The Garen stuck around a little bit too long. He did really want that tower.
The tower is worth more globally, though.
Yeah.
Garen is a suppressed gold source at this point.
Well, he did have 2 kills, so...
Not massively suppressed.
Yeah, but I feel like the gold they gain from that is probably not going to be as vital as how much gold this Hecarim is continuing to get and the amount of advantages he's continuing to get.
Death Sentence lands on the Nautilus. The King's Call saves the Nautilus but does not save the Callista.
That Callista is just dying way too fast right now. The amount of damage that this Graves has is just ridiculous.
And it's showing now in a massive gold lead as well. Funnily enough, the Graves is not picking up many of the kills. Mostly assists.
He's just putting a baseline of damage down, and then the Thresher comes on and just whacks him with the...
Okay, we've got a Garen trying to run down the Graves here. The silence stops him from doing a lot of damage, but the Suns will run off by the time he gets to the wall, and he can dash over it, and the Garen ulti is not enough to kill him.
He's close.
Very close, but not enough. This Nautilus looks like he's probably going to go down if the Hecarim can keep pursuing. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, the Ziggs has got that one. Well done, Ziggs.
I think that's pretty good to let that Ziggs have that one because the Hecarim already having
absolute zero use on the dragon, and yeah, the Graves picked it up. And they pick up the Molokai kill. This is turning into a little bit of a romp.
Yeah. Oh.
Beautiful death sentence closed in. Nice ult from Orianna, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough to
It's a little bit too late. She had to burn her flash earlier trying to avoid a death sentence.
Had she had the flash and been able to get some distance, she may still have been able to do some real damage.
Unfortunately, it's just a really effective snowball that Legion have been able to establish so far. Already picking up those 2 early dragons and already getting a bunch of kills onto their Hecarim, and probably not as importantly, but getting all those kills onto that support. But
yeah, but hey, if it becomes the most powerful character in the game, and let's be fair, it is a Thresh. You can build AD Thresh.
I think we'll probably want to put those into more utility items, but
no, AD Thresh all the way, man, all the way. Only way to play.
Fair enough.
Nah, obviously you are right.
But yeah, this Graves is just... He probably would have benefited more from those kills, but he's already so far ahead of this Callista that it doesn't necessarily matter. The global goal that the Legion are getting is more than enough to make up for it.
That was an interesting flash ult. The flame will probably be enough to secure the kill, even with... Oh, a dredge line drags the Ziggs back. The Dark Passage onto the Ziggs brings him back into play. And then the ulti from the Hecarim over the wall.
Oh, that was a little bit unnecessary, but it was flashy.
It was flashy, yeah.
He was also trying to get away from the Garen, which was trying to kill him.
I don't know if he actually knew he was there. He was just like, kills. A blood boil on the Graves, meaning he's going to have a silly amount of attack speed, combined with a lot of attack damage.
Yeah, and this is...
Okay, we've got a 3-man kind of gank happening in bot lane. And they're a little too scared to engage directly. The Graves are just sitting back, buckshotting and throwing abilities. And he's doing a lot of damage. He dies past the Molokai. Sorry, the Prince kills him. The Callista just melts.
Yeah, the Triforce already built up on this Hecarim. It's just...
I told you that he was going to be able to take the
first. Yeah, because you go for the Ignite instead of the Smite, you're focusing more on the damage more so than the durability from the Cinderhulk.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that right here. This Triforce Hecarim is... Well, he's making it known that it's probably one of the better options.
Yep. This Graves is unfortunately having to retreat for the first time in a while, and that beautiful lantern saves him.
Meanwhile,
just proxy farming and pushing towers,
which is what they can do. Being able to just...
There's a flash and the smite. The Twisted Stance does get onto him, but he doesn't realise that suddenly he has a friend. He's got to deal with a Moo as well. Sorry, a Nunu, not a Moo. Oh, that was an unfortunate ult.
Yeah, I think Legion saw that coming and just spread out in the
And the Graves rocks up and finishes off that fight. Callista's forced to flash again. Nice Graves line. Doesn't hit very much. Graves with the double kill.
Oh wow, that was a brilliant central charge. Watching them back.
Triple kill.
It's not gonna get any much more than that.
It's not gonna get a quadra or a pentakill. I'm not gonna be thrown out of the house for screaming.
Oh, that was a nice dodge, but
Yeah.
probably testing his limits a little bit too much. Just
Hey, to be fair, considering the plays he's been making earlier, I kind of forgive him. Yeah, I just melts.
I think they're kind of given up a little bit. They're down at 10k gold at the 17-minute mark.
Yeah,
It's looking pretty brutal right now.
it really is. Even with that damage, I don't think they're going to be able to stop doing that damage. That's, the Fate's call throws the Nautilus in. Somehow he survives. And the Graves is running out and he's probably going to murder down. His ult is on.
Meanwhile, Hebron just murders the
Callista if she's not even there. Garen doesn't kill the Graves. Oh, he finally does.
Does
yeah.
with the ult, finally.
Ooh, a depth charge on. And yeah, the Garen's going to pick up a double kill. Very nice indeed.
Meanwhile, this Hebron is just... He's just dancing.
Slow moment. He picks up one last kill and yeah,
He finally dies for the
ended by
first time in this game. He's starting off 8-1. Everyone on the side of Legion now has a death.
Well done. They've spread it out evenly.
Spread
too.
out the blame.
There's an elegance in that.
They have indeed spread out the blame, so you kind of say this person failed, but oh, we all died.
No, we're gonna blame Nuno because he didn't kill anybody.
Yeah, you can probably say that.
Or
Although
we're
he does
possibly
have...
going to blame Thresh for getting 5 kills. Like, oh, that was a massive chunk of health.
Yeah, they were way too far ahead. I think Nuno tried to just hit them with the snowball.
I think he did, and it looks like
One more. Almost gets it, but actually does draw the shockwave, so that's not too bad.
It's still a benefit.
Yeah,
Arguably.
drawing out any long cooldown spell or summoner for very little cost is usually a worthy trade.
Especially when you can go and consume a jungle creep and get most of it back.
Absolutely.
Fate's Call is used defensively, Absolute Zero kills. Well, doesn't quite, it was actually the different kill.
This seems familiar.
Yeah, the Graves is going to jump over the wall and probably be fine.
Oh,
He
jeez,
wants to find something to lifesteal off though, although he
doesn't really have lifesteal. He's probably just going to push out this wave while he can.
Oh, he
doesn't
doesn't take
kill.
on Oriana.
He's back with his team, so he should be safe now.
Wow, that ulti just finishes off moving. The box from Thresh is keeping Graves very much safe, and the Hecarim is just freely diving into the enemy base, with Ziggs there as some just long-range support. Everybody is so low.
And meanwhile, Hecarim has just been causing havoc.
Completely.
And just drawing the enemy team to his teammates, but it doesn't really matter. I think it's beyond that point where...
Yeah, but at this point, all UNSW need to do is group and push.
Essentially, they just need to not get too reckless because they're sticking around on some rather low health bars.
Yeah, they need to stop doing what they're doing right now.
Yeah, this is not conducive to good health.
Yep.
They'll probably just...
Although Hecarim might not need to go back, he might be able to heal just off jungle caps.
Well, I think he might have a decent amount. Only 900 gold, but that might be useful to pick up some more armor. Yeah. Because that seems to be what is doing a lot of the damage, the Garen and the Ballista.
Yeah, very much so. Nobody else is really having a great deal. The Oriana is sadly so suppressed that she...
Jesus Christ,
Yeah,
Hecarim comes over behind.
behind. Yeah. Ow.
There's 2 down.
They do have to turn this Malachi, otherwise he will do some significant damage to the back.
Absolutely.
But Graves is here, so he's chunky.
Yeah, this Graves has got already the Infinity Edge and the Static Shift. He's going to be shredding through this no armored team comp. Well, apart from the Sunfire, but even then, it's like, The Garen is not the one the Graves is meant to be hitting.
Very much. Yeah, if you're hitting the Garen with him, there is something that's gone quite substantially wrong.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going
There's so much to
they're
see in
really
disruption.
wanting those kills a little bit more than they should.
Yeah. Oh, we had to use the Echo multi defensively. The spin doing Garen is all up in the first. He finally picked up the third dragon. Nunu's just doing his thing on his own.
Yeah, they are going to pick off one.
It is only the Thresh, although, he does have 7 kills, so he is worth significant money.
And as you said, he is going with the AD build.
I called it, man.
Okay.
Not doubt me.
Believe me, I have reason to doubt that. Okay. I think the builds are getting a little bit less on the serious side.
Yeah, we're going for less super efficient builds and more fun play builds.
Yeah. Although the Loon's Echo is a rather legit pick on the Ziggs, the Brutalizer on Thresh I probably wouldn't say you'd build majority of the time.
No. But once again, if you do have the damage, you know you don't need the loot to it, so you're not losing it. Fantastic. There was a nice fake ball going in and out, getting some nice knockup. Sadly, it's not enough to slow it down to 3. Ekram picks up the kill.
They're just going to chase this down.
and Nunu are chasing them down and stop. The Ekram is going to make connection with the
He's
Lister.
coming out from the side. Oh,
Just 4 shots in.
essentially.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And Graves is hunting down this Garen.
Looks like they should be able to have the health to push onto these Nexus towers.
Yes.
Although it is rather early into this game, so the death time is rather short.
But they do have super minion support.
Yeah. Let's see how that goes.
Super
Oh, that's actually just the
There's a
surrender. So,
I'm not surprised by that personally.
well, there you have it. We have Legion Desu being the winner for this tournament today. The Oceanic Collegiate Circuit, the New South Wales
qualifier.
So we will be having Legion Desu as our number 1 seed.
Yep.
We'll be having the University of Sydney team. ASO. What are they called again? It was
Not the Poros. They are. Mind blank.
we are so much.
Weeboo.
Weeboo trash.
No, might be Poros. Weeboo Trash was number 3.
Yeah, Poros were number 3.
So it's Weeboo Trash and number 2.
Weeboo Trash was the University of Sydney teams, so
Yep.
they are the number 2 seed going into
Yep.
the next part of the tournament, and the UNSC Poros will be the 3rd seed going into the next part of the tournament.
Yep. I hope you've all enjoyed the stream. There will be.
It has been a long day, so
Yes,
thank
it
you for
has.
sticking by us for most of it.
Yeah.
And I've been Hunter. This has been Tollgrin.
I hope you've had as much fun as we have.
And that is also goodbye.